Hello and welcome to a sunny Teesside for round number 2 of the NRG Karting Owner Sprint Series. Practice is over. The first grid of the day is waiting to entertain you. Thank you very much for joining us, David Sullivan and Tom Butterworth on commentary.
Hello, welcome. It's a beautiful day here once again at Teesside. The weather looking set fair for all the action today. Looking like it's going to be a warm one. David's got his shorts on already, which is usually a good sign.
I have. I've also noticed,
mine, but wasn't brave enough.
I've also noticed that normally, I was on comms yesterday by myself, but normally those two go into a phone splitter and then we can hear each other. And it's not there, so it's gone missing. So Toby doesn't. Toby didn't know what it's for. I know what it's for. Find me the phone. Do you know where the phone splitter is, Toby? And Tom and I will get back to talking to each other. Right, random grids then for Junior Pro Karts once again this season, qualifying at round number 1, as we had a few newer runners, has been reverted to our random grid allocation. It'll be Harry Pennington on the front row, and it looks like we may have had one driver elect to go a little bit further off. Should have Isaac Welburn on the outside of the front row with him, Matthew Plant, Elvis Hartley, with Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn and Joshua Sullivan, Reese Dodds, Peter Webster, Ashton Kennedy and Dylan Slack in front of Ted Hall and Adam Roberts, Ashton Horsepool and Freddie Battersby, Lennon Wright, Ben Edwards, Charlie Henderson, Andrew McCross and Josh Brown, Ashton Carmichael, Edward Rye, Lewis Dean and Fen Wheat for the first race of the race day. Green drops were away and racing at the first time of asking, as Sullivan goes high and wide all the way round the outside and loses some places. That wasn't the call that he wanted. Pennington off at the front then from Matthew Plant, Elvis Hartley, Peter Webster, and the fast-starting O-plate of Ted Hall. He's already up to 4th place, past Peter Webster, as Sullivan goes down the inside of Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn into hairpin number 2. She's in front of Ashton Horsepool. That looks to be Dylan Slack just behind, and Edward Rye trying to get his nose down the inside into the South Bank corner.
Yes, indeed. First time racing in anger this weekend. We've had qualifying already for a few sessions, but as we say, the green flag drops and we are already underway here and completing the first lap. And it is going to be Harry Pennington in the 22 holding on to the lead from pole position in this random grid format that we're running this weekend for Junior Pro Kart. We've got a contact warning as well going out for the 77 of Isaac Welburn as Welburn starts to make his way through the field up to 4th place. We need to discuss the missing Reese Cranston as well at some point during this heat, David.
Not signed on this weekend. I believe they've commenced their journey over to Campillos for next weekend's 24-hour race today, hence why he isn't here. We'll talk about that as well later on. It's been a good start for Harry Pennington. Ted Hall up to 2nd now as he implores Matthew Plant to help push him along. Fastest lap of the race, though, from in 4th place. The dangerous-looking Sullivan 4/10 quicker than the driver in front, and as he toes up onto the back of Matthew Plant, the UK plate that he won at the opening round of the UK Kart Series at Fulbeck, and Sullivan is down the inside. Lost a little bit of time, did the duo in that overtake, but Plant then switches into a pushing mode there in the background. He pushes the orange and white machine. Ted Hall, though, right up onto the back now of Harry Pennington in that beautiful Anglo-Spanish helmet on the back, and Hall's going to make a move down the inside. It's come from a distance back. Pennington sees it coming, drives all the way round the outside. It slowed the both of them, though. Now we have a train of 5 at the front as Plant and Hartley join this trio in front. Then there's a gap back then to Peter Webster, Edward Rye, who's made a good start, Ashton Carmichael, Ashton Horsepool as Rye goes down the inside of Peter Webster. Yeah. Talking about going down the inside, Tom, that's Ted Hall down the inside of Harry Pennington.
Well, Webster got overtaken by Rye at hairpin 1, then had a switcheroo, I think, with Ashton Carmichael as they changed places at hairpin 2.
Yeah, just
cost them all a little bit of time. But in fact, actually, Edward Rye is now towed up to the back of that front group.
Yeah,
just made it a group of 6 and has already taken 5th.
Just having some camera issues there as Sullivan and Tom.
Absolutely is flying, and he's going to be closing in on Sullivan as well very quickly. as they head down the back straight. That group is now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 karts at the front, all the way down to Peter Webster, the fiscal wizard.
Edward Webster's his dad.
Is it?
He's not here this weekend. My fault, apparently.
Because we've got Edward Rye that we've been talking about, I think, as well.
Yeah, my fault, apparently.
I'm trying to...
that Edward
I'm
Webster's
waiting for my
not here.
bucket of coffee to kick in that I've had this morning.
I injured him, apparently, celebrating Peter's win last year.
Oh, yes, I read about that, yes.
5 minutes on the clock, half race distance then in this opening junior pro kart heat. Ashton Carmichael up to P5 now, Tom. That's a little bit under the radar because we've lost the picture in the com box. So we've lost everything everywhere, apparently. So we'll just carry on as that looks like Edward Rye having a nibble for second place. Indeed, it is.
No, it should be a bigger one.
It's Jack.
So Rye has taken second place in the meantime away from Joshua Sullivan, and is now going to work on Ted Hall. Is he going to send it down the inside? He does send it down the inside at hairpin 1 and tries to chop across. Narrows the line for Ted Hall, shallows his entry into hairpin 2 and drives straight around the outside. Edward Rye, P24, was it? P21.
Some drive
all the way to P1. And we've still got 4 minutes plus a lap to go.
Hall is coming back at him, though, Tom, down at hairpin number 4. And they'll run side by side up towards the timing line. And finally, as they usually do for the D-chicane, they get themselves into single file. Ashton Carmichael down the inside of Matthew Plant at the National Loop. As Hall goes back down the inside of Edward Rye this time.
I was about to say that they're going to need to start to gang up on Edward Rye here, otherwise this is going to end up being a whitewash for Rye.
Ted Hall's got hung out to dry there, Tom, on the switch back, and he's dropped down He's dropped down to P5. It's been a good run for Ashton Carmichael as well, Tom, in the number 69 machine. In fact, he's going down the inside of Sullivan
and they're scrapping away.
3.
And that's given Rye the gap that he needs to move away at the front.
Yeah, it certainly has, hasn't it?
And that could well be game over already. No.
It's not that one.
No.
So still just dealing with 1 or 2 technical issues in the com box, but Ashton Carmichael picks up a contact warning.
Heading around South Bank one more time. Edward Rye still moving clear at the front of this one, although Carmichael seems to have pegged the gap at least. It's about equidistant as it was the same time they went over the line last time around. We've got a contact warning as well going out for the 69 plate of Ashton Carmichael, so that must have been with the overtake on Sullivan. But Ted Hall holding on well in 4th place as well. Sullivan goes down the inside now, and they do a bit of a do-si-do around hairpin 2. And these two need to work together because that now is a big gap to Edward Rye, and they're still fighting it out. Sullivan takes a position, and following through is Ted Hall. So Carmichael down 2 places in 2 corners. Dropping down the order now, as we saw with Ted. Was it Ted Hall? No, it wasn't. It was. It was Ted Hall. Dropped a few places on a couple of laps ago. Now he's starting to make them back.
Yeah, 3 laps.
I'm concerned that Edward Rye has gone from P21 and has now got essentially a 1.5 gap back to second place, and they're scrapping it out for second rather than the win.
Yeah, I think that I think he's home and dry, Tom.
So do I.
He's 0.8 of a second down the road as Ted Hall tries to go down the inside of Joshua Sullivan, and I think he'll have that done. Sullivan just left the door open.
It's got the feeling of Honda Cadets with Edward Rye in this one, hasn't it? Where everybody's scrapping it out for the minor placings.
Certainly is today. That's Matthew Plant down the inside of Sullivan here. Sullivan's going backwards. Fastest lap by Edward Rye as well, mate. He's turning the screw here. Here's Edward Rye.
Yeah, half a second quicker than those behind. It's, I think there's probably not enough plaudits we can put on this effort from Edward Rye, but it is class.
Welburn and Battersby round at hairpin 1, Tom, as we see Ashton Carmichael here on the back of Ted Hall. Time is down to 0, and it will be Edward Rye coming round this time to start the final lap on what's going to be a dominant display, Tom, in Junior Pro Kart for Edward Rye here.
Yeah,
I'll be honest, I don't think we've seen a better drive, Tom, on random grids.
He started in 21st position, and the 21st kart hasn't even come over the line yet.
Waved yellow at hairpin 2, so there's no overtaking until they are past the green board.
Reese Dodds in 21st place is 22.5 seconds behind. That's the level that
it's
Edward
tight,
Rye
isn't
is
it? Yeah.
operating on today.
Out of the final corner then comes Edward Rye for a dominant display and celebrates, and rightly so, for Edward Rye. Rye with the victory then from Hall, Carmichael, Plant, Sullivan, Hartley, Horspool, Pennington, Webster. Josh Brown completes the top 10 in front of Dylan Slack, Lewis Dean, Charlie Henderson and Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn, Adam Roberts, Grace Matthews, Isaac Welburn, Ashton Kennedy, Andrew McCross and Ben Edwards complete your top 20. Reese Dodds, Ben Wheat, Freddie Battersby retires on the far side of the circuit. His kart will be collected at the end of this race.
Well, as usual, all action in Junior Pro Kart, especially with the grid of 23 that we've got here this weekend. Absolutely bumper grid here in Junior Pro Kart. Action up and down the field right the way through it, but Edward Rye, what a display that was. 21st place through to the lead in about half a race. And then it was, as I said earlier, it was similar to what we used to see in Honda Cadets when Edward Rye was in that as well. In that as soon as he hit the front, everyone else was fighting it out for the minor placings, and he just drove away from them while they scrapped it out.
What I want to look at is his early race development. 9th by the end of lap 1 for Edward Rye. Made up 9. We had a few drivers move themselves further down the order.
Mm-hmm. So started 18th, but still.
Yeah, 8th, 7th, 5th. 2 laps in 3rd, 1 lap in 2nd, and then dominated the race from that once he got in the lead. Led half of the race, Tom. Led 7 laps.
But I used to say this when Rye was in cadets as well. If he passes you, you've got to get back past him straight away.
Yeah.
Because if you don't, he's gone.
Yeah.
And we're starting to see that now in the bigger karts, in these Junior Pro karts. So, excellent drive from Edward Rye there, and I don't think there's enough plaudits that we can give that. That's 21st place to a dominant victory, 1.9 seconds in the end. We'll call it 2 seconds. So, yeah, great drive from Edward Rye. Ted Hall, as we said, taking 2nd place. Then it's Ashton Carmichael in 3rd place. Matthew Plant, Joshua Sullivan, Elvis Hartley, Ashton Horspool, Harry Pennington, Peter Webster and Josh Brown round out the top 10. And coming up will be our first heat for Bambinos, which normally is our usual heat number 1. However, because we have Ted Hall doing dual running this weekend, he's running in Junior Pro Kart and Junior Rotax as well. We've moved the grid around or moved the race order around to accommodate that. Well, because it's fair, I think, more than anything. I think it's only fair on Ted to make that adjustment. Still a few Speaking of adjustments, still a few adjustments going on in the commentary box. If you can hear some banging in the background. Oh, is that... We might have sorted our headphone situation out. So we can hear ourselves. Which is good. And I'll put those over there. And I'll bring you a grid for heat number 1 of Bambino. So Logan Grassi is going to go off pole position with... Oh, I can hear myself, David. I need to turn myself down a bit now.
Hearing ourselves was never the problem. It's hearing each other that was the problem.
How do I...
There should be one over here called phones. Turn
I don't know.
the
You
phones
do it.
down.
I'll do the grid. So Logan Grassi is going to go off pole position with a 59.156, which is absolutely rapid here in Bambinos. Anything sub 1 minute is very good, but he's also gone almost sub 59, so we might even see that later on today. Reggie Rhodes is going to go off P2 in the E plate. Then we've got Sebastian O'Connell in P3 and Jake Wynn in P4. Theodore Lee is going to go with P5 and Noah Gallagher in 6th place. Then we have the first of our 2 Mighty Bambinos. They are going to go off 7th and 8th place, and they are Ayrton Tennant and Theo Wagner. We Wagner or Wagner? Wagner. Until we hear otherwise.
We'll go Wagner until we're told otherwise.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah, Logan Grassi yesterday, Tom, was very, very fast in the qualifying session. I think he was 1.1 seconds clear of, 1.4 seconds actually by the end clear of Reggie Rhodes in the E-plate.
Yes, but then only 0.6 of a second then separated Reggie Rhodes, Sebastian O'Connell and Jake Wynn. So could be in for a race in Bambinos as well as the all action that we have seen so far in Junior Pro Karts. But it is great to be back here once again, especially when Teesside is bathed in sunshine. It is a lovely place to be.
Lovely, isn't it?
It is. And not just that, but absolutely zero chance that we're going to end under floodlights this week.
Yes,
or this
of
month.
course. Well, clocks
have changed.
Clocks have done us a favour.
But when I was driving down this way last night, I could still see daylight at 10 o'clock.
Nice.
I mean, it was behind me, but I could still see it.
Driving fast into the sunset.
No, it was the other way around. I was driving into the blackness.
Oh, yes.
And the sunset was behind me.
Our mighty runner rolls into position. 48 there of Ayrton Tennant. And the second of the mighty runners rolls in to complete the grid.
As usual, we have our Bambino helpers down on the grid, just to give them a few last-minute words of encouragement, which usually is along the lines of just drive fast.
Also, sometimes just pointing forwards, reminding the driver that the man with the green flag is quite important for the next 10 seconds.
Follow that. There we go. Flag is up, flag is down. We're away and racing in Bambino. Of course, the Mighties get a rapid start as the torque kicks in immediately on those electric motors. Takes a little bit more time for the Coma C50s to spool up, although not for Logan Grassi, who has already started to move away at the front of this one. Heading down the back straight for the first time. And fairly spread out already, although I think this one may come back together. And in fact, there we go. We've already got a move down the inside. Oh, and then contact into hairpin 3 and round both of them go. Quick recovery for both drivers. And they're back underway once again.
That'll change the order somewhat. Logan Grassi off at the front, and the fast-starting Mighty of Ayrton Tennant into second place from P6 outside of the third row. Jake Wynn, Theodore Lee, Sebastian O'Connell, and then Reggie Rhodes and the 23 of Theo Wagner.
It was O'Connell and
seventh
Rhodes
place
that came together. I had a little bit of trouble picking the numbers out from this distance. They weren't really coming through too clearly on our screen either. So
the sunshine doesn't help.
No, it doesn't.
It's lovely in one sense, but not quite in the other.
But it was O'Connell and Rhodes who came together, and O'Connell making the quicker recovery and resumes in P5. Reggie Rhodes coming across the line in P6. So Logan Grassi is going to lead us over the line once again. Ayrton Tennant in the Mighty Bambino, we said, got that lightning start, but has also held on to P2 very comfortably and is stretching away from Jake Wynn. Then we've got Theodore Lee and then Sebastian O'Connell and Reggie Rhodes coming over the line now. And Sebastian O'Connell is closing in on the back of Theodore Lee and Jake Wynn as well. And he's actually going to probably make a move down the back straight. I'm not sure whether we're going to be able to pick this up on camera, but it's certainly looking racy down the back straight. Can't quite get the move completed. Just tucks in line around South Bank corner. Dives to the inside at hairpin 3 and gets the move completed on Theodore Lee. And Lee actually bogged down a little bit through hairpin 3.
Reggie Rhodes is starting to come back into this fully, isn't he now, Tom? With some good strong lap times as well, as he dips under the 1 minute mark. We've only had the leader go sub 1 minute so far in this race there, with the exception of Reggie Lee in the E-plate. So, but we say it a lot, whilst the pace is there, particularly in Coma, it's finding that way through. Once you find a kart in front, they're not the easiest of machines. This time he drives all the way round the outside, keeps the revs up, and that's a great benefit as he goes round the outside of Theodore Lee.
It's making his way back through now after that earlier spin. It's Sebastian O'Connell now closing in on the back of Jake Wynn. He was 2 seconds a lap faster that time around, and that included the overtake. So he's already dragging up onto the back of Jake Wynn now. Oh, as that is Theodore Lee, who's gone round at hairpin 4.
Kart's still running, which is good, because directive is that if the engine stops, and that does happen a few times in the Comas when the kart spins, they don't like, for some reason, the engines only like going forwards. They don't like it if you spin them. For whatever reason. Any other kart, the engine generally stays running, but in a Coma, sometimes it does have this tendency to cut out, that the driver will just be moved to safety. So
O'Connell's now made his way past Jake Wynn, and now Reggie Rhodes doing likewise. Gets through on the entry into South Bank corner, so that puts Reggie Rhodes back up to 4th place. So it's kind of as you were now on lap 1, with Grassi still leading. Then it's Ayrton Tennant, Sebastian O'Connell and Jake Wynn. Then we've got Reggie Rhodes, Theodore Lee and Theo Wagner. And Theo Wagner actually putting in a new personal best lap of the race. O'Connor and Rhodes have now dipped sub 1 minute for the first time this weekend. They put personal best laps in just now. And that's the first time, well, certainly today and yesterday's qualifying session, that they've gone sub 1 minute. Ayrton Tennant in the Mighty Bambino as well, 59.951. That's a new lap record according to the system for the Mighties.
We have seen that on a few occasions, Tom.
We have.
That system is less than accurate.
We have. Yeah, I was just pointing out that the system does
that
say.
will
I didn't say it was a lap record. I said the system
That
says
will
it's a lap
require
record.
heavy verification.
Just as a disclaimer,
It's a
the
lap
system
record.
says
It was a lap record since the last time someone pressed reset.
But Logan Grassi doing 59.3 as a personal best lap, which is the fastest lap of the race, of course, as well. On lap 2, that was actually. So before the tyres had properly warmed up. Interesting.
Oh, spin down at hairpin 4. Kart stationary on the inside, does manage to rotate, and we'll pick the number up as they come through. I think it could have been Theo Wagner in the 23. So Logan Grassi comes through with a minute on the clock. Indeed, it was.
It was Theo Wagner, but up until that point, I've been putting in personal best laps every lap of the race. So although Theo Wagner is in 7th place and now currently a lap down due to that spin, pace is improving all the time, and this is what we like to see with Bambinos. The learning curve. It's a steep one. But,
Certainly is.
There are several. Well, it's a steep one if you want to go and win in this class. However, there are always drivers making progress every single round, and every time that we see them, they're making steps up.
We say this a lot, though, don't we, Tom? It's a progress class. Nobody, in the nicest possible terms, and with all due respect to the quality of drivers that we have had here, is jumping from Bambino and getting picked up by Red Bull or Mercedes.
True.
It's a class of progression, and as Logan Grassi progresses to setting the fastest lap of the race, nearly goes sub 59.
Yes, and that was what I was going to point out. He's 0.02 of a second off going sub 59 seconds, which would be a very quick lap around here. But yes, as you say, David, it's a learning class, this one. Honda Cadet is always where you cut your teeth. Or Cadets is where you cut your teeth.
I think that's where
Honda
you
Cadet here.
I think Bambino is where you learn to drive, and Cadet is where you learn to race.
I would 100% agree with that. Yes.
I have a little saying that there's a difference between being a fast driver and a fast racing driver.
Mm-hmm.
You can drive fast. Not anybody, but a lot of drivers can Sebastian Vettel it at the front.
Yeah, Casey Stoner style. Yeah.
Put them in a mix of 10, and then that's when you learn to race and battle, and
correct
makes them better drivers. Final lap for Logan Grassi as he crosses the timing line. He's made his way through some traffic, through a multitude of spins in front of him, and overtakes. So he is clear down that back straight at the moment.
Yeah, well clear as well is Logan Grassi to the tune of almost 15 seconds. It will be well over 15 seconds by the time.
Yeah, I think we might have missed. Has Ayrton
Tennant had an issue somewhere?
Ayrton Tennant's had a bit of a tough couple of laps. A 103 and a 105 for Ayrton Tennant.
And Sebastian O'Connell has now overtaken Ayrton Tennant into P2 as well, as Logan Grassi comes over the line and takes victory in Bambino Heat number 1 with a 59.529 to close out the race here. And it is going to be Sebastian O'Connell with a great recovery drive to take P2 and dive straight into pit lane. Ayrton Tennant comes over the line in P3 overall, but will take victory in Mighty Bambino. Reggie Rhodes comes over the line to take the final step of the podium in Coma Bambino. Then it's Jake Wynn, and it's going to be Theodore Lee coming over the line in P6, and Theo Wagner closes us out in P7. I'm just going to have a quick look at Theo Wagner's lap times. So started off on a 112, then did two 107s, a 105, a spin, and then a 103. So that's progression. I mean, he's knocked 9 seconds off the pace he was doing at the start of the race.
Yeah, good effort there from
It really
Theo
is a
Wagner.
good effort.
In fact,
You're 9 seconds a lap
a
quicker.
superb control alt and delete as well to set his fastest lap, the lap after he'd had a spin.
Yes.
Normally, you'll see that sort of knocks them a little bit. It gives them a few laps then to get back to where they were. The fact that he's then gone effectively nearly a second and a half quicker than he'd been on any other lap, the lap after his spin, was a really good effort there by Theo Wagner.
Excellent. I think we'll start calling him Theo Ricky Bobby Wagner.
Ricky Barbie.
Excellent work from Theo Wagner. So it might be that, yes, he's finished P7 and he's finished a lap down, but as we said, this is all about learning and progression in this class. There's no point in going out and spending 100 grand
No.
on Bambinos. Just
No.
learn your craft in this one and then learn your racecraft in cadets.
Right.
And then it's time to go
Yeah.
racing in the juniors.
Honda Cadet will grid up first, Tom. Rolling start for them, although on timing it does show micros at the top. That's because Archie Mostyn was the fastest overall driver yesterday. He is in micro, but they will start towards the tail of the field and then work their way through. So, on the front row and in the pole position berth for the first time will be Alfie Keeling. Alongside him, last time's final winner, Oscar Somerset. Row number 2, Aston Wilson on the front row last time. Joining him, Abel Hutton, who qualified poorly last time, charged through the field in heat number 1, should have easier things this time. He goes off P4. Oliver Bullock, Calais Tennant on row number 3. Thomas Chalk and Reggie Cook in front of Edward Charlton and Joshua Adote. Oscar Wilson, Sam Vout, Jacob McDonald, Harry Scrafton, Harlan Pritchard, Alex Atima, Zach Sieber and Phoebe Rogers. And then Archie Mostyn, Tyler Grufty, Riley Whittaker-Jenkins for our Micro Max.
And we are away and racing already. We're heading around the northern loop for the first time. There's a few people have gone wide, dropping right down to the order, and then we've got somebody up and over the top and a bit of contact
Edward
as well.
Charlton, Tom, into the wall. Nassau panel has gone. He's out of the race. Harry Scrafton as well.
Reggie Cook was involved in that.
He's beached on the grass, so that'll be covered under a yellow flag as the leaders in micro come round. So Edward looks okay because he showed his frustration after he went in the tyres. But we'll get confirmation of that as Harry Scrafton rejoins the circuit. Race will be stopped, I am led to believe, Tom.
Yes, red flag will be out and is out now, and drivers will be brought to a controlled stop on probably the start-finish line, and we'll do a full reset.
Credit where it's due, and we always call this out, Tom. The way Alfie Keeling saw that first red flag, arms straight up, slowed them down, and was pretty much to a reasonable walking pace before they even got to that incident. You know, we will always sort of credit those at the front, Tom, and we'll also, on the flip side, if they haven't slowed down anywhere near enough, we will always sort of educate on that as well. But credit where it's due there for Alfie Keeling. He has managed to get that field down to a nice... So they've managed to actually stop them on the back straight as well, which means they'll then get half a lap when we resume this race because it'll be a complete restart. So
yeah. So I think Harry Scrafton's down here in front of the commentary box, but I think he will probably be sent round.
Yeah.
Eventually, when we start to regrid, he'll be sent round to the back of the field.
It's only a light kart. Just pick him up and lob him over the tyre wall at hairpin 1. Just send him on his way. Can't just...
Well, we'll just await and see how our injured driver is. We'll take a brief pause, and we will be back with you in just a moment. So it looks like he's up and out of the kart now, and will be assessed by the medical team here, of course, before being declared whether he can go racing again for the rest of the day. But we shall just wait and see whether Edward Charlton is going to be okay. But it looks like this one's going to get back underway again fairly soon. So
the Dandelions and Daisies did a great job at slowing the carts down there, Tom.
Yes, indeed. But what we'll do is, while we're awaiting the restart and reordering and regridding and all that, it gives us a bit of a chance to preview the 24-hour series that's coming up, beginning next weekend.
Yes, Tom, in, probably very similar conditions to this, I'd imagine.
Well, I would imagine as well. I reckon it might be like this, but about 10 degrees
a little
warmer.
bit warmer.
With a bit of luck.
As the opening round of the 24-hour series of 2026 heads to Campos in southern Spain.
Got 23 entries currently on the grid, but there are still spaces available. So if
you sat at home thinking,
fancy a bit of a break over to Spain next week.
Next weekend's free. I wonder what my friends are doing.
So we've still got hire car entry spaces available, definitely, and I think there's possibly some owner spaces as well.
Might be a bit much to get that sorted. Bearing in mind that the Lucas Racing truck left this morning for Campos.
But yes, there's definitely spaces available in hire. So if you're 4 drivers or 3 drivers or 5 drivers or whatever, and you fancy a weekend in Spain, pack up the tent, have a word with Kat tomorrow.
Harry Scrafton has been sent round, Tom, as you...
And hopefully we can see you over there. So that's the 23 entries for Campos. Le Mans, which comes up in July, that's been sold out now, completely sold out.
When you say now, I mean couple of hours?
I could have said that, a couple of hours after entries opened. It's... they sell out faster than Take That tickets, don't they?
They do. It's a flyer, isn't it?
Does the Le Mans event such an event as it is, and that's what we're trying to build. Really, I think is the same level of interest in that we get in Le Mans into the Campos and Spa events, which are coming up later in the year. So the British has the British 24-hour in August, completely sold out in hire car entries as well. Still a few places left in owner carts, 5 it looks like at the moment. Entries available in owners. And the Spa 24-hour, which is another new one for our calendar this year, and my favourite kart track, I think, in the world is Spa. Not just because of the setting, but I went quite well there when I raced there. So I really like it. But Spa coming up as well later on in the year, and there's still 12 spaces available for that one.
That race has been run a few times, but I think this is the first year that Teesside are taking the overall running of that event, and it's it's another one of it's a track again where it's like the British, they disappear out of sight and then come back, but I think Spa it's all very tight, isn't it? In that corner down at.
But it's such a fast flowing circuit. There's only really like one braking point, and a little bit for the chicane as well. Although they've changed the chicane since I raced there, but there's only really one braking point, and even in the hire carts that we're going to be taking over, it'll just be a dab. Yeah. It's not going to be like a full on, hard braking, send it up the inside. I mean, you will be sending it up the inside, but it's not like a hairpin one here, for example. Kind of stop. It's bit of a. I don't know if we mentioned it before. That circuit is on Project Cars 2. Yes, it is. Yes, but it's the Irish.
But it's in Ireland.
Yeah. But yes, it is that kart track, and I found that out by chance. I was driving around it on Project Cars 2, and I was like, I recognise this.
Did you think?
I've been here.
Did you think to yourself, I'm quick round here?
Might have done, yeah. But it looks like we're getting back underway now in Honda Cadets and Micromax. But yes, love Spa. It's like I say, it's pretty much flat out. So
They've just got half a lap here to get themselves back into grid order. So Oscar Somerset does need to whip himself through that gap, unless we're going single file restart, but I'd be very surprised. He needs to get in there. Good lad. Nicely done. And we're going to have a second bite of the cherry.
So here we go, being told to slow down once again. Green flag is up. It's down. We're away and racing once again.
Inside line just did not go, Tom.
No, Oscar Somerset drove straight around
where
the
the acceleration cone is. They were still waiting to go. As Somerset leads them through then from Aston Wilson, Oliver Bullock up into a good third place. Good start for him. Alfie Keeling and then Thomas Chalk in front of Abel Hutton as the Micros get their race underway.
Yes, they do, and it is Archie Mostyn who's going to hold on to the lead from Tyler Grufferty through the first section of corners in that one, and Riley Whittaker-Jenkins coming through in third place.
So as Honda make their way out of hairpin 4 for the first time, it's going to be Somerset from Aston Wilson as Alfie Keeling gets alongside Oliver Bullock. Bullock didn't see that he was there, and they go for the same piece of tarmac through the right-hander just before the start line. No harm done, although they have lost a little bit of track time to the duo in front. Thomas Chalk in that 15, who found out post round number 1, Tom, was his first competitive outdoor race meeting. And he was right at the sharp end early doors, was Thomas Chalk. Runs P5 at the moment in front of Abel Hutton and Sam Vout. Had some good moves on the opening lap, though. Vout's made up 8 places, Tom, from P15 on the grid.
Yeah, Sam Vout flying through the field so far. Not a name that we're used to seeing here at Teesside, isn't Sam Vout? But welcome and showing well already. So Oscar Somerset continues to lead the way from Aston Wilson, Oliver Bullock, Alfie Keeling. Then it's the aforementioned Thomas Chalk and Abel Hutton showing well in 6th place. Probably still the smallest driver here, Abel Hutton, or one of.
Down the back straight.
I think it's safe to say one of those that's going to be bulking up as the Honda Cadet years go on.
Problem for Riley Whittaker-Jenkins, Tom. He pulls his Micromax into pit lane, so we are down to 2 of them. Archie Mostyn still leading Tyler Grufferty. So Honda's been fairly static for the time being, as Alfie Keeling this time tries to drive the other side of Oliver Bullock through the dog leg. Right up behind him. I wonder if there's a move coming here at hairpin number 1, although he does lose a kart length or 2 in the middle of the chicane. Bullock then goes very, very wide, but Keeling not close enough to take advantage.
I think that's the first time we've seen the dandelions on screen properly as well. Maybe it's just the first time I picked them up.
Lots of them.
Yes.
And daisies too.
Yes.
Oh, we've got a stationary Oscar Wills, Tom, on the outside of the of hairpin 1. He jumps up and over the top of the tyre wall. That kart will get pushed to safety, I think, before the leaders get round.
Yes, being pushed across the track now, and driver making his way to the marshal post as well. So, and awaiting instruction as well. So good awareness there from the driver, and also great marshalling as always from the Orange Army that we have here at Teesside. Oscar Somerset still continuing to stretch away at the front, although Aston Wilson puts in a new personal best lap of the race. Joshua Adote putting in the fastest lap of the race, was 2/10 quicker than our leader that time around in P7.
He's just on the back of this train, Tom. He's joined what was a top 6 earlier.
Well, he's up 6 places since the start of the race as well. As is Sam Vout, as we said, up 7.
There is Adote in the orange helmet on the back of the train just behind Abel Hutton. As the duo in 3rd and 4th have broken away a little bit from Thomas Chalk. He's starting to head backwards into the clutches of Hutton and Adote, but all of the top 4 with personal best that time round. They are starting to break away a little bit, though.
Hutton feeling the need to go defensive at hairpin 1, but not at hairpin 2, and through goes Adote to take 6th place away from Abel Hutton with a lovely move. As you said, Abel Hutton felt the need to go defensive at hairpin 1, but didn't block the momentum of Adote enough, and he just carried it through into hairpin 2 and got the move completed. Lovely driving from Joshua Adote, who is now up 7 places, apologies, since the restart.
Right up onto the back of Thomas Chalk. And given that we start where we finished, Tom, in our qualifying classes, this will give him plenty to go at. And one thing I've noticed...
Oh, and down the inside again goes Adote, 2 in 2 laps at the same corner. There he is on screen now, passing Thomas Chalk.
One thing I've noticed, because he's got a very high steering wheel position for his hands. Normally they go sort of like 9 and 3. He is very much 11 and 1.
But it's accentuated by the fluorescent yellow marigolds that he's wearing. Well, they're racing gloves, but
race gloves.
They look like marigolds.
Oh, Alfie Keeling's on the grass. He's tried to pick the side round the outside of Oliver Bullock. 3 or 4 times he's tried to go round the outside there, Tom. He must get a good run out of hairpin 4, but it's not a... We see overtakes over the start line, but it's not traditional. You'd probably go with the hairpins and South Bank as your traditional overtaking places.
We're starting to get a train of 5 now for P3 overall. Yes. So Oliver Bullock heading this train with Alfie Keeling, as we said, but Joshua Adote now starting to close in, and he's bringing Thomas Chalk and Abel Hutton along as well.
Certainly is. Still got that fastest lap of the race earlier on, but even though he's dipped back into the 48s, we're still 0.3 quicker than Alfie Keeling on the previous lap.
Just an update on the Micromaxes. Archie Mostyn is still leading Tyler Grufferty, so it's as you were in that class.
Still 3.5 minutes to go. I think Somerset and Wilson look comfortable in first and second, respectively. I wouldn't...
Reggie Cook has just come over the line in front of the commentary box here, and he's all over the back of Sam Vout like a rash. He is trying left, right again to try and find a way past Sam Vout. And that's going to bring Alex Hotimer as well into play. And I think he might have made his way through. I'm just checking through the commentary box windows. Cameras trying to drop back now and pick them up.
Tried to go round the outside, Tom. There's the battle on screen. The 2 yellow karts there. Cook is still behind. He tried to go round the outside.
And actually ran into the back of Vout there, and that's cost him a position.
That's allowed Hotimer through.
Yes, and as we said, Hotimer was going to be there to pick up the pieces, but that was quite funny, Reggie Cook there. He was just all over the back of Sam Vout, like trying every way. He's going outside, he's going inside, he's going outside, he's going inside, and just could not find a way through. It was like he was weaving around his rear bumper. There was going to be a fluorescent yellow stripe across his rear bumper if it continued. It's a one to watch. There is this fight. I think they are just coming through hairpin 4 now.
They'll come back into shot.
They are going to come back into shot now.
Now?
There they are. And it's as you were between the 3, but I think this is going to be a great fight. It's going to run to the end of the race. We'll try and keep our eyes on this one. So Oscar Somerset still continues to the lead. The lead is out to 1.3 seconds to Aston Wilson. It's about the same then back to Oliver Bullock. Alfie Keeling another 0.3 back, and then we've got Joshua Adote.
Keeling is through, P5. Tom, now in 3rd place. Missed it off camera, but Alfie Keeling has toiled throughout this race to try and find a way past Oliver Bullock, and has finally done it with 1:15 on the clock.
There goes Reggie Cook having another look down the inside to try and get past Alex Hotimer, but can't get through there, can't get through at hairpin 3, can't get through at hairpin 4. And like we say, it looks like Reggie Cook's kart has certainly got some pace. We just need the driver to be able to find a way through. On the kart, he's trying to overtake, couldn't find a way past Sam Vout, and it actually cost him a position to Hotimer, who he's now trying to repass. He's definitely got some pace as Reggie Cook. needs to be able to find a bit of overspeed somewhere and get a move completed, perhaps down the back straight this time. Maybe use a slipstream to try and close in into South Bank corner. There he goes, looking down the inside again, but again, isn't far enough alongside to get the move completed, and again looks down the inside at hairpin 3. Tries to draw alongside at exit of hairpin 3 and into 4, but again can't get the move completed. Must be really frustrating if you're in that car, under that helmet of Reggie Cook.
Time will elapse down to 0 by the time Oscar Somerset sees South Bank, which means that we will get the last lap board this time round, as Alfie Keeling has a very nervous look over his shoulder down the far end of the circuit, Tom. There he is. So there's your leading duo. This is your battle for third place that I think we should probably stay with, because I get the feeling that this one's going to be quite a tense final lap for this trio of drivers.
There they go. So it is Keeling still leading Adote and Bullock. Last lap board is out. Adote looking very racy on the back of Keeling. Can't get the move completed at hairpins 1 and 2. He liked the move at hairpin 2, but wasn't close enough this time around. Oliver Bullock now in 5th place after holding 3rd for so long. Is he going to be there to pick up the pieces and take a podium?
Gaps there.
Ooh, it closed very quickly.
Out of the final corner though, Tom.
Oh, I should have sent it there, did I? I should have sent it.
Oscar Somerset maintains his 100% record so far. Aston Wilson happy with 2nd, as Adote, pushing Keeling, almost loses 4th place to Oliver Bullock, who had the kart down the inside.
He ended up having to settle for 4th because he had to push Alfie Keeling over the line and use a slipstream to hold off Oliver Bullock.
Yeah, certainly did. So Somerset, Wilson, Keeling in front of Adote, Bullock, Chalk, Hutton, Tennant, Reggie Cook, Sam Vout ends in 10th after a strong start to that race. Had a few updates mid-race, Tom, from Edward Webster.
Oh, we've missed it off camera, but Reggie Cook actually got Hotimer and Vout by the end of the race and ended up P9.
Biding his time was the
yes,
lad.
Just waiting until the opportune moment. Well done, Reggie Cook.
Just a quick update. Apparently Sam Vout's brother James, who I knew I'd sort of clocked the surname. I'm sure we've had James Vout here before. He won the DRS series last year, Edward Webster was telling us. And Thomas Chalk is in Peter's old kart, so probably why it's going rather well.
Ah, fair enough. Okay. Well, that moves us on to our first heat for R200s. Six entries in the R200s this time around, with inters as well. Have we got inters here this weekend?
Didn't have yesterday.
Only R200s, okay. So it will say inters on there, but as a dual grid, but it is actually only R200s. Yes, but as Cat rightly points out, they are an interclass.
They are an interclass, yes.
But it's not inter rotax, that was my point.
No.
Yes. So Honda R200s will be heading out onto the warm-up lap very shortly. So pole position is going to go to JJ Allen. Then it's Tom Nichols and Max Platts. George Wilson, Alex Morley and Marley Simpson, your 6 runners. And there they are.
Just while R200s make their way out onto the track, Tom, just want to say good morning to Mummy Jules. Jules Nichols, not with us this weekend. She's at home, unfortunately, couldn't make it. Tom Nichols' mum, who is a big favourite of many here in the paddock. So good morning to Jules. Hopefully you're enjoying the coverage, and hopefully we get to see you here later on in the season. So field slowing down into their 2 lines.
We've not actually given us any props to the YouTube comments so far, so please Keep your comments coming in on YouTube. We will give you a shout out once this race is
Well, we'll
settled.
dip in depending on our 200. If they spread out, Tom, we'll probably go mid-race.
Yes, so that's what I was just saying. Yeah, I think we will. Once this
Here
race
we
gets
go
settled,
then.
we'll
That is
dip
a
into it.
very early power down, and we are away in racing. So JJ Allen leads us up round the national loop for the first time from Tom Nichols, and then that'll be the Max Platz kart. Yes, it will. Number 26 machine with the orange helmet in third place, being followed by the 33 of George Wilson in P4, Alex Morley and Marley Simpson in the number 25 machine. Complete your 6 runners. Yesterday in qualifying, JJ Allen really did put the marker down. He went faster, and then he went even faster. And then just when we thought that they couldn't go any faster, Tom, he went even faster.
Did he?
Yeah, he did.
Well, that's surprising.
It was one of them. Normally on this Mojo tyre for the R200s and for the Inters, if we had any rotax, they don't normally keep getting faster after that 6 or 7 minute mark. And JJ Allen just did. I think we're 8.5 minutes in and he's still just going faster and faster, and that's not normally what you see on a tyre that's such a soft compound. So we'll see whether Nichols has got anything to go. Now, to be fair to the two of them, they weren't exactly close either in qualifying in terms of track position. So it's not like one of them benefited, albeit Allen was behind Nichols, so he did have a visual target. And
He had the hair, if you like, to chase.
always got to have something to chase. I'll always sort of say that as a joke when my lad will say, oh, well, my Alfano's not on. And I'll say, well, if the cart in front's getting bigger, you're going faster than it. If it's getting smaller, you need to go faster.
Exactly.
So you don't really need one.
No.
Particularly in a race circumstance.
We never had one when we were growing up, did we, David?
No.
When we were racing.
First we had was an Alfano 3, and it was like the size
one of them with the 2 buttons on it.
Yeah, it was tiny, wasn't it?
And I've always said, there's 2 types of people in life. One knows how those 2 buttons work, and the other doesn't.
The weird thing is, there must have been an Alfano 1 and Alfano 2, but the Alfano 3 was so basic, I don't know what the 1 and 2 did.
Don't know. But
I imagine you had to press the button to start it yourself and press the button for the lap as you crossed the line yourself as well.
It had one button on it. One turned it on and one turned it off.
I believe so, yeah. It was the Nokia 402 of lap timers, wasn't it?
It's that one with the 2 buttons. It's
iconic.
Yes. You either knew how they worked or you didn't. And if you didn't, you had to get somebody who did to come around.
All these kids with their Alfano 7s and their Unipro 6s wouldn't know what they were doing, would they, Tom? How old do we sound having this conversation?
Every 50 metres they get in
back in our day where our lap timers were black and white.
Back in our day, you had to get them out off a printout. They were literally black and white on a piece of paper.
Weren't computers to download them onto.
Aye.
Nichols right in the wheel tracks here of JJ Allen. Electing at the moment not to show his hand early. There's a battle going on as well, Tom, for 4th place between Morley and Wilson. With Morley now up into 4th place.
Realise that we've just made ourselves sound so old that it sounds like we were racing when the Romans were throwing spears at us.
I invented the first kart.
You put 4 wheels off the horse and cart.
Yeah, back in the 50s on RAF bases in this country.
That'd be the 1850s, ladies and gents.
Cheers, mate.
We're not that old, are we?
No, we're both 40. Well, I said we're not both 41. You're 42 now, aren't you?
I am 42 now, yeah. Which, yeah, there's kids racing in cadet that weren't even born when I started racing, and I started racing very late in life.
I think I retired in 2018. Officially. We did do Le Mans.
I was going to say, yeah, retired? I've not retired.
From regular participation.
I've not retired. I just haven't driven for a while. Probably won't again, but I've not retired.
Nichols still with that fastest lap of the race, not allowing JJ Allen to break free here. Also, though, with still half this race to go, not really wanting to be the leader of that duo.
I think cars is going to have to be the way to go now. I think I'm done with karting now. Body just won't hold up anymore. Cars is the way to go. Speaking of cars,
I bet I get you one in. I bet I get you one in next week. For
I'll have a little play next week.
It's important for us to have a few laps around the track to understand what the drivers are going through.
Yes.
And how much faster they are than we.
Yes, that as well. But no, speaking of cars, shout to one of our former alumni. In fact, a couple of our former alumni, really. But one former alumni here, going very well so far this year in Ginetta Juniors.
Well, two, actually, from
well, that's
here.
what I said. There are a couple, but one is going particularly well.
I don't know whether they've had a race this morning, but 4 races into the season and 4 race victories so far for one of our former drivers in Lewis Goff, who was actually here in Pro Kart at the last round. So I'm just having a hack round for something to do.
Yes, and showing very well. But of course, showing even better, as you said, David, in Ginetta Juniors. 4 races, 4 wins.
3 race wins at Donington, opening round of the season. 2 weeks later, goes to Silverstone, qualifies 5th, wins the opening race of the weekend. He'll start 2nd for the second race of today, and then points accumulation from them gives him the positions for the final. Addison Smith as well, Tom, who we've seen here many times in both rotax and Pro Kart. Change for the lead as Tom Nichols ducks out of the slipstream. 3.5 minutes to go as he slides down the inside of JJ Allen at South Bank.
I did wonder if he was biding his time here, Nichols, and that's why we were sort of musing on other subjects, because there wasn't a lot of fighting going on at the front as Nichols just weighed up JJ Allen, I think it was fair to say, over the last few laps. But now has made the move and got through, and now we're going to see what JJ Allen has got in response as our attention reverts back to what is actually happening on the track. Looks like Max Platz is holding a very comfortable 3rd place at the moment, as Allen has a look down the inside at hairpin 3 but won't get the move completed. Then we've got George Wilson in a likewise very comfortable 4th place, Morley 5th and Simpson in 6th place, but our fight for position is right at the very front of this one. Looks like Nichols is gapping Allen ever so slightly. I think the slipstream will come into play once they exit hairpin 2, and that gap will reduce once again. But just around the national loop, it looked like Nichols was pulling away, and in fact, there we go. You can see it visually on the screen in front of you. Allen using the slipstream to full effect and actually has to duck out to carry the speed through South Bank Corner and not push Tom Nichols into it. I thought he was going to have a look up the inside into hairpin 4 there. Does draw alongside on exit, but Nichols will have the momentum and holds on to the lead as they head over the line. 1.5 minutes to go, plus a lap.
700ths between them, which normally means that the front bumper of the kart behind is wedged firmly into the rear bumper of the kart in front. That's the distance between the 2 transponders, the small boxes on the back of each of the driver's seat, which lets us know their lap times. Been
a noticeable drop-off in lap time as well from their best laps, which were around about lap 2 to 4.
Well, this is what I mentioned yesterday about qualifying, Tom, as I wasn't expecting anybody to go any faster after the half race distance mark in qualifying yesterday. It was a 10-minute session yesterday in quali. But, I wasn't expecting anybody to go any faster, and JJ Allen was finding tenths later on in the race, so in that session, So whether he can do it again in this race.
Well, that's 3 laps in a row that Tom Nichols has put in a 45.9. JJ Allen's done 2 45.9s and a 46.0, compared to best laps of a 45.6 and a 45.7, respectively. So there has been a noticeable drop-off after the mid-race point. Max Plant's pretty much the same as well. So yeah, that's that qualifying session yesterday was the exception to the norm, although still surprising to see quite such a drop-off. Normally you only see a tenth and a half, but we're
particularly with them working together
almost
as well.
up to half a second.
Yeah, nose to tail. 2 laps to go then in Honda R200 as Tom Nichols and JJ Allen remain stuck together. Nichols now goes into a slightly more defensive mode, particularly into hairpin 1.
I have a feeling we're going to see a noticeable drop in tyre pressures for Heat 2, because we won't be the only ones spotting this drop-off in lap time.
No, and it's also proper warm out there.
Well, it is. I think it's a lot warmer than certainly what the drivers' mechanics would have been expecting. And so pressures have been set, and I've got a feeling they're going to be adjusted for race 2. Last lap board out now. Tom Nichols still holding on to the lead from JJ Allen. What has Allen got left in the tank? Is he close enough? There's a bit of a gap once again, opens up in the national loop. Allen's going to close it up through hairpin 1 and 2, as we see on screen. And then he's going to get a run down the back straight in the slipstream. Has he got anything left for Tom Nichols on the last lap? 2 corners to go.
Nichols with a defensive line on entry to ward off any nose down the inside, and Allen then with a huge chunk of understeer into hairpin number 3 unsettles the kart, and he's not going to get an opportunity in the final couple of corners to slide down the inside. Tom Nichols takes victory in the first heat of the day in Honda R200 from JJ Allen. Max Platz with a assured run to 3rd place. He looks comfortable there. The rest of the field spread out fairly similarly as well as George Wilson comes in, although that engine does sound a bit spluttery when it came in, the 33 of George Wilson. Alex Morley crosses the line for P5, and Marley Simpson comes through out of hairpin number 4, and he too peels straight off into the pit lane.
So that brings to an end our Honda R200 first race, and coming up next will be heat number 1 for junior rotax. 17 entries for juniors this time around, so a good grid once again. And it's going to be headed by Layla Berryman. Going to go off P1 with Jake Grufferty in 2nd. Logan Pebbody is going to go from P3 with Alex Lynn in 4th. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson in 5th with Morgan Cooney 6th. Joey Swan will go off P7 with Joseph Cheetham in 8th. Adam Causer in 9th, who we picked up in practice, who had a loose bumper. I'm sure that's been repaired and replaced for Adam Causer. Jaden Stonehouse will go from 10th, then Ted Hall in 11th, Jacob Carnes in 12th, Ronnie Harrer in 13th, Henry Armitage P14, Mark Lauraldo Gomez in 15th, and Jack Freeman and Max Hall 16th and 17th.
Juniors making their way out then. For me, Jake Grufferty will be the one to beat here. He was strong at round number 1. And you could sort of tell at round number 1 the drivers just spent a lot of the time feeling each other out, particularly at the final where they were sort of in their respective positions. There wasn't a huge amount of overtaking, was there, between Grufferty, Lynn and Carnes. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson this time will be, for her first outing here this season, a calendar clash of round number 1 meant that she wasn't there, as Max Hall has a little bit of a spin. We are away in racing, though, at the first time of asking, as we run up towards the right-hander of the national loop, and Grufferty has moved through into the lead already in front of Layla Berryman and Alex Lynn. Lynn and Berryman argue over tarmac at hairpin 1. Berryman holds on, although Lynn will try and get a little bit of a switch back and move to the inside. Can't get it done. Comes out the slipstream for a second time up towards South Bank, and this time Alex Lynn slides through the gap, and there may well still be a gap there for Morgan Cooney to go through as well. That door is closed by Berryman. Who's that going out wide in the Lando Norris colours? We'll pick them up as they come through. They slot in behind Ted Hall. That's the number 18 of Logan Pebbody.
Yeah.
Jacob Carnes gets squeezed a little bit, I think, through the D. So Pebbody's getting shuffled back a little bit here. Rejoins just in front of the 80 of Mark Laredo Gomez. That slows Gomez slightly, and down the inside goes Jack Freeman.
And Stansmore Wilson at hairpin 2 as well. She's taken 4th place away from Morgan Cooney. And we'll start to go to work on Layla Berryman, we would expect, unless Cooney's got a response straight away. Tries to go around the outside at hairpin 3. And it's as you were. So it is Gruffity from Lynn, Berryman, Stansmore Wilson, Cooney, Cheetham, Causer, Hall, Ted, Stonehouse and Carnes, your top 10.
Stansmore Wilson already up onto the back of Layla Berryman, not quite close enough to find a way past at hairpin 1. There's a train of about 10 carts, Tom, all behind Jaden Stonehouse, who's doing well in P9 to hold them all off. Catch them there in the background, so might pick them up as they come out of hairpin 3.
I think that was Stonehouse actually doing 2 in 2
there
corners.
He is there in the green for Stonehouse.
He did. He did 2 in 2 corners there and moved to the front of that train very, very cleanly. Through hairpins 1 and 2 did Jaden Stonehouse. Who we said last round had made some strides forward.
Wide goes Joseph Cheetham under his own steam there at hairpin number 1. That opens the door for Ted Hall and may well also open the door for Jack Freeman in the 9. There goes Jacob Carnes down the inside of Jaden Stonehouse.
It was Adam Causer actually who did the 2 in 2 corners. It was the Tony Kart colours.
That's moved away in P6.
Yes, yeah. Adam Causer made his way through there. Apologies, that was great driving from Adam Causer and has moved through. We've got a penalty for the 143 of Joseph Cheetham. Not sure what that was for, but it does say penalty, not a warning. And now Adam Causer moving through on Morgan Cooney, I think that was. Was it? I'm trying to catch it now out the commentary box window. It's the 43 of Ted Hall. So that, oh no, apologies. It's Stone. It's these colours that are throwing me off. It's the Stonehouse and Causer and
Stansmore Wilson's finally found a way past Layla Berryman. That's been a tough few minutes' work for Isabella Stansmore Wilson, and credit to Layla Berryman. Stansmore Wilson are now up into that 3rd place, but they've got a big gap. Talking about gaps, though, what, Tom? The one at the front's come down somewhat on the last couple of laps. Alex Lynn on the last one took 2/10 out of Gruffity, that was second at one point, then down to 9/10, 6/10, 4/10 now. Here's that 4/10 gap. So the lead battle is tighter than what it was. Still with 5.5 minutes to go. Again, I wonder if this is a tyre pressure effort, Tom, because Gruffity was very fast early doors. We say this a lot about rotax classes. You can't really set these karts up for the entire race. You either go strong at the start and try and get away, or try and be rapid at the end and hope you've got through enough to take full advantage come the end of the race.
It's a bit different for the final, but for the random grids, yeah, you've got to set your kart up based on where your grid position is going to be, really. So if you're lower down the order, you're going to need to set it up to make positions up quickly and be slower towards the end of the race. Likewise, if you're at the front, you do the opposite. You set it up to be fast. At the end of the races, there was contact there side by side through the D chicane.
Between Max Hall and Joseph Cheetham. Not a lot in it, really, Tom. They were just side by side going for the same corner, and neither of them really wanted to let the other one... neither wanted to back out, basically.
No, and it was Max Hall who ended up coming out on top of that one with... is it Ronnie Harrow that was involved as well? Yes, it was. As they went through. So field spreading out now. Except at the front where Alex Lynn is closing in. And we've also got Layla Berryman, who's holding on very well to the back of Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. For third place, Morgan Cooney still in touch as well.
They
then
need
it's
to
a
chop
gap
on a little
back
bit, though,
to
Tom.
Jacob Carnes.
That's why.
Yes.
Because he is coming towards them at a rate of around about 4/10 a lap.
Well, Jack Freeman in P8 just set a lap 6/10 faster than the leader.
What I'm saying, Freeman yesterday in practice was very much under the radar. He went round, Tom, pretty much on his own all day. Just in his own air, towards the back of the field, not standing out. Mm-hmm. Standing out now.
Certainly is, yes. Making his way through and is probably going to end up with 3 minutes plus a lap to go. Going to be in the fight for P3.
Well, he could do with Carnes getting in that mix, couldn't he? And sort of slowing him down. Oh, that was Alex Lynn.
It was Alex Lynn taking the lead with a block pass into hairpin 3, which very unusual. Got the move completed through the exit of South Bank and then just fully locked up the brakes and parked it so that Jake Grufferty could not get a cutback at hairpin 3. Got that move done, and now Grufferty is all over the back of Lynn, who is already going extremely defensive. That's going to be, as Grufferty goes back through for the lead at hairpin 2.
Similarly, exquisite block pass as well, Tom, and Lynn is straight back at him down the inside at South Bank. Grufferty seemed somewhat preoccupied with his Nassau panel. He was pulling it back up into position down the back straight, and Alex Lynn moved through to retake the lead. I'm going to see if I can get a closer look as to what might be going on there. It's wobbling around a bit at the bottom.
I think the bottom screw has come out. The rest of it's in place, but it's just wobbling around a little bit at the bottom of it, and probably a little bit distracting for the driver, but it's not going to have any impact on performance. So Stansmore-Wilson has now created a small gap to Layla Berryman in third.
There goes Freeman. Though,
yeah, Freeman is now carving his way through that group. He got onto the back of it and has already passed two. So has passed Ted Hall and Morgan Cooney now, I think it is as well.
Hall is through as well on Cooney. Down the inside, Cooney left a gaping hole as he came round South Bank towards hairpin 3. And
Freeman now alongside Layla Berryman, going to go round the outside the long way, but can't get
in front.
Can't get that done. Yeah, so Carnes has got past Berryman now, and Freeman's going to be the next one.
Fastest lap of the race so far from Freeman earlier on as he goes down the inside of Layla Berryman hard on the brakes. And driver that we don't really know a lot about, Tom, given that this is his first weekend here, but this is a great way of introducing yourself.
Yeah. Well, welcome to Teesside. Scything his way through the pack. And showing very well, like you said, David, a little bit under the radar yesterday, just going around on his own, but definitely showing pace. And that fastest lap, a full half a second quicker than our race leader's fastest lap as well, of Alex Lynn. So definite pace there for Freeman. He is already on to the back of Jacob Carnes.
He was also on the back of Isabella Stansmore-Wilson.
Yeah, so like we called it earlier on, probably going to be in the fight for third place. Just see whether he can get the move completed here. As we reach the closing stages of this one, Alex Lynn still leading from Jake Grufferty, who did put in a personal best last time around, trying to re-close that gap to Alex Lynn. Stansmore-Wilson now being pushed across the line by Jacob Carnes. So she's very much aware that Jacob Carnes is there. As you said, David, penultimate lap we are on now.
2 to go. There's Jake Grufferty down the inside of Alex Lynn with a block pass into hairpin number 2. He will retake the lead.
On screen has taken fourth place away from Jacob Carnes. Last lap board is going to go out this time around. One more position for Jack Freeman to get onto the podium. I think it'd be far too much to expect him to close the gap on 1 and 2, but potential podium on the cards on debut on a random grid.
Carnes and Hall going at
now
it.
Leads.
Carnes and Hall going at it just behind Tom as they came through the dog leg. They'll be racing together next weekend, so Need to keep it a little bit friendly. So Hall's going to try the move down the inside of Carnes into hairpin 2. Gets that move done beautifully for Ted Hall. And he's up to 5th place.
Jake Grufferty is heading through hairpin 4 already, and he's going to take victory here. Looked like he was a little bit off at the in the mid portion of this race, but came back strong at the end. Took the victory away from Alex Lynn, who finishes P2. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson comes across the line in P3. A brilliant drive from Jack Hall in P4, making up 12 places through that race and the fastest lap of the race as well in P4. Then it's Ted Hall in 5th place, Jacob Carnes in 6th, Layla Berryman P7, Morgan Cooney in 8th, Adam Causer comes across the line in P9, and Jaden Stonehouse in 10th. Then it was Joey Swan, Max Hall, Ronnie Harrow with a personal best on the final lap of the race, Logan Pebbody, Joseph Cheetham, Henry Armitage, and Mark Laredo Gomez. Completing your 17 runners, and all 17 made the finish. Which doesn't sound like it should be a thing, but in junior rotax we do have quite a high attrition rate. And they do tend to fall by the wayside with at least a couple of retirements each race. But all of them have made it to the finish line in Heat 1, which is great to see. And they will come across the line now and just clear the grid. Clear the track, should I say. And then we're going to go with the first of our senior rotax heats. 5 entries in senior rotax, random grid once again. So Paul Swan is going to go off pole position with Oscar War alongside in P2 on the outside of the grid. Then it's going to be Oliver O'Donovan and Evelyn Bye, and then Holly Swan will be the 5th. And we are just awaiting the weighing of the driver. So there's a bit of a queue to get off the track at the moment. And then we'll get our senior rotax Heat 1 underway. I enjoyed that one in juniors. There's a lot of action, actually. For
Lots of new drivers making names for themselves there. Tom, early doors.
Also, yes, that as well. Yeah, there's a lot to get through, wasn't there? I think senior rotax might be a little bit less so, as we've only got three of our 5 that were put on the grid. So we've got Paul Swan,
Oliver O'Donovan and Holly Swan.
Yes. So no Evelyn Bye and no Oscar War.
Evelyn Bye signed on, I think tested a bit yesterday, but obviously 5 weeks ago had a fairly big crash with I think she broke her arm actually, but the extra week between has given her an opportunity to get back out. I think she's racing Camperlos next weekend as well.
Okay.
In one of the academy teams.
A 24-hour race, 6 weeks after breaking an arm?
Yeah.
That's good effort, isn't it?
Steady, isn't it?
Worthy of a mention, I reckon, during the stream. Of course, that's the other thing that we haven't mentioned so far. Of course, we are going to be there, but the reason that we're there is because it's being live streamed.
Certainly is. Oliver O'Donovan up and round the outside of Paul Swan into the right-hander of the National Loop. He won't be at Camperlos next weekend, though, unfortunately. Wants to, but it's GCSE year for him. So, and that's why Holly can't go either. They've all got them exam things, Tom.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, GCSEs this year, of course, and we're in April, and we'll be closing in on May. So when GCSEs are around May time anyway, aren't they? So
yeah, exactly.
Very important time. Yeah, it just clicked with me that. What with it being a long time since I've done my GCSEs.
Yeah, they're in the middle of them. That's the thing. They're cracking on with them now. It's April and May these days. I mean,
this is crunch time.
Well, see, even one of our trainees at work, they have to hand their dissertations in at uni now in April.
Right.
Normally, it used to be you used to get the whole summer to do it and then rush it in the last month. Now they have to do it whilst doing everything else. So I'm not quite sure why. I'm assuming it's so that they can get some help by the tutors whilst they're still at uni. I've got no idea, but yeah, he's got to hand his in next Friday, I think. So.
No, I do remember actually my when I was living in my first house away from parental house. My housemate was doing his dissertation at the time, and yeah, I was sat outside in the back garden with a beer, and he was upstairs on the PC writing his dissertation. And I was like, "Come on, mate, come out and have a beer with me." As you can tell, I was a wonderful supporting influence on him.
Oh yes,
he's done all right for himself now. He's partner in an IT firm. So.
Oh, and you went on to run a pub.
I was running the pub at the time.
Oh, okay,
it was working for me as well.
Oliver O'Donovan leads then from Holly Swan and Paul Swan. Paul will be coming with us to Campillos. We've gone through all of the drivers and where they'll be next weekend.
Yes. Should we continue this throughout the
Well, that also explains why Oscar War isn't in rotax this weekend. He's in Pro Kart because he's practicing, because next weekend he's in Pro Kart at Campillos.
Right, and we're going to go through the Pro Kart field as well and decide, and you're going to give us an update on who...
Well, you'll do the grid and I'll just go, yes,
yes,
no,
yes. As you could tell, we're very excited to be going out to Spain next week.
It does remind me a bit, and just because of the sunshine, that first year that we went to stream at Le Mans, which was 24. And
it wasn't 24 degrees,
well, no,
it was like 30.
Well, I remember the first year Kat did say to us, "We've got you a little room in the office." And I went, "How's about we borrow that 3x3 awning over there, and you set me and Tom up right in the middle of this sunny pit lane?" And Kat went, "Yeah, all right then."
Yeah. And
it's the best.
I was just going to say, it's probably the best decision, certainly in commentary, that you've ever made.
Oh, in commentary, yes. It's up there. I think, obviously, I've had the best 5 moments of my life, but best decisions, obviously, other than, convincing my wife that marrying me was a good idea.
Then actually marrying her.
And
then the birth of 2 children.
That wasn't a decision, though.
Well,
that wasn't a happening. A decision is where I've gone, I think I'm going to do that, and it's worked out really well.
Okay.
That's the top 3 for me. I think we should take that awning and we should set up in this pit lane. Because not only is it good for getting information and getting drivers in to talk to us and giving them the necessary coverage, it does also allow us to get a truck driver tan on at least one arm at a time, depending on which side of the awning the sun is.
Well, I had it on a leg in Le Mans last year.
We did every 3 hours. We both mute the audio, get up, move the awning 1 foot to the right,
or swap positions, don't we? It's very rare that we swap positions because we do our ant and deck.
We have an ant and deck. I'm always to Tom's right.
Always. It just makes it much easier for us. In fact, it's something that we sort of fell into, isn't it? But we just do it now.
I think we just did 2 or 3 seasons before realising. And we stood on the opposite side one day and went,
this feels wrong. It's like when you hold, if you hold your partner's hand the wrong way. Do you know what I mean? Like if you...
Oh, Ashlyn hates the intertwined fingers.
No, but if you intertwine the fingers, but if you do it... Hang on, I'm trying to... Give me your hand. Right, hang on. Right, so there's like that way.
Please don't put the Combox camera on right now.
No, there's that way, and then there's that way to interlock the fingers. And if you do it that way, it's horrendous.
Can I be honest with you? Both feel uncomfortable when you're doing it.
Well, that's a you problem. I'm very comfortable.
If you'd like more of just Tom and I just being mates for 12 hours... Join us next weekend at Campillos, because this is pretty much what you're going to get.
This is exactly the place that you need to be as well. Just 12, right on this
12 till 12 of just me and Tom being me and Tom.
Yes, very much looking forward to that as well.
With a few special guests, I'm sure, that will rope into the commentary box.
Do you know what I need to do? I haven't checked the weather for next week yet. Kat says it's supposed to be good, but I've just realised something. We're going to be on a plane, as in PLAIN.
As in, like,
in Spain, and where does the rain fall normally?
Not in the plane, I hope, because if it does, they've got a bit of a problem.
Well, have you never heard the phrase, the rains in Spain fall mainly on the plane?
No, I've heard of snakes on a plane.
Oh, okay.
Very different.
Let me have a quick little looky-loo.
I'll be honest with you. If I get taken to southern Spain and it rains, I
He's
will
gonna
be fuming. Because if I wanted it to rain, I'd have gone Peak District.
Would you like a fun fact?
Yeah.
It's currently warmer here.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh. Camperlos is cancelled. We'll just do it here.
Right.
We will not.
I've got thunderstorms on Wednesday,
Oh.
which is...
Cat's turned it into a holiday with an inconvenient 24-hour race in the middle.
Right. Saturday is going to be 23 degrees and sunny cloudy, and Sunday 25 degrees and sunny cloudy. Friday's 24 degrees. Not baking hot,
I'm told in the live chat
but
that
at least it'll be dry.
I'm told in the live chat that Ange Folcus will see us in Spain, but I wasn't sure that Josh was driving. So is she just turning it into a holiday as well?
No, why not?
Yeah. I wonder if Cat's setting her to work.
Cat's got Ange on the doors. On the gate, checking tickets. Oh, what have we got here? Oh, okay. Right, bad news.
Bad news.
Juniors, number 1 4... Oh, no, hang on. Right, I'm going to need to decrypt this. Hold on.
Tom's going to decipher the code, which, to be fair, does look fairly simple to decipher. It's the driver's number and the reason they've been given a 5-second penalty or similar. So Tom is just going to pick up on that in a moment. He's writing it down. From 2 races, I believe, R200 and Junior Rotax. And, 3, I think we've got Junior Pro Kart on there as well. 2 minutes to go then, as Oliver O'Donovan at the front of this race has a comfortable gap to Holly Swan, who in turn has a comfortable gap to Paul Swan. As I hand back over to Tom with a penalty update.
Yes, so Max Platt in Honda R200s was disqualified for underweight. Junior Pro Kart
77 is that? That'll be Isaac Wellburn.
Yes, picked up a penalty. Yeah, Isaac Wellburn, 5 seconds.
Is that advantage by contact by the look of things?
And then
AVD?
Junior Rotax, we've got, bear with while I scroll down, Jake Gruffity, race winner, disqualified for being underweight. So that promotes Alex Lynn to
It says
the victory.
underweight there, but on there it also says Nassau bracket. Oh, it's just loose.
That was just loose.
Oh,
yeah,
but
not a
underweight
penalty.
as well. Yeah,
Yes,
so-
an underweight, so disqualified, and a 5-second penalty for an unsafe rejoin for Joseph Cheetham as well. Demotes Joseph Cheetham down to 16th and last place. But Jake Gruffity, the big story out of that one.
Jacob Carnes with a 5-second front fairing as well, Tom, was that?
But where have you got that?
the timing screen to your left-hand side.
Right, okay, yes. But you've also got, so that promotes Jack Freeman onto the podium on debut
Oh, superb
in
effort.
Junior Rotax.
Really good effort there, then.
Oops, I've clicked the wrong thing now. That's not it either.
5 seconds on the clock, so Oliver O'Donovan, who is heading towards South Bank, will make his way round. He'll see
Furiously
the
clicking away trying to get a grid for Senior
last
Pro
lap
Carts.
board in a few moments' time. So he'll come out of hairpin 4. There is the last lap board for Oliver O'Donovan.
About 6.5 seconds going to be the gap as he comes over the line from Holly Swan. 7 seconds almost, in fact. And Paul Swan around about 18 seconds behind when he comes over the line. Here he comes now, 18.5.
Angie Folcus has joked in the live chat that she is driving at Camperlos.
Is she?
And for the safety of most of the drivers, I sincerely hope not.
I sincerely hope that the track is cleared and, yeah, she's given it at least a 10-second gap in front and behind.
I've heard they're
while on
actually.
circuit.
I've heard they're painting a lane 1.5 meters wide all the way around the outside of the circuit, the Ange lane.
Well, you can't remember the last time you were on track with Ange Falkers, can you?
Well, of course I can remember.
You've
She fired me to the moon.
You've still got concussion from it.
Oliver O'Donovan picks up the win in senior rotax as Tom and I reminisce about the good times of me getting fired up the bank.
She still holds you
Howells.
accountable for the fact that she was waving to the pit lane as she came past.
And forgot to turn left.
Yes.
Which apparently was my fault.
Sent you up the supermoto track. It still makes me laugh. I'm sure she will be back in touch very shortly. Yes, so that brings to an end Senior Rotax heat number 1. And coming up next will be the final heat in our first round of cycles. Our first cycle of heats. That's it. That's the words I was looking for. Still waiting for the coffee to kick in, folks. So, pole position is going to go to Liam Edmonds. 24 on the grid, of course, triple class here as well. So 3 classes in the one race. Clubman, novice, and pro. Of course, pro being the top level of drivers. So Liam Edmonds is going to go off pole position, although in the Clubman class. Then we've got Joseph Williams, also in Clubman class in P2. Zach Dean will lead your novices with David Brown, the first of your pros, in P4. Danny Bean will go off P5 with the UK plate of Bradley Rowe in 6th. Then we've got Oscar Waugh in 7th, Sam Neri in 8th, Ike Needham in 9th, and Curtis Yule will round out your top 10. Then we've got Darcy Hall, Marty Gilfillan, Zach Dawson, Thomas Woolley, Matthew Hauschby rounds out the top 15 with Mark Tate and Scott Tate alongside each other, 16th and 17th. Zachary Hudson, Lewis Jolly, Lewis Blench. Maximus Shields goes off 21st position in the O plate and championship leader. Then it's Isaac Duff in 22nd. And Nigel Richardson will go off the back of the grid.
So, field making their way round then. Nice and slowed down by the front row of Edmonds and Williamson. 2 graduates of juniors, albeit a year apart. Edmonds now in his first year of seniors. Williamson in his second. Up towards the acceleration zone we go. Green flag drops and we're away and racing as they head up towards the National for the first time. Neri and Hudson go wide. We've got a spin in the middle. We have. It's Zach Dean, I think, has gone round. Collected Sam Neri in the middle of the spin. Oscar Waugh comes out of the melee in the lead from Ike Needham, Danny Bean, Liam Edmonds. Then that looks like David Brown, P5. The UK plate of Bradley Rowe in front of Zach Dawson. Scott Tate with a good start puts him in comfortably inside the top 10 in front of Darcy Hall. And it looks like it's Tom Woolley just behind. And then it could well be Curtis Yule. Yes, it is, in the 434. He's in P10. As that looks like that's David Brown. He's trying to go down the inside of Liam Edmonds. Job done. Edmonds and Bradley Rowe will try and run side by side. Rowe slots back in as they cross the timing line then at the end of lap number 1. Waugh, Needham, Bean, Brown, Edmonds, Rowe, Dawson, Tate, Hall, Woolley in front of, I think it could well be Maximus Shields just behind Curtis Yule. Yes, it is, as Yule goes down the inside of Woolley. Change for the lead as well as Ike Needham goes past Oscar Waugh, and then dab a break mid-corner to stop Waugh getting the run back on him. Works nicely for Ike Needham. Catches Danny Bean out slightly, though, and that allows David Brown to move through and up into 3rd place. That'll be 3 wide as they head up towards hairpin number 2, as Liam Edmonds with a great move down the inside. Ike Needham, for some reason, doesn't seem to be particularly happy with Oscar Waugh, and that'll maybe put Oscar Waugh back in front. And Oscar Waugh gets a contact warning, so that's all explained.
Yes, I was just going to point that out, David. Well done. So Oscar Waugh actually then got nerfed out of the way at the on the national loop and drops down to P3.
Well, anything you can do, I can do. And they're all sort of concertinaing together at hairpin 2. And if we can get a shot of them going down the back straight, that's what happens.
Yeah, four wide now. Currently, 3 wide. Side by side,
Shields
and eventually they'll drop into line.
Shields is wide there on the outside in the middle of this. This is tough for all of them to get through here. And put the kart on the
Oh,
inside, and then that's
something,
Darcy Hall tipped into a spin.
Yeah, that was Shields on the
by
inside.
the aforementioned.
There was never going to be a gap there because he was just trying to find his way through the traffic.
The thing is, though, he couldn't really be anywhere else, could he? He had a kart to the right-hand side of him, and the white line on the inside, but as Tom rightly says, there are 2 pedals on the kart.
Yes. Could have just backed out of it slightly, but elected not to and just go for the gap anyway. And Dawson is now pinned to the inside by Shields, who drives clean around the outside at hairpin 2.
It's showing contact warning for 0. 0 will be Shields because he has the O plate registered to his name, but races the 43 because, well, he's in the kart that can't run any other number.
Yes.
So it is the 43.
But now in front of Danny Bean is Shields, so now up to P7 with the fastest lap of the race. As well is Shields from P21. Picked up that warning, as you said, David, for the incident with Hall, but everybody has carried on, and Darcy Hall is actually still carrying on and is in 18th position now.
Sandwiched between Lewis Jolly and Tom Woolley at the moment. She has moved up, I think, to P17.
It's Needham still leading the way, though. From, that's Edmonds, isn't it, coming across the line
Shields
now.
up to
And then
6th. Yeah, Edmonds, Edmonds dropped down to P5 early doors and has worked his way back up nicely. I think put the kart where he needed to, took advantage earlier on of Needham and War having a
I'll tell you who's
little
coming.
battle.
Scott Tate.
Scott Tate. And to be fair, Tom, Max Shields down the
as
inside
expected from Max
Bradley
Shields.
Rowe.
Scott Tate, also semi-expected to be running towards the front of this one, but hadn't mentioned him so far. But Scott Tate has carved his way through to 4th place now.
Quality opening lap as well for Tate, wasn't it, Tom? I think he made 5, 6, maybe more places than that to go down the back straight, I think, in P9. Currently running 4th. Shields then up into 5th now as he got past Bradley Rowe, that allowed David Brown to come past as well.
Another contact warning for the 43 cut, so that's 2 now for Maximus Shields as he's finding his way
him and
through
Bradley
the field.
Rowe, I think they were,
They
again,
came together,
ran side by
didn't
side, and neither wished to relent in that battle.
Needham, Edmonds and War doing everything they can now to hold off the
I tell you
the clutches of Tate and Shields, who are now starting to reel them in.
4.5 minutes to go, Tom, and Needham isn't dropping Edmonds at all.
No. And Oscar War, likewise. As you said, David, first time out in Pro Kart. We've got a warning going out for Matthew Houshby.
He's raced one before. He's won a race here, actually, Tom, in Pro Kart.
Have I missed that then somewhere?
Last season, he came out for a play.
Was that right
or two.
at the end?
Yeah.
Ah, right, okay.
Williamson, who started on the front row, peels off into the pits. Looks like he may well have a problem.
My apologies, Oscar. I've done you a disservice there.
Yeah, he's won some races well, at least one race in senior Pro Kart. Here's Oscar War.
Still showing very well, though, despite that relative
He did the
inexperience.
4-hour race here, Tom, with Curtis Yule, where we ran 2 hours in one direction, 2 hours in reverse on the full international. And they led that race until a exhaust decided it didn't want to be on the kart that was leading the race anymore.
Well, Shields and Tate have just gone side by side through the dogleg and the kink, and Tate has managed to hold on to position there as they now start to properly get onto the rear bumper of Oscar Ward. Shields launches down the inside of Scott Tate and gets the move completed, but that's the gap that Oscar Ward was hoping to get, and Tate draws alongside actually down the back straight and into South Bank, something that I didn't expect to see compared to what we saw at the last round.
I saw it, to be honest, because Shields got the kart stopped at hairpin 2 almost at a standstill to do the overtake, and then thought that dropping down in the seat was going to be enough, and I think he needed to be a block overtake and then a full defend into South Bank to get that one done and complete, and then move forward to the next driver.
But Tate through once again. We'll see whether Shields has got anything in response. I'm sure he will have. David Brown as well. That brought David Brown back into play. And again, Shields forceful
and that
hairpin 2.
There we go.
Block past, yes. But that's going to completely bulk all of their progress. And it's brought the 3 karts behind right onto their rear bumper and given a massive gap to Oscar War in front.
He's going to have to go some to catch that trio, isn't he? But in the end, if we're looking at an overall championship battle here, maybe Shields feels that Tate is going to be his nearest rival this season. And if he can get through and get in front, that's the job done. There's nothing against those in front, but War is unlikely to do a full season. Liam Edmonds is in the club class rather than the pro class. And in terms of actual position in class, he's only going to drop a point to Needham. So
what you're saying is it could be very smart driving, despite what it looks like on camera.
Well, overall, in the scheme of the race, it looks that he's lost time to the leaders.
Yes, that's what I'm saying, yes.
He's gained a position against what he will feel is the driver that can challenge him most this season in this senior Pro Kart Pro Class grid. So, particularly in a race where he started this from P21.
Yes, he did. Yeah.
And Tate started in front of him in P17.
Good to see Mark Tate back out there as well.
It was
currently down in 13th place, but good to see Mark
17th to 8th on lap 1 for Tate, Tom. I knew he made a charge through, and it was 9 places he made up on that opening lap. Took advantage of everything that happened down at the far end. There's a very frustrated Bradley Rowe out there on the outside, Tom, and that's because he's getting swamped by lots of them. That's Danny Bean trying to go down the inside of Isaac Duff. There's Zach Hudson on the back of that in the 81.
Bean ends up losing a place there.
Yeah, back to Bradley Rowe. 2 laps to go then. And Liam Edmonds is all over the back of Ike Needham.
Surprised to see Danny Bean actually about to lose possibly a top 10 place. And he was fighting over the lead at the start of this one. So dropping back. Is Danny Bean, which, as I say, is very surprising to see.
Lap and a half to go here then, Tom, in, well, even less than that, in fact, as they head round 3 and 4. Ike Needham feeling the need to go defensive, Tom, on Liam Edmonds. They'll come up to start one more lap, and credit to Liam Edmonds was, I'm going to be as objective as possible here early doors and then throw the superlatives at him. He was a decent junior driver, but didn't really pull up any trees. Ran always sort of in that, always challenging for a podium, but never really stood out. And I tell you what, that extra horsepower and the extra 20 kilo of weight in seniors, and over the winter, he has become a real challenger, Tom. And he's going to go at Ike Needham to the point where Ike Needham feels the need to defend down the back straight towards South Bank. Liam Edmonds so far, I know we're only 2 rounds in, but of those drivers that you wouldn't have put, names on it at the start of the year, he is really one for me. He's the standout so far. Needham's having to defend this all the way to the line. Edmonds is going to try and run all the way around the outside. That is really close. As Needham Shields and Tate. Tate was behind Shields. They've come together after the line. I think that was just they braked in different places after they came together. Or did you see something that I couldn't?
What happened. Right, so Scott Tate was trying to get around the outside of Oscar War.
Right.
And then as they've come over the line, Shields has slowed down to go into the D chicane. Tate is still carrying the momentum as he's trying to go round the outside of Oscar War, and then he's bounced over the curb on the left of the D chicane. Shields was a kart width over, and they've come together just because of the speed differential.
Right.
So Max Shields is remonstrating because he's like, "Why have you hit me well after the flag?" But he couldn't see behind of what was going on.
So Tate and War battling it out over P4 as they ran to the line. Ike Needham then takes the overall victory here in heat number 1 from Liam Edmonds. A great effort from Edmonds. Shields get past War on the final lap. War in 4th, Tate in 5th, Brown, Dawson, Yule in front of Isaac Duff and Danny Bean. All of your pro runners inside the top 10, Tom. 8 pro runners is about as most we've had, actually, I think, Tom, as a number.
I think you're right.
Here at Teesside. Lewis Blench takes the victory in our novice class in 11th. He finishes in front of Darcy Hall and Lewis Jolly in that class, 11th, 13th, 15th, respectively.
And that brings to an end our first cycle of heats. And we're going to head back to the other Pro Kart class already, because we are running, of course, two juniors and juniors and seniors here. But the way it's going to run, the juniors are running first, so we're going to go senior Pro Kart, then junior Pro Kart, if that makes sense at all. Still with me? Good. Right.
I've pressed the button, Tom, on the thing, and I've no idea.
No, I don't know what you've done either.
At all. I think I've put it to the side, and I don't like that.
Oh, hang on. Drop that down. Can you pin it?
Yes, it'll keep it to the side, and we'll...
Try dragging it. Do you want to do it as a grid? And I'll...
Well, that's the problem, Tom. I'm trying to find it.
Okay, right. We'll still catch one if my headphones will go long enough. Right, so Ashton Horspool is going to go off pole position with Freddie Battersby alongside. Then it's Lennon Wright and Ben Edwards, Charlie Henderson and Andrew McCrossan, Josh Brown and Ashton Carmichael, Edward Rye and Lewis Dean. Then we're going to be Fen Wheat, Harry Pennington, Isaac Welburn, Matthew Plant, Elvis Hartley, Scarlett Whittaker Dunn, Joshua Sullivan et al. And we're already underway.
We're not.
No, we're not.
Yeah,
okay,
no,
right.
We're going to have another go at that. It was untidy at best.
It's going to be Peter Webster in 18th, then Dylan Slack, Reese Dodds, Ashton Kennedy, Ted Hall, somebody in 23rd, Grace Matthews, there we go, the transponder didn't pick up, and then Adam Roberts. Right. Hope you understood all that and you're still with me, as David's still having IT issues. Can you drag it?
I've tried.
Oh.
This is going to be a job for another day, I think.
We'll just have to deal with it for now. Oh, there you go.
It turns out if you do the turn off vertical tabs bit, it works.
There we go.
Never done that before. I'm pleased I figured it out. Work laptop. Right. Looks like we're a little bit slower and nicely positioned this time by the front row. I think they may well have powered down. Like I say, Tom, it was an untidy start that time, but we are better this time by the look of things. And we are away and racing at this second time of asking as the train heads up towards the national loop for the first time as drivers squabble for position. Horspool leads us through then as the field head up. I'm not even going to call this round the first 2 or 3 corners until we head towards the back straight as Horspool leads us then. Battersby's held on to second place. Looks like it could well be the 61 of Henderson. Already in 4th place is Edward Rye. Where did he start this time, Tom? You did the grids and I wasn't.
Edward Rye, P7.
So he's up to 4 already. Scrub that. He's up to 3 now as he moves his way through up onto the back of Battersby. So as they cross the line at the end of lap 1, Horspool, Battersby, Rye, Henderson, Brown, Carmichael, Wright, Dean, Pennington, Sullivan are your top 10, with Hall, Hartley, Plant, Webster, Edwards, Welburn down to P16.
Biggest mover, Ted Hall, up 11 places on the opening lap. Andrew McCrossan losing 11, likewise Ben Edwards losing 11 places as well.
Rye is up to 2nd now, Tom. Already charging through is Edward Rye. I get the feeling he's on a bit of a mission today as he goes down the inside of Ashton Horspool, and already Edward Rye leads.
And Horspool, as we said before...
Oh, we're 3 wide over the timing line, and Josh Brown comes to say hello to us.
Cut the grass.
Less dandelions now than there was earlier.
Yes, they're now on the track instead. But, Ashton Horspool is going to have a response here for Edward Rye very, very quickly. Otherwise, we're going to see a repeat of Heat 1 where Rye's going to drive off into the distance, and everybody's going to be scrapping over the lower places as Sullivan goes 4 wide with, I believe that was Abel Hutton involved.
Not in Junior Pro Kart, it wasn't, but it's the same helmet. It's
same helmet. Who
Ashton
is it?
Carmichael's helmet.
Apologies.
Yeah, I think Sullivan tried to go down the inside of Henderson with a switchback, ended up going up and over the curb, and then they ended up 4 wide on exits. But yeah, it's the same helmet as the Abel Hutton helmet.
That's what threw me.
Yes. Tom promoting the cadet drivers early into juniors.
Well, why not?
Poor lad's only 10.
I reckon he could handle it. I did say he's probably one of the smallest drivers here as well.
Yes, we certainly would be if you chuck him in a junior.
So Rye still leading from Horspool, but now that gap is going out, and it is Ashton Carmichael in P3 who's actually lining up Horspool as they head down the back straight into South Bank corner. Doesn't go for the overtake yet. That gap's opened up though behind to Battersby and
fastest lap
Sullivan.
by Carmichael last time round though, Tom.
Yes.
It was
Well,
half a second quicker than Horspool.
8-10 seconds and Freddie Battersby behind.
Ride with the fastest lap that time round, although eclipsed by Sullivan in P5.
Who just found a second.
Well, yeah,
Between, I know they had the battle.
Well, yeah, well, he almost stopped, didn't he?
Lose
At 4,
a second
yeah.
doing that, but he's just gone a second quicker than he did on the previous lap.
Well, yeah, having your kart going actually does help. There goes Carmichael down the inside at hairpin 2. You'll pick it out on the screen.
And he got a big push from Ashton Horspool, coming out the corner.
Smart by Horspool, that. Just took in, knowing that he's gone slightly wide. Well, probably not going to get a dive straight back down the inside. So why not work with and go? So really smart driving by.
If they're going to put any kind of pressure on Edward Rye, the gap out to 1.1 seconds. So although Carmichael, Horspool, Battersby and Sullivan are now nose to tail in a group of 4. Behind them, we've got a group of 3 that's Lewis Dean, Ted Hall and Elvis Hartley. And they're starting to fight it out over 6th place.
Sullivan trying to go down the inside of Battersby there in the background, and does. Battersby, a new name, Tom, into juniors at least, raced R200 at the last round and has acquitted himself well to a kart that is like 50% wider and nearly 100% heavier. UK is Matthew Plant, 26 is Grace Matthews. And they have picked up penalties, although Scarlett Whittaker done off at the first corner at the D. Not sure if they were together, was Plant and Matthews. Sullivan through for 3rd place with a move on Ashton Horspool, where he gave Horspool a decision. The decision being, if you stick it out round the outside, you're going to run out of tarmac fairly soon. There's some grass coming.
Well, there's already a stripe in front of the commentary box where there's no dandelions anymore.
Yeah, that's the second type of block pass, isn't it? The sort of slide job in front and decide whether we're going through. Again, rise off at the front and done enough, Tom. It's like Honda Cadet all over again. Rinse and repeat, 25, 26. Like I say, the kart is 50% wider and 100% heavier, but outcome's the same.
The outcome is 100% the same.
So, good morning and welcome to your maths lesson.
100 plus 50 is 100.
Waved yellow at hairpin 3, Tom. No overtaking.
We've got
trying to figure out who it is. Elvis Hartley, I reckon. Bright orange helmet to the left side and the barriers getting moved. Retired kart, reveal yourself. Number 28,
it
Elvis
is
Hartley.
Elvis Hartley. Yes, I just checked the live timing. Down the bottom. Elvis Hartley.
Personal bests for all of your top 4. In fact, 8 of your top 10 with personal bests, Tom. 3.5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, new
Still
fastest lap of the race for Joshua Sullivan, who was lining up a move on Ashton Carmichael.
A little bit too far back, and the gap was always going to close, and it has backed them both into Ashton Horspool, potentially.
Going to have to start calling Carmichael and Horspool by the surname only, because Ashton and Ashton is going to get confusing.
It is, isn't it?
trying, I'm sure, their absolute damnedest to close the gap to Edward Rye. Although last time around, they were half a second slower. Edward Rye, David said earlier on, he's on a mission today. And I think that's probably the understatement of the weekend so far. He's absolutely right. You are absolutely right. He's on a mission.
Double mission.
Triple mission.
It's not a secret mission, that's for sure.
That's not a mission, that's a yomp.
Yeah, well, like
he
I
is
say,
yomping away at the front of
it's
this
not a
one.
secret mission because he's showing the world what he can do. The battle for third is just it's just falling away, and he's actually going to become a 5 soon because Hall is past Battersby and dragging Battersby along.
So there are several good fights on behind as well. Grace Matthews and Isaac Welburn were nose to tail as they came over the line. As are Lewis Dean and Peter Webster. Ooh, they came together between hairpin 1 and 2. But they managed to get themselves back into an order. So that's for 8th place. We continue to focus on the fight for 2nd. There goes Sullivan on the inside now of Carmichael. Is he going to get that one done? Does. Just drag past using the shorter run through the left-hander of the dog leg. And manages to get through. Does Joshua Sullivan into P2. Carmichael and Horspool now still in contact, though.
Hall's coming as well, though, Tom, in that
Hall,
plate in the background.
The gap,
Brand new sticker kit, brand new helmet for Hall as well.
Yes, I did spot that.
Not through choice. Did have a bit of an off at PF a while, in the rotax a few weeks back. So, previous helmet out of action.
It does make him easier to spot, though.
Yes, real team player for the commentator.
Yes, very much so.
Greatly appreciated.
Although if we could have a word with Abel Hutton and Ashton Carmichael, that would be nice.
Yeah, it would, wouldn't it?
Do they share a helmet?
They're not even in the same class, though, Tom. That's on you, that. That's
I know.
not on them.
I know. That's why I keep coming back to it.
I think we've got 2 to go here, Tom. It was tight with Rye, but I don't think he'll be around in 46 seconds or so. So, Carmichael. Sullivan leaves the door open at 2. They'll switch back.
There we go.
Carmichael will get this, I think, down the back straight. He's got a bit more of a run. Sullivan's nose is still down the inside, as then Carmichael sweeps out Sullivan back down the inside. Carmichael's going to try and keep it all the way around the outside. That may well leave the door open for Hall, and it does. Hall does 2 in 2.
Yeah, switch back.
They'll be side by side as they come up and over the timing line, and Carmichael holds on, but Hall went down the inside of Horsepool into hairpin 3, sorry, and nearly did Carmichael into hairpin 4.
New fastest lap of the race from Peter Webster.
The fiscal wizard.
In P9. Where's that come from all of a sudden? Because he's still behind Lewis Dean as he was before. They've now closed in on Matthew Plant. But Peter Webster using slipstream to full effect and setting a new fastest lap of the race.
Out of the final corner, though, Edward Rye continues by not only putting his stamp down, he's stamping the stamp into the ground, and he takes his 2nd victory. Sullivan in 2nd place, Carmichael, Hall and Horsepool in front of a very impressive P6 for Freddie Battersby, Tom, in the number 25 machine. Plant, Dean, Webster, Josh Brown complete your top 10 with Pennington Henderson and Grace Matthews. And then it looked like it could well have been Dylan Slack in the 53 and then Isaac Welburn. Tom stole the timing screen.
Yes, Dylan Slack, Isaac Welburn, Adam Roberts, Lennon Wright, Scarlett Whittaker Dunn, Ben Edwards, Ashton Kennedy, Andrew McCross, Reese Dodds, Fen Wheat, and the retired Elvis Hartley. And yes, coming across the line once again, Edward Wright. And when you were saying the stamp is being stamped, it reminded me a little bit of that bit in The Simpsons when Homer started saying, "I'm putting my foot down on this. The foot is going down." it was a bit like that. And that's pretty much what Edward Rye's doing at the moment. I'm putting my foot down on taking victory here in every race and getting a clean sweep over the weekend. Well, he's going the right way about it.
Here's the thing, Tom. Since the last time that we had a junior pro kart winner that wasn't Cranston or Sullivan was September 2024. That's 18 months since we've had a different name than Sullivan or Cranston on the top step in the final of a junior pro kart final here at Teesside. Could today be the day that another name is added to that list? Basically, in the last 3 years, we've only had Duff, Williamson, Cranston, Sullivan on the top step of a junior podium. I think today could well be the day that we have a different name on the top step.
Well, there's plenty in the mix. I mean, Edward Rye obviously has done a clean sweep of the weekend so far.
Ninth to first in that one.
But Carmichael, Hall, Horsepool, obviously Sullivan. I mean, Sullivan obviously is one of the names that has been in there perennially over the last 2 seasons. But I don't think you can count out Hall, Carmichael, Horsepool as well.
If you look as well at the whole of last season, the start of this season, the first that's 40 races. 4 different winners, 38 of them races, Cranston or Sullivan.
Yes.
With Carmichael and I think Edmonds winning the other 2. Today, Edward Rye, 2 races in, 2 races.
1
already for Edward Rye. He is absolutely flying so far in that number 66 machine.
Doing everything right to go off pole position for the final, which, in fairness, he's pretty much done now. He just needs a good result in Heat 3, which he'll go, depending on whether that grid was classed as his front or his middle, I'm not sure. But
he's P6 in the next one, Tom. He was P9 in that one. But
so
again,
he just needs to finish top 3, really, and he'll be on pole position.
Well, next time round, you've got your other ones that you'd expect to see up there. You've got Rye 6th, Carmichael 8th, Sullivan 13th, Ted Hall 3rd.
Right.
Ashton Horsepool was up there as well. He's down 22nd for his next start. So Edward Rye's got to try really, really hard not to put it on pole.
I think I think he will most likely be going off pole position already then for the final. So, looking good for Edward Rye so far today. Ooh, steady on. We've got the Bambinos rolling into position. Better bring you a grid. So it's going to be Logan Grassi going off pole position, courtesy of victory in heat number 1 with Sebastian O'Connell and Reggie Rhodes. Then we're going to have Jake Wynn and Theodore Lee. And then it will be our 2 mighty Bambinos going off 6th and 7th, although Ayrton Tennant finished 3rd in the overall in the last race. So watch out for a fast-starting Ayrton Tennant. Also, we're going to keep an eye, of course, on progress. Theo Wagner managed to take 9 seconds off the lap time he was doing earlier in the race to the lap time he was doing at the end of the race. So on debut here for Theo Wagner. Is that right? Debut for Theo
yes,
Wagner?
I believe so, Tom.
Debut here for Theo Wagner. Massive improvements. And you can see the step forward. So we will bring you the grid once... we'll bring you the race once the track is cleared. The start line marshal Callum is making his way to the front. The green flag is up. It's down. We're away and racing. And once again, Ayrton Tennant is going to scythe through to initially 2nd place in that mighty Bambino. Getting great drive off the line once again. Immediately turned right and passed everybody except Logan Grassi, although has lost the place back to Sebastian O'Connell through the Wiggles. And Logan Grassi is going to lead us down the back straight for the first time from Sebastian O'Connell. Then it's going to be Ayrton Tennant, who is in that mighty Bambino. Then it's going to be, I think that's Jake Wynn in P4.
I would agree.
Yes, it is Jake Wynn in P4. And then we're going to have Reggie Rhodes, Theo Wagner and Theodore Lee, I believe. We'll just confirm that as they come into view where I can actually read their numbers. But that's exactly the order that they were in. Although Theo Wagner's up to 4th now. So not the order they were in. So it's Grassi, O'Connell, Tennant, Wagner, Rhodes, Wynne, and Lee. The running order. And I think that's Reggie Rhodes has just passed Jake Wynne into hairpin 1. Got a good run down there. In fact, it was Theo Wagner. Theo Wagner demoted a place. They're heading into hairpin 3. These are your leaders. This is Logan Grassi coming under pressure from Sebastian O'Connell. And a big look over the shoulder from, in fact, a very long look over the shoulder from Logan Grassi. They come over the line, and Sebastian O'Connell has done a 59.048.
Not quite the fastest lap of the day. I think Grassi did a 59.021 in heat number 1, but that is much more like it by Sebastian O'Connell as he goes for a gap at hairpin 1, which in most other classes is an overtaking spot, but we don't really see it a lot in Coma, Tom. They go out of their very single file, the Comas, they almost draw alongside, and the overtakes take a decent amount of time. You sort of see them coming. It's almost like an overtaking cars, isn't it? It takes 10 seconds. Where they're not exactly just chopping straight out the slipstream down, because they're not on the brakes as hard as they are in other classes. So it's all about momentum.
Again, with a long, long look over the shoulder coming out of hairpin 4. Lap times matched again for both drivers, but half a second off where they were previously. In fact, Ayrton Tennant matched them to the 10th of a second that time around as well, in 3rd place. So lap times very close here at the moment, although the gaps between 1st, 2nd and 3rd are starting to open up a bit, or rather 2nd and 3rd. So Jake Wynne in 4th now has overtaken Reggie Rhodes, Theodore Lee and Theo Wagner. Now made his way through to P4. And Reggie Rhodes overtook Theodore Lee on the previous lap as well. So all changed further down the order. We continue to focus on the front 3. Grassi still holding the lead, and yeah, really good from O'Connell actually to be able to hold on. We didn't see this in race 1 from O'Connell, but they're exactly matching lap times again to the 10th of a second, 59.5s for both drivers. Ayrton Tennant that time around was a couple of tenths quicker, and he's now starting to close the gap in that Mighty.
Oh, down the inside, Tom, has gone Sebastian O'Connell. I think Grassi will drive round the outside and hold on here, and looks over his shoulder, and indeed does. But Sebastian O'Connell certainly had more track to use on the outside there if he wanted it. Was down the inside and then did scrub a little bit off, but we're going sub 59 for a lot of drivers here, Tom. So sub 1 minute, sorry. Reggie Rhodes on the last lap doing another lap that was under the 1 minute mark.
Always been the benchmark here, has been the 1 minute lap. If you can get under that, you're going to be fighting towards the front. So Reggie Rhodes now in that bracket as well, in P5, was the best part of a second quicker than Jake Wynne in front. And now does a 59.5, does Reggie Rhodes, which is quicker than Logan Grassi went last time around. So faster than the leader for Reggie Rhodes.
Won't be this time, though, Tom, because he's just gone for a lunge on Jake Wynne from a long way back.
Well, he was a long way back over the line.
Yeah, and then overshot hairpin 1 a little bit and then had to get on the brakes as the tarmac was very quickly becoming concrete on the outside. Change for the lead, Tom.
Indeed.
You've spotted out the window. It's there on the screen.
O'Connell has taken the lead away from Grassy. 2 minutes to go.
What he could do though now, he needs to slow down, or he might end up having to do one extra lap, because they've been plugging 59 after 59 in, and they did cross the line, I think, at about 1:59. They might cross this line with about a second to go. The problem is he can't slow down, because then Logan Grassy will re-overtake him. He's going to try.
Oh, it's a dilemma. Meanwhile, Ayrton Tennant, still closing in, was another couple of tenths quicker, as they're now side by side. Logan Grassy getting a great drive out of hairpin 2, pulls alongside down the back straight, and retakes the lead as the relay now, I think it is a relay race between these two, continues. Oh, and in fact, O'Connell's gone round. We just missed it off camera, but O'Connell lost it at hairpin 3. Has spun around, and that is going to be curtains for Sebastian O'Connell taking victory in heat 2. That's a shame. That was really starting to get spicy as well. I was enjoying that one. And Sebastian O'Connell just lost it. In 6 seconds he lost there by spinning and then getting back up to speed. Ayrton Tennant still closing in.
He'll set fastest lap this time round. It worked earlier on for another driver, didn't he? He set his fastest lap after a lap with a spin.
Theo Wagner, who's been plugging in 104s during this race as well. Currently down in the 106s, but was doing 112s and 110s and 1.8s and stuff in the previous race. And is now starting to find some consistency. 105, 104, 106, 105, 106. So getting some consistency there for Theo Wagner, which is good to see. There is the aforementioned Theo Wagner.
Last lap poured out then for Logan Grassy, but he's got a little bit of lap traffic in front of him to navigate round the national loop. There he is trying to find his way past the 23 machine in front of him, and that has allowed Ayrton Tennant to close up slightly. There goes Logan Grassy down the inside of hairpin 1, and Ayrton Tennant isn't quite close enough to go through the same gap, and that has given Logan Grassy enough, I think, to go off at the front here. Granted, 2 different powertrains with the petrol-powered Coma C50 and the electric Might E-powered purple and green machine there of the number 48. So they'll both take respective class victories. But it will be Logan Grassy overall coming out of hairpin number 4 to take the checkered flag and victory in heat number 2.
And I'm just going to point out as well that Theo Wagner has come across the line a lap down and has taken the checkered flag, but on his last lap, a 1:02.7.
Oh, good lad. That's a lot faster. He was 1:03 earlier on. A 1:04 was his fastest on that race.
It was up until he did a 1:02.7 on the final lap.
Really good effort. And again,
really good effort.
Just showing as well, obviously, he'd just been overtaken on that lap by some of our front runners, and I think he's just tucked in and learnt a bit. And that's, again, what did we say earlier on? It's a learning class.
Well, there's no substitute for seat time either, and there's no substitute either for having somebody really fast in front of you.
Absolutely not.
So he had all of the benefits there on the final lap of the race, did Theo Wagner, and pumps in what I'm going to say is a best lap of his junior career for Theo Wagner. So well done, 7th place, but improving all the time. And yes, Logan Grassy taking victory, Ayrton Tennant taking victory in the Mighty Bambino class. Sebastian O'Connell still came across the line, P2 in Bambinos, P3 on the road. Reggie Rhodes, 3rd in Bambino, Coma Bambino, that is. And then we've got Jake Quinn, Theodore Lee, and then the aforementioned Theo Wagner. And coming up next will be our dual grid of Honda Cadet and Micromax, with our 3 Micromax going off the back. So the 3 Micromax are going to be Archie Mostyn, Tyler Grufferty, and Riley Whittaker-Jenkins. We say they're going off the back of the grid around about a third of a lap behind this group of Honda cadets who are making their way out. Now it's going to be headed by Oscar Somerset with Aston Wilson, P2, Alfie Keeling, Joshua Adote, Oliver Bullock, Thomas Chalk, Abel Hutton, Calais Tennant, Sam Vout, and Alex Hotemer. Then we have Jacob McDonald, Reggie Cook, Harlan Pritchard, Phoebe Rogers, Zach Jeber, Oscar Wills, Harry Scrafton, and Edward Charlton.
Slow out for Riley Whittaker-Jenkins. We've got a birthday, but he's in the next race, so I'm going to say it in the next race, Tom.
Okay.
Cool. Right, out of hairpin 4.
Only 2 Micromaxes?
No, Riley Whittaker-Jenkins was slow out. He's just coming around South Bank. He'll be with them in a minute.
Okay.
Green drops were away and racing at the first time of asking. Good start from Aston Wilson on the outside of the front row, but he can't hang it all the way around the outside, and the gap created on the inside sees Alfie Keeling slot through from 3rd place into 2nd. He's going to give chase to Oscar Somerset and his 100% record thus far this season, Oliver Bullock. And then it's the number 16 machine with a good start. Is that 16? Yes, Joshua Adote in P number 5. As Micro start their race. Archie Mostyn leading Tyler Grufty and Riley Whittaker-Jenkins through and up towards the national loop. They're all through nice and cleanly.
Indeed. So it is still Oscar Somerset leading in Honda Cadet. As they come across the line for the first time, it's going to be Alfie Keeling in P2 now, with Aston Wilson in 3rd. Then it's Oliver Bullock, Joshua Adote, Sam Vout, Reggie Cook, Thomas Chalk, Calais Tennant, and Abel Hutton is in this race in 10th place. Head round, and it's still Somerset leading. Keeling looks to be dropping back a little bit at the moment from Oscar Somerset.
Aston Wilson with a defensive line on Joshua Adote, and early doors, that's probably wise at the moment, I think. Adote looking very racy if the previous race is anything to go by, but if he's got aspirations of taking a victory at any point here today, he's got to get through them. He's got to get through them early, at least get up to 2nd and give himself a decent chance of challenging Oscar Somerset at the front.
Yeah, Somerset's looked fairly imperious so far this weekend. At the front of this one, there's barely been a challenge.
One
lost somebody off at the inside.
That looks like Thomas Chalk, potentially in the 15. In fact, it is. I've just picked his dead, showing his P18 on the timing, Tom. So his kart parked on the inside of hairpin number 1. Driver safely in the marshal's post. He's going to take a seat as well. No point standing when we provide a chair. Adote falling away, actually, Tom, off the back here.
Yeah, surprising based on Heat 1 performance. Aston Wilson setting a new fastest lap of the race. Sub 48 second. As he started to move back into the clutches.
And Keeling in the
rear
second
bumper
place.
of Alfie Keeling.
Well, this was qualifying yesterday. Keeling had a target in front of him, but didn't have a kart behind him. There was just them two off at the front, and he was only occupied with the driver in front. Now he's occupied with Aston Wilson and holding on to 2nd place. And the only person that wins that is Oscar Somerset, because he goes, disappears off into the distance, nothing else to do other than eat the tarmac in front of him.
Be a bit crunchy, though.
Crunchy.
Crunchy tarmac.
Yeah, but they've still got like little milk teeth at this age, haven't they? So the more teeth they crunch, the more £5 they get.
I was just going to say, the Tooth Fairy is going to be
busy
having a field day.
Busy next week at the Somerset household.
I'll tell you a story about that. Probably during the 24-hour.
Yeah.
Remind me about the Tooth Fairy next weekend, because I've got a story to tell about that.
I do normally come with a few topics of conversation.
In fact, it's about a family member of mine who was about the age of these cadets.
I remember turning up last year at Le Mans with my sheet of Alain Prost facts. I was like, Tom, ask me an Alain Prost fact. As the circuit is named after the professor.
So it's a good group here fighting it over 6th place.
Change
as well.
for third. Adote and Wilson went side by side up towards the chicanes, and Adote takes the track position. He moves up a place.
It's Reggie Cook now leading that group for 6th with Sam Vout, Calais Tennant and Abel Hutton in tow. And we saw Reggie Cook sort of struggling to make his way through for a number of laps in Heat 1, but eventually got it done and made those places up and ended up in a good finishing position. Now managing to hold on at the moment to 6th place, and so it's a new personal best lap for good measure as they came across the line that time around. Fastest lap still held by Abel Hutton.
Yeah, Dote in third, almost an identical lap time to the leader, including that overtake. I'd be interested to see whether he elects to try and push Alfie Keeling for a little bit here to see if they can close up. We've still got pretty much half this race to go, haven't we, in Honda? It's whether Adote feels that Keeling has got enough, or whether if Keeling goes defensive, there's whether they can close up on Oscar Somerset. Somerset, I say, unbeaten so far this season, Tom, as Aston Wilson puts in. The only driver that is unbeaten, I believe, so still this season, now with Max Shields' Pro Kart record going.
Ooh, it's, who was that in front of Oscar Somerset? Was that...
Riley Whittaker Jenkins, I believe, in the micro.
Yes, got very Larry coming out of hairpin 1.
Somerset's going to catch and go down the inside of hairpin 3, and does indeed manage to get through that gap, and we'll see whether the Hondas behind can do the same. Alfie Keeling had that scouted beautifully.
Yes, he did.
With a lovely little switchback to lose the minimum amount of time, and in fact was a fraction quicker, and I do mean a fraction, 7,000ths to Oscar Somerset.
Now Joshua Adote has caught up with Keeling, just followed through as well, as did Aston Wilson, all three making their way through the lap traffic very comfortably.
A driver that you shouted out a lot, Tom, in the first heat has slid under the radar as we followed that battle earlier on, but Reggie Cook has come through nicely to run P6, Tom.
I did mention that earlier in the race, actually.
From a P12 start.
That he'd made his way through and was holding on to P6 quite well.
Yeah, very nice for him. Currently under a little bit of pressure from Sam Vout. And needs a little bit. Change for second place. Joshua Adote is through on Alfie Keeling. Gave Keeling a few laps to try and push him and see whether they could catch Somerset. Now he feels that he can probably go a little bit quicker, and he's moved through into that second place.
Well, Adote's another one who's been moving through the field throughout the day from a lower qualifying position.
First time he's been here, I think, Tom, in a cadet. Did a bit in Bambino round here, you'll remember from a while back, and has been racing on the national stage now in Honda. This will be, I believe, his second full season in Honda Cadet after a partial campaign in 24. Full season last year and a full season this year. So reacquainted himself with the Teesside circuit yesterday, and qualifying probably didn't quite go to plan for him. But the race pace, Tom, has been bang on it.
Yes, I think that's very fair to say that qualifying was, like you say, David, probably just reacquainting himself still and reacquainting himself with that many karts as well on this circuit, because he wouldn't have had that in Bambinos, but certainly proving some sort of pedigree now as he makes his way through to P2. It's taken him a race and a half to get back up to that position, but is definitely showing the pace now. And I think in heat number 3, we're going to see whether he's got anything to challenge Oscar Somerset.
Certainly will. He'll be going off the slightly unfavoured outside with the long looping first corner, but if he can get a good start and slot in behind and give him a chance of going, That's always the chance, isn't it?
Indeed. 1 minute to go, plus a lap, so we'll get 2 more laps in here.
He's got a bit of a gap, though, as well, to the 2 behind. Just giving himself an opportunity. I don't think he's going to be close enough to Somerset, and they were fairly similar lap times on the previous. So Somerset, Adote and Keeling, in front of Wilson, Bullock, Cook, Vout, Tennant, Hutton. Oscar Wills, who retired from race number 1, is currently running in P10.
To put it in perspective how close this class is at the minute, the top 4 have all of their fastest laps are within half a tenth of each other.
Yeah, it's just by the time they sort themselves out into the order that they want to be, and Oscar Somerset is a second or so down the road, isn't he?
Well,
2
he is,
laps
but
to go.
what I'm trying to point out is that although we're only on Heat 2 as well, we're shaping up for a great final here in Honda Cadet.
We certainly are, as we say.
Once they will be gridded up in the order that they've points scored throughout these 3 heats, and with them all being so close at the front of this one, now that they've sorted themselves out into some order, the final's going to go off in this order. That makes sense. And so we're looking at a great final, probably a great Heat 3 as well, in fact, because these 4 will all go off nose to tail.
So
last lap board is out.
There is Somerset, who is 0.2 quicker on the previous lap than Adote. Alfie Keeling with a personal best as the last lap board comes out, as he goes sub 48 once again for Alfie Keeling in 3rd place. Personal best as well for the 79 machine of Reggie Cook.
Yeah, Cook only a couple of tenths off what Somerset was able to do there. Alfie Keeling going sub 48 seconds as well on that lap. So he was only, that was a personal best for him, but only half a tenth off the fastest lap of the race. Oscar Somerset takes victory in heat number 2 from Joshua Adote, with Alfie Keeling in 3rd and Aston Wilson in 4th. Oliver Bullock in 5th with Reggie Cook 6th, Sam Vout 7th, Calais Tennant 8th, Abel Hutton in P9, Oscar Wills in P10, and then it's going to be Zach Schieber, Jacob McDonald, Harlan Pritchard, Edward Charlton and Phoebe Rogers will round out the top 15.
P12 for Jacob McDonald. I get the feeling that's a highest finish for McDonald as well here at Teesside with a P12. Good showing for him. Pushed all the way there by Harlan Pritchard in the 23, who really stood out at round number 1, Tom, but had a testing accident here in between round 1 and round 2, and he's just at the moment just regaining a little bit of confidence, is Harlan Pritchard in that number 23 machine. So we'll keep an eye out on him throughout the day.
So that brings to an end Heat 2 for Honda Cadet. We're going to go with R200s next for their second heat. That's going to be Tom Nichols going off pole position. JJ Allen alongside. We saw a great fight between those two actually in Heat 1, didn't we? It
yes,
was pretty much race long.
More of the same, please.
Yes, please. George Wilson will go off P3 with Alex Morley in P4. Marley Simpson goes off P5, and Max Platz will go from 6th place after a disqualification.
Happy birthday to his dad. And it's his birthday today.
Okay.
Weekend, so happy birthday to Max Platz's dad. Hope you have a lovely day here in the sunshine.
Yes. What better way to spend it?
Would be better if I had the microphone on when I said happy birthday to Max Platz's dad. I
could
muted the
hear
audio
you.
to cough and didn't put it back on again.
But I could hear you.
Yeah, I know.
Which was weird.
I've no idea. But happy birthday to Max Platz's dad, in case you didn't hear it the first time, because I'd accidentally turned the audio off. Professionalism.
I thought it was a bit quiet, but I could still hear you. Maybe it's because you stood next to me.
I am famously loud, Tom.
Oh, Foggo and Sullivan over here.
All right. The amount of times we've done the trophy presentation here and someone's gone, do you want the microphone? And I'm like, nah, I'll be all right. I'll just do it with a shout.
So just a brief pause while we... I think we were getting recovery, weren't we? Of
Thomas Chalk's kart recovered
yes.
from, and we're just allowing the marshal the opportunity to return before he's swarmed with R200s. So Nichols leads us out then. In front of Alan.
It's more of the same. That's what we're hoping for between those two. Hopefully George Wilson, Alex Morley, Marley Simpson and Max Platts can come to play as well.
Yeah, Platt's the one to watch early doors. Let's see if he can get through back up into that third place that he finished race number 1 before that removal from the standings.
You're right.
Yeah, I'm just using the flight case as a seat, Tom.
Okay. It's going to be warm under those helmets.
The problem is every
sun
time I move the
beating
flight
down.
case back, I get the feeling that I've hit Toby in the shins, the producer behind us. So apologies if that is the case.
He can take it.
Gets pads on.
Underway for Heat 2 of R200.
Oh, Alan. Oh, the way round the outside. Sorry, Tom. I knew that by the time they got to the overtake, he'd be hidden behind the pillar of the commentary box. But JJ Allen sweeps all the way round the outside to take the lead.
I'm just giggling to myself at the way you went, oh, Alan.
It was a good overtake.
It was a great overtake. It was just, oh, Alan. Anyway, Tom Nichols is still there in P2 as they already are starting to move clear at the front.
What's made even funnier is his mum and dad are
they're
laughing up on the bank to the right side of the com box.
Giggling away at us in the commentary box. George Wilson comes over the line in P3 from Alex Morley, and then Max Platts is up to P5, passing Marley Simpson on the opening lap. And he's starting to move on to the back of Alex Morley and George Wilson as well. So we've got a fight on for third place. We've also got a fight for the lead as well, but they're already breaking away, Alan and Nichols.
Just back to that start, Tom. It was a start of perfection, really, by Alan. They crossed the line 1,000th between the two of them. And he got a really good run up to that first corner. If you're going to do a start from the outside, you're probably not going to get better than that.
Indeed, and we saw this exact situation in Heat 1 as well, where Nichols was happy to follow Alan in the opening few laps. We saw Nichols then put the move on mid-race, and it gave Alan time then to adjust. Dropped back a little bit initially from Nichols. We thought Nichols was gone, thought he was going to break away, but actually Alan towed back up to the back of Nichols and managed to get the overtake done and retake the lead and take victory in Heat 1. So it was a great fight between these two in Heat 1, and we're hoping for much of the same, but I'm wondering whether Nichols is going to change tactic here and just sit behind JJ Allen.
Well, that was the tactic early doors in the previous heat. He went past
what I'm
Alan
saying
probably a little bit earlier than I was expecting.
Yes, but it then gave Alan the chance to weigh up Nichols. He'd
Yes.
weighed up Alan for half the race, and then he made the move. But it gave Alan time to respond, and I'm wondering whether Tom Nichols is 100% flat out at the moment, or whether he is just quite comfortable to sit behind JJ Allen, just work with him and push away. Allen feeling the need to chop to the inside a little bit. I don't think Nichols was going to move through anyway.
Yeah, good battle going on, Tom, for P3. They've got 3 karts there, which should hang. We'll pick them up there in the background with Wilson, Morley and Platts, and we'll catch them coming through the camera there now to pick up the next 3 karts.
Well, we'll focus on them on camera. You can keep an eye on them, and I will keep an eye on the 2 up front.
Yeah, Wilson still leading this train then from Alex Morley. Max Platts, who finished 3rd on track in the previous race, hasn't managed to find a way past these 2 karts in front. Remember, this is a class where we run an open gearing, to the best of my knowledge, in R200. So They're allowed to mix it up a little bit and go with larger or smaller rear sprockets. What you'll generally find then is a larger rear sprocket will give you more out of the corner, but you will then top out a little bit earlier, which means then you'll hit your peak revs and won't be quite as fast at the end of the straight. If you're a driver with a bit of confidence and you're carrying good speed out of the corners, a smaller rear sprocket will mean that you're still driving through your rev range at the end of the straight and will give you a bit to go at and make some overtakes potentially down towards South Bank. So
It's also better on the engine.
yes. Well, yeah,
Get a little bit more reliability out of it because you're not...
it's not screaming as much.
Well, it's not trying to come through the top of the engine. The Conrads are trying to come through the top of the engine.
Yeah, just off camera. No change here then for third, fourth, fifth. But Alan still with a very defensive line in towards South Bank. And I think that pretty much gives us an idea that maybe Nichols is a tooth lower. And Alan feels that that's where Nichols is dangerous at South Bank. Everywhere else looks to have the measure at the moment of Tom Nichols.
But Nichols is very much comfortable still to just sit behind JJ Allen. In fact, I can see it here. Whenever they come through the wiggles, just as they exit before they break for the chicane, Nichols is giving Allen the old Morse code onto the back of the bumper. I wonder whether he's typing in "Ooh, Allen" on the back of the bumper. But he's very much aware that he's there, is JJ Allen, and Tom Nichols not wanting to make the move so far, as David points out that Max Platz has now got in front of Alex Morley.
Good move on the run down towards South Bank.
These two still very willing to work together at the front. Nichols pushing Allen along. He pushed him along over the start-finish line and doesn't quite close in enough that time through the wiggles. So these three battling over third place, still raging on as the, I believe they are actually dandelions, but any fans of Most Haunted from back in the day will remember the orbs, the spirit orbs. We'll get Derek Akora in. Maybe not. Not anymore. We'll get Clinton Baptiste in.
Not anymore.
He'll sort them out.
Clinton
Baptiste will come in and exorcise the demons of the dandelions. Yeah, right.
I only know one of his quotes, Tom, and I don't think it's...
it's not appropriate for this.
PG.
No. Is there a John? Is there a John in the audience?
I'm getting the word dandelion.
Yes. So it's still as you were at the front, just not focusing on that at the moment as we still see this
again,
group for third place.
Yeah,
that's starting to get close, actually, Platz and Wilson.
I think there could be a little bit of a potential for a switch back here. Platz will get a good run, and not quite, as Wilson has the door closed on Max Platz. Fastest lap, personal best that time, actually, by George Wilson.
Nichols, you can see, just as they go through the back of the shot, it's still very much working with Allen. I think this is a plan that's been arranged pre-race.
I disagree.
Not between the two of them.
Oh.
I think Nichols has been strategizing between the two heats and has been told, if you're in behind him at the start of the race, just sit there.
The reason I say I disagree is because Alan takes that defensive line up towards South Bank as if they'd had a conversation.
Oh, no, they haven't had a conversation, no.
That wouldn't be...
I mean, they might have had a conversation, but not about
the
that.
case.
But I think Nichols has been told, if you can't get past him early doors, just sit there.
I mean, I'm sure they've had conversations about more important things like biscuits or Pokemons or football or something.
Yeah. The midterm elections in the US.
Oh, of course. The local elections over in the UK on the 7th of January.
Yes,
7th
exactly.
of May.
Yes. Well, Scottish elections if they're that way inclined.
Oh, we allow you to vote up there, do we?
Yes.
Disgraceful behaviour by the UK.
Unbelievably, I am registered. Although if If I start earning some more money, I'm going to be taxing myself down south. Because I found out the tax bands are completely different up north.
Oh, Tom will be moving to Berwick upon Tweed for convenience.
I've got a funny feeling I'm going to be re-registering in Spratton.
Do you think Cat will let you put the TSK-Motorsport Park down as your registered address?
For tax purposes, I'm based at Teesside. If the taxman's listening across, that's not what's happening at all. Everything's above board, and you should know, what with your £4,000 bill that you sent me this year. Moving on, 45 seconds to go plus a lap. Still as you were with JJ Allen and Tom Nichols leading the way. These two have almost got this same sticker kit. They've been this close to each other throughout the race. If you have just joined us, they have been one kart with two drivers.
Very much tractor and trailer so far.
Although,
as Nickel tries to draw alongside,
yes,
door is closed by Alan.
Time,
gave him a kart width.
He did, yes, but for the first time, Nichols has had a look. It's now go time for Tom Nichols. I think he's seen the timer.
And there is go time. Trailer becomes tractor. And they'll be side by side. And now tractor is back in front of trailer. Nichols is not too happy that Alan squeezed him, but there was no contact between the two.
No, he chopped the nose off, did Alan. Yeah. I can understand why Nichols isn't happy about it, but it seemed pretty fair to me. And now he's just going to have to do it again on the final lap of the race. So
one of them moves that if you do it, it's great. But if somebody does it to you, you're not so happy.
Correct. Exactly that, yes. So half a lap to go. It is now fully go time for Tom Nichols. JJ Allen going defensive down the white line, getting a big push from Nichols as he doesn't want to bulk his momentum. He's going to try and send it into hairpin 3. Is he? No. Allen went defensive. He should have gone round the outside there, should Nichols.
Not close enough.
He would have got a run through, but it's going to be, Allen taking victory in heat number 2, with Tom Nichols taking second place. George Wilson will come across the line in P3 from Max Platz, just holding off Max Platz in P4. Alex Morley in 5th, and Marley Simpson will come across the line in 6th place. So, plan by Tom Nichols, executed almost to perfection.
Certainly was. I'm also now, I know it's probably about 7 months off, but I really want JJ Allen to win the O plate so he can put an O and then about 7 little O's after it.
Ooh.
So he can have an O number.
00, 000.
Have we gone early, Tom?
No.
Yes.
Have we? I thought we'd finished.
Well, I say we. I don't think I called that, Checker. I think you called it.
I called it.
I'm deflecting onto you. Do you know when you said Nichols had planned it to perfection?
He's planned it to perfection.
I'll clip that up, and then I'll put it with the video from a lap later, and it'll be like it never happened. I did think it was weird that people weren't leaving the bank.
How have we... But the flag was out.
We've had finer hours. It said final, lad. We've had better hours, Tom.
All right, okay.
That's twice in 2 weekends a fellow com's done that to me.
Right. Well, anyway, apologies, folks.
Except last weekend I picked up on it. This weekend I was complicit.
Tom Nichols actually did take victory in that then, on the final lap. Took JJ Allen. I thought we'd finished, but apparently we haven't.
Also, no idea how he got past him. We weren't watching the screen. We were
George Wilson
spouting.
Takes 3rd place, Max Platz 4th, Alex Morley 5th, and Marley Simpson 6th. So the rest of the order is as it was.
We're better than that.
Yeah, we are far better than that.
We're certainly not the most professional duo in the world, but we're better than that.
Unbelievable.
Oh,
apologies, folks. Genuine apologies.
Apologies to everybody. Right. Well, best find a grid for juniors then, haven't we, Tom?
We'll move on.
As Tom and I endeavour to be better.
Yes. Yeah, apologies for that, folks. Genuine apologies. It was...
Cool. Right, if Callum, rather than holding the green flag up, if you could just checkered flag them first time round, just get it nailed down early.
So random grid for junior rotax heat number 2. Jaden Stonehouse is going to go off pole position with Ted Hall in P2, Jacob Carnes in 3rd and Ronnie Harrott 4th. Henry Armitage is going to go from 5th place with Mark Laredo Gomez in 6th, Jack Freeman in 7th and Max Hall in 8th. Layla Berryman will go in 9th and Jake Gruffity in 10th. Logan Pebbody in 11th and Alex Lynn in 12th with Isabella Stansmore Wilson 13th and Morgan Cooney 14th. Joey Swan in P15, Joseph Cheetham 16th and Adam Causa in P17. So head through, being told to slow. They are all in a nice order. And we're going to get going at the first time of asking, are we? Yes, the green flag is away. And good start from Ted Hall around the outside. Going to sweep around Jaden Stonehouse, as is...
Ronnie Harrah.
Yes, Ronnie Harrah, indeed. And they are now...
Oh, Mark Laredo Gomez over the curb and then lands nearly on top of Layla Berryman. And then the 16, I think, of Henry Armitage got launched in the air, but he lands on all 4 wheels and everybody's still facing in the right direction. So that's all good.
Yeah, big change in order. In fact, we've got 2 together on the South Bank. In fact, we've got 4 together now.
5.
I think Jaden Stonehouse was one of those in the green helmet.
Yep, Joey Swan.
Yes, indeed.
It's all Gruffity is one as well,
yeah,
Tom.
with the orange helmet. And in fact,
we've got a lot of karts up there. This one covered under yellow, or at the very least may well go Battenberg.
Yes, we've gone red flag.
No, we're stopping that.
We've gone red flag.
Yeah.
Ted Hall immediately with his hand up in the air.
Right, for me, Tom, right call on that, because we've got, obviously, there's only so many marshals that we can, have on track, Tom, and can't get one out for all of our drivers, and we've still got a few drivers on the racing line
Hall,
up there.
under no instruction from marshals whatsoever, has done absolutely the right thing and brought everybody to a stop on the back straight. Or almost to a stop. He brought them to a walking pace.
Yeah, and
very smart from Ted Hall.
Yeah, cool. And then Ted's just been told to stop there, and they're going to line them up. That is really good. And then he's waited further instruction, and the further instruction is to send them round to start Marshal Callum. So what he's done that, he's basically gone to the next marshal, and then to the next marshal, and waited for instruction. And again, our juniors have been exemplary in their red flag procedure for the drivers there for me, Tom.
Yeah, and it's allowed clear track for the medic to come through as well and deal with the 3 drivers who are actually
Tyler
at the side of the track.
I think Tyler Gruffett is the one that's requiring some assistance. He looked a little bit slumped in the seat. Other drivers still in their karts, but just having a quick conversations with the marshals and the medical team.
You need to go down. You need to go down there. That kid said he's been electrocuted. Yeah.
So it was. It looked like it was Gruffity and Stonehouse came together, and then there were another few that got involved in that. Joey Swan, definitely.
Yeah. Trying to figure out who's not in the train here. I do believe the one on the right-hand side may well be Mark Laredo Gomez in the 80, Logan Pebbody in the 18 as well, potentially.
I'll just take a brief pause here.
So we've got a full restart ahead of us. However, we've got one or two drivers who won't retake the start. And so we might have a bit of a rejig of who's available and who isn't. Tyler Grufferty out of the kart and walking home. Nassau panel on his kart has seen better days. I'm just seeing whether the Nassau panel's fine. It's the metal bracket that holds it in place that's a bit wonky.
But yes, it looks like we're going to have full restart minus a few drivers, as David said, and we will look to get going again fairly quickly by the looks of things. Kart just being recovered.
So that's Mark Laredo Gomez's kart. He's going to be taken back via the ambulance because we've got a marshal sat in his kart. So field will be re-gridded. Not sure the pole man, Jaden Stonehouse, is in that train of karts. But also I can't see...
No, he was one of the ones
I know he was,
involved.
but I can't see the kart up there. So unless the kart has been recovered whilst we was just casually chatting off air...
I have a feeling he drove it back into the pit.
Yeah, so if that's the case, then that if they re-grid, that should move Ted Hall onto that's the first driver available. So
We're going to have a full grid restart.
again, if the marshal out there is looking for the number 27 machine, he's going to be looking for a while.
Yes.
He's not there. So Ted Hall in the O plate.
It's all right. Callum's got involved now.
Oh,
We're going to be all right.
Nice. It doesn't mean business yet, though. Sunglasses aren't on.
Ah, that's true. That's
No,
true.
start line Marshall Callum, only business really picks up when he puts his sunglasses on. I don't think he's brought them with him today because it was a bit cloudy this morning, and I don't think he's planned adequately for the sunshine. I wonder if you can hear us on the PA to see whether start line Marshall Callum has bought his sunglasses today, yes or no. He's quite busy at the minute.
Yeah, he is, yeah. I think he's a little bit more focused on on his job.
So we're going to put them into single file, and then I imagine they'll sort themselves out. Ted with a little wave to the comm box. He's very relaxed. So's Jacob Carnes. Can we get a Ronnie Harrow wave? We can. Yes.
If they can hear us, I want some dabs when
No,
we
you
go.
don't.
I do. I want to see
No,
dabs.
they're from 4 years ago, and they belonged 5 years ago.
I love a
should
dab.
Never happened. It's a disgraceful bit of behaviour, Tom.
What? I don't know what it is with you and dabs.
Well, I hated them then. I hate them now.
We've got a young man up on the bank in here in full Leeds United training kit.
Oh,
Big fan. I am a big fan of the training kit. Going to give him one of them as well.
nearly safe. Nearly safe for another year of getting battered in the Premier League every week.
We've got a semi-final today. Wembley.
Wembley.
Yeah, we've got London curse to overcome as well.
Oh. We were talking about London earlier on.
Well, it's the London curse for Leeds United, but we're playing Chelsea in London, so it's a London team at Wembley. So I'm hoping the two will cancel themselves out.
They are trying their best at the moment to let everybody else win games. So
yes.
You should be in for it. Speaking of London, we had a quick chat about the London Marathon a few moments
ago. Oh, yes, yeah, we were.
The 2 hour mark broken for the first time, I believe.
You know, some people have run a marathon already today, David. What have we done with our morning? I had a big breakfast.
We've prematurely called the end of a Honda R200 race early.
Yeah, we did, yeah. I had myself a breakfast wrap. You had yourself, what did you have? Sausage and bacon and hash brown.
Bacon and hash brown.
Yeah.
With 2 extra hash browns on the side. You're drinking a litre of...
Yeah, I've got my bucket of Tim Hortons coffee, and I have walked a stunning 1,110 steps so far today.
You haven't walked them, you've stamped them up and down.
Yeah. No, my phone's been on the side while I've been walking here, but I've been in the commentary box. But 1,110 steps done. Bosh. Boom. Beat that, marathon runners. Okay, maybe you can.
Almost certainly.
Yes. And Kat was saying that somebody, we're going to try and find out his name, has done it in full leathers, full race leathers. So he's a superbike rider and has done it in full leathers. And I'm going to give a shout out to a good friend of mine, Will Dendy, who actually did it around about 10 years ago, I think. And he did it in a full race suit and helmet.
Sylvain Guintoli.
Sylvain Guintoli,
Former
used to
World
live
Super-
near me, believe it or not.
Former World Superbike champion.
Yes, and he used to live about a mile away from me.
When you were in Northampton. Based.
Yes.
I was thinking you don't get many Sylvain Guintolis in Glasgow.
It's the second shout out to Spratton that we're going to have today as well. Spratton Massive. So famous for being the village next to Brixworth.
Right, just trying to figure out whether we're doing this single file or...
Because I didn't grow up in Brixworth, I grew in the village next to Brixworth.
Right, are we doing this 2x2 or are we
Yes.
doing this single file? Well, I thought 2x2, but I'm fairly... I think Callum's just saying... that
Explaining.
get
You're
in
going
there.
off single file, but you're going to get in 2x2,
Yeah.
I think. And then wait for the flag. So, after a brief pause, I think we're going to get back underway with a full restart, 10 minutes to go.
Right, let's have a quick look then at the regrid. It'll be Hall with Carnes then on the front row. Harrow, and then the number 9 of Jack Freeman in 4th place. So we've lost 3 of the first 7 cars. Then it's going to be Max Hall and Layla Berryman, Alex Lynn, Isabella Stansmore Wilson, Morgan Cooney and Joey Swan, then Joseph Cheetham and the 81 of Adam Causa. So we get going again, 10 minutes reset on the clock. Ding! Family Fortunes.
Our survey said,
Restart.
it's our top answer! You'd like to play for big money? As opposed to regular money.
It wasn't that where one of them answers and then the other one has to guess the answer. So it was like, Kat said, full restart. David said, not going to argue, I'm scared.
Tom and David said, last lap, checkered flag.
Yeah, exactly.
Everyone else said, one more lap.
Keep our head down today. Right.
Survey said,
No. Right, let's see if we can do this again.
So, as you said, David, Ted Hall now becoming the de facto pole position. Going to lead us away and gets good drive, although Carnes looked to have better drive and he's going to sweep around the outside. He didn't get the best of initial getaways, didn't Jacob Carnes, but then just powered down.
Not enough that Tom went, ooh, Carnes.
Jetting straight past.
So Carnes leads then from Hall. Good start by the 9 of Freeman. Ronnie Harris dropped a few places behind Berryman, Lynn, and that looks to be Morgan Cooney. Yes, it is. He's got a different race suit to what he's had previously here at Teesside, but that's because he's about a foot taller than what he was about 4 months ago, so necessary.
Yeah, heading round. Stansmore Wilson has dropped off the back significantly of the group in front. Following Ronnie Harrow around, but he's also dropped a gap. So the front 6 have started to move away already on that opening lap. Surprising from Stansmore Wilson, because we've seen her perennially run at the front of this when she's here.
They have a tendency to go low pressures and get the pace at the bitey end of the race. Today, she's got to find a way past Ronnie Harrow and hope that this lot in front have a bit of a squabble. At the moment, they're fairly compliant early doors. Normally, rotax is a race of 3/3 of the first bit is all-out warfare. Then it calms down for 2 or 3 laps, and then they go at it again once they get their second wind. Let's see whether this goes to script.
Well, Freeman is looking very racy on the back of Ted Hall now, and in fact, so racy, he's now in front of Ted Hall, and now he's back behind Ted Hall once again.
That's given Carnes, who had a gap of 0.4 of a second, probably 7 or 8 tenths. It's just under 6, so not quite as much as I thought it was going to be, but enough that he's not being pursued anymore, really. Here's Jacob Carnes.
Stansmore Wilson has now found a way past Ronnie Harrer as they went through hairpin 1. Maybe David's prediction was right that it's quite low tyre pressures for Stansmore Wilson, and we'll see her start to march towards this group of 6 that have very much broken away now.
Well, the gap, we need to check the gap to Morgan Cooney, who is on the rear end of this from Isabella Stansmore Wilson.
Jacob Kahn set 2 fastest laps in a row, but that's immediately been eclipsed now by Ted Hall, who was a tenth of a second quicker, my apologies, in P2, and has now started to close the gap that had opened up to Cairns.
So 2.1 seconds, Tom, was the gap that I was looking for from Isabella Stansmore Wilson, who now has clear track in front of her, to this train of 6 in front, and it was the final driver, Morgan Cooney, as to whether now them tyre pressures are going to start coming to the temperature that she needs them. But with them not battling in front, they are just moving away, and she's going to struggle on.
She's going to need some help,
as a one to close in, and she's no faster than the train of 6 in front.
Although she was 0.2 of a second slower the previous lap, only 1/10 of this time around. So I think they are starting to build up now. Still got 6 minutes plus a lap for Stansmore Wilson to make impact, but I think the damage may already be done. We will only find out in the next few minutes. But Ted Hall has now, with another fastest lap of the race on the previous time around, has now closed that gap to Jacob Cairns to nothing and has brought Jack Freeman along as well. So now we've got a group of 3 breaking away from Layla Berryman, Alex Lynn and Morgan Cooney. And in fact, Alex Lynn has just done Layla Berryman around the inside of the national loop. We've got a technical defect going out for Layla Berryman as well. So the mechanical flag
When Lady Berryman comes in, you need to tell her she's got the wrong numbers on her card. And she's
coming in for Layla Berryman. So that's
Keep
going
an
to...
eye out. Well, the rear bumper's attached, so that... no,
it's not
anymore.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. It's wobbling up and down. And I was looking for chain guard because the rear bumper looked okay, but now it's definitely out of its seating.
Well, that's the second one that we've seen today, because we were watching Adam Corza in practice with exactly the same
Normally they
issue.
just drag on the floor, don't they? But that's fully come out and that's bouncing up and down. Normally they come out and I think the seating comes out and there's enough weight in them. I think the bolts have come off that and it is literally just bouncing up and down. So
it's flapping away, but moving around the outside down the back straight, Jack Freeman cannot get the move completed on Ted Hall, who holds on to P2. We focused on Layla Berryman for a moment there, but Ted Hall still holding on to second place. But that's allowed Cairns to move away once again. And we've got the actual flag has gone out for Layla Berryman now.
we've had one up on the
flag.
digital flag, one down the bottom.
68 on that.
And that was Alex Lynn as well. I just saw getting a bit crossed up through hairpin 1, and that's dropped him back even further from that group of 3. And although, now that they've got themselves into an order again...
Berryman's seen the flag, Tom. She's peeling off into the pit lane here.
Yeah, coming in now. And into retirement for Layla Berryman, which is a shame. But the front 3 have closed back in again. Jacob Cairns initially pulled away there when Hall and Freeman started battling. And as soon as they stopped, Ted Hall bangs in a lap that's 0.3 faster. And Jack Freeman almost matched it.
Again, lower on pressure as Hall ducks out the slipstream late on Jacob Cairns.
Ooh, that
Cairns
was
with
late.
the door closed on Ted Hall. Still 3 minutes to go. So Hall doesn't need to rush this, except the fact that he has got a kart right behind him. So could he push Cairns for a lap maybe away and give himself one opportunity without potentially going for the lead and coming out in third if Freeman takes advantage?
I was going to say, I think Freeman's you want to watch in this one.
Yeah.
I think he's...
Hall from a mile back into hairpin 2, shots it down the inside, allows Freeman through as well. And Ted Hall leads then from Jack Freeman and Jacob Carnes, who appears to have used up most of the grip in them tyres early doors, Tom. See whether he's got anything left in the locker. And he's going to need it because Alex Lynn's not a million miles back either.
No, he's started to close in as well now and make it a group of 4. He certainly will if they keep fighting away. Meanwhile, Stansmore Wilson, who we were keeping an eye on earlier in the race, we just thought I'd bring to your attention, still P6 and no faster than the leaders still. So not working out for Stansmore Wilson. Currently 4 seconds off the lead.
No, not. We expected her to close in a little bit. Obviously, she's pulling in Morgan Cooney as into the pit lane comes Joseph Cheetham.
Yeah.
Unfortunate for him.
Ted Hall and Jack Freeman were full 4-wheel drifting through hairpin 3 there, which is unusual to see, particularly with the amount of grip that we usually get from these junior rotax drivers. But that was beautiful. If only we could slow that down to 1,000 frames a second. Joey Swan's gone round at hairpin 3, but gets back underway again. And, don't count out Alex Lynn from this group either. He's started to reel them in.
Yeah, it was a 1/10.5 quick and earlier than the driver in front. Gap
pushing on as well.
This top 4 is now a second between them all, and it'll be tighter than that this time round, I can assure you of that, because Alex Lynn is tramming up onto the back of the trio at the front. 1 minute on the clock, 3 laps to go in Junior Rotax Heat 2, and it's Hall from Freeman, Carnes and Lynn. Cooney with a personal best on the previous lap, not this time round. Nobody goes better this time.
No, but Lynn was quicker than all the 3 in front of them. So now it is a group of 4, 40 seconds to go plus a lap. Ted Hall hanging on. I think Freeman's a bit of a dark horse in this one. He stealthed his way up onto the back, stealthed his way through a few carts in front, and now in P2, potentially going for the victory. Ted Hall's going to have to try and hold on here, I think. He's done very well to get through to the lead, has Ted Hall, after dropping it to Jacob Carnes early on. Of course, he did go off pole position, did Ted Hall.
Well, held the lead, didn't he? He led off the first start by going all the way around the outside, off the front row, round the outside of Jaden Stonehouse. And he's retaken the lead in this one. Pulls a bit of a gap down the back straight, but then gets reeled in right at the end of it. He is geared low. Or geared high, sorry, Tom. He's not got a lot at the far end by the look of things, unless they've just used the slipstream, but he's got enough to get himself out of these corners, and it opens the gaps up. Look at the gap he pulls. They reel him in, but with 1 lap to go, 42 seconds away from Ted Hall becoming a race winner in Junior Rotax to go with his Junior Pro Kart race wins that he's had. Currently the O-Plate winner here at Teesside in Junior Pro Kart. And as he comes out of hairpin 2, he's going to be half a lap from home. Look at the gap he pulls early, but at the end of the straight, they are going to reel him in. They've got a little bit more at the far end, but as they navigate the second part of this Teesside lap, hairpin 3 is complete. He looks comfortable round 4. And 2-kart Teddy is going to be a 2-winner, Teddy. He's going to win in Pro Kart. He takes his first win in Junior Rotax. Ted Hall from Jack Freeman, Jacob Carnes and Alex Lynn in front of Morgan Cooney, Isabella Stansmore Wilson and Ronnie Harrer in P7 in front of Max Hall, Adam Causer and Joey Swan, your final runner that sees the checkered flag. Joseph Cheetham peeled off into the pit lane half race distance. Layla Berryman with that mechanical flag bringing a premature end to her race. That time out in the 68 machine.
So that brings to an end heat number 2 for Junior Rotax. And coming up will be heat number 2 for Senior Rotax 162 class. Of course, we don't have any 177s here. 5 runners in Senior Rotax. Although I think we're only going to get...
Well, we had 3 last time.
3. because Oscar War's registered, but he's in pro kart.
He
isn't
made the move yesterday. Decided to go pro kart just for a bit of practice ahead of Campillos next week. And Evelyn Bye was signed on
probably
tested-
weeks ago.
But also tested yesterday a little bit ahead of Campillos next weekend. So she'll be racing as well in the one of the Teesside Academy karts next weekend for Evelyn.
So we will end up with Holly Swan going from pole position with Paul Swan alongside, and then Oliver O'Donovan in third place. So just the 3 senior rotax, and I do say this every round, but if you've got a senior rotax, if you've got it kicking about in the garage, or you are on the full national circuit, if it's not a calendar clash, come here and get some seat time. Get some experience. And come and race in senior rotax. I would, but I'm also doing commentary.
You've driven one before, though, haven't you?
A senior rotax?
Yeah.
Yeah, many times, yeah.
Yeah, I haven't.
I've never raced one. I've driven plenty.
Yeah,
Test days and stuff.
yeah.
But, yeah.
I like my ribs.
Kat says that you can have a go in one of theirs.
Yeah, I'm not like against it.
Round here? Okay.
Round anywhere.
Right. Single file start for senior rotax. Novel.
Nah, it keeps Oliver O'Donovan at bay for a lap or two.
And Paul is currently got the widest car in Teesside, although
It's
not wide enough, because Oliver O'Donovan moves through at hairpin 2.
Down the inside he goes. Yeah, I'm a 100% 4-stroke driver, Tom. Pro kart was my route of choice.
Yes, likewise. But yeah, many a go in.
A couple of 24 hours between us in different teams.
Yep. Just a couple.
And
I reckon we've got, 7 between us?
Well, I certainly know. I think, first of all, we may have raced against each other before we knew each other.
Yes, I think there was the 1 year that we crossed over, wasn't there?
I did 09 and 10 here.
Oh, no.
Then 2015.
15, I think, was the year we had the horror show of a year.
Were my 3 race events here.
We almost ended up with a completely different kart to the one that we started the race with. It was that bad. It looked like Frankenstein's car at the end of it. It was horrendous.
Holly Swan still holding on to the lead here from Oliver O'Donovan.
We welded the chassis, we welded the seat stays because Costa was driving with us that year.
The Greek God of Speed.
The Greek God of Speed. And he came over the line and came on the radio to me, who I had the headphones on at the time, and he said, "The seat's broken." And I said, "What do you mean?" He said, the seat's broken. I was like, "How do you mean the seat's broken?" And he came over the line and he said, "Look at this."
We're down to 2 drivers.
Yes,
Remember
we are,
Holly
'cause Holly
Swan
Swan
out of
just
the lead.
Pulled off into retirement.
Retires at hairpin number 1, went wide into the corner, no power. And the kart pulls over. I believe the chain has departed action.
So I said, "What do you mean the seat's broken?" And he said, "Look at this." And he came across the line in front of me and just leant back like he was in a recliner. Like he'd flipped the lever on a reclining seat like in Friends. And he just like leant back. Oh, right, okay, I see what you mean now. And so he came in. So we welded the seat stays. We welded the chassis at one point. It ended up with a completely different front bumper because it came off at the D chicane, did my front bumper.
But did it
and it skidded straight across to the pit wall where Pedals leant over, who was running us at the time, leant over and just picked it up and went, "Thanks." So it was ready for me as soon as I came back in the pits.
Come back in for a quick fix.
Yeah, it was a very steep learning curve of 24-hour racing was that one. But we came back the next year and only just missed out on a podium as well. So that was, I think we finished 7th overall that year, if memory serves.
Yeah, so I've done...
It's pretty good going, really.
Yeah, it is on... Yeah, we always say just getting to the end of the British 24-hour is an achievement. I think we may well have located Holly Swan's chain, which has just been recovered from the outside of the chicane, and she didn't get overtaken until hairpin 1, so she's carried some good momentum, but obviously less friction.
Good bearings. Good bearings
Good
in that
bearings.
car. Yeah. Excellent bearings.
Yeah, 3:24 hours raced for me over here. One at Le Mans.
Yes.
With you.
Which we did together. Our first ever race together in a team.
At Le Mans, and
it was an enjoyable one.
It was lovely.
It genuinely was. I had a great weekend. I mean, the result was horrendous, but we had a great weekend.
Snapped a chain inside the first hour, didn't we?
Yeah.
And we just got unlucky.
Ian got himself ran over in the gravel trap.
Yeah, but the damage was done before then.
Oh yeah,
we just got a bit unlucky. The chain went, and as we turned up at the mechanics bay, there was two waiting.
Yeah.
So we just had to sit it out, didn't we? It was unfortunate.
What we were doing was we had a big whiteboard, didn't we? And we were just adjusting our targets through the race, and I think it kept us all motivated.
Yeah, we were all good. But the pace was steady for the whole team. I think we did all right. I was more than happy. Less happy when I got asked to do a double stint in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that I'd offered earlier on at 6 o'clock to do a double because I felt good. I'd felt less good at it was 4 a.m. when I got asked to do that.
Yeah.
You were duly dispatched to go and get me a water bottle from the Max Plant team.
Yeah, just whatever we were like, whatever it takes.
Yeah, find
for you to do a double stint.
Bottle. I need something. And then 20 minutes later, I was back in the pits anyway after I was unceremoniously dumped into the gravel at turn 1. I allowed a fast kart down the inside, and then the second kart behind just decided he was going to nerf me straight in.
Well, the reason that I love commentating at 24-hour races is because I love 24-hour races, and I don't mean that in a kind of, well, that's obvious, isn't it? But I commentate on it because I can't race anymore. I wish more than anything that I could still get in a seat and go and drive. I can't do it anymore physically because I can't hold the steering wheel anymore.
I'm the other way, is that I could do it, but I'm better at one than the other, and I'll leave that for people to decide. But it's not driving.
But no, I love the strategy. I love the action and everything that goes on, and it's never dull when you're out there. There's always somebody to race against. Yes, you're getting overtaken and you're overtaking people who you're putting a lap down and people are putting laps on you, but you're always in a fight with somebody. You're either closing in on somebody in front or you're holding off somebody behind. It's just great, and I really miss it.
The British 24-hour for me is the best 24-hour. Yes, going to Campillos, which is going to be lovely, and Le Mans, which is iconic. But the British 24-hour is everything that a 24-hour should be. Le Mans, in the nicest possible way, is that I, having not raced competitively for 5 years, could do a double stint in the middle of the night at Le Mans and still be reasonable. Couldn't do that at the British.
No,
because it is a physical, grueling.
Which is why we are in awe of the likes of like your Dan Crossleys who triple stint.
Yeah, Nichols who triple stinted to hold on that year when was it 21 when he tripled and then handed it over, and they came together on the final lap.
To Charlie Bingham.
Yeah, because the engine went on the.
It was Robinson and Bingham, wasn't it? Yeah.
Right at the end, but prior to that, Nichols had done 4 hours. And we saw even a driver of his calibre, his head rolling off his shoulders down the back straight. You see them doing triple stints, and it's we see teams that turn up because they want to do the British for the first time. And I would implore anybody that is signed on to do the British, and if you are, let us know in the live chat. But honestly, prepare for that and prepare for it adequately.
Prepare your neck.
South Bank, lap after lap after lap when you're doing it 100 times in a stint.
It doesn't look it, but it's a 360-degree corner because it blends straight into hairpin 3. So it's what, 7, 8, 9 seconds that you are turning right every lap. And it's, what, 2G, 3G through there? 2G probably?
Easily. And you've got the mental strain as well of multi-class racing. When you've got pro karts coming through 8 seconds a lap faster, is even if you're racing in them as well, that just.
You've only done it in owners, haven't you? You never did it in hires.
I did 2 in hires, 1 in owners.
Oh, okay. Because I was going to say I found it much more enjoyable in owners because you all Although the racing's a lot closer in the hires, and
Yeah.
you can, particularly mid-race, you can just get in behind somebody who's ever so slightly quicker than you and just let them pull you along, or they're ever so slightly slower than you, but you can push them along and use the slipstream, that kind of
They
thing.
create the gaps, you go through, and it's
Yeah,
nice.
yeah.
I'm the other way. I like non-stressful racing. And when I turn up and the kart is provided for me and the mechanics are provided for me and I can just...
And you're glamping out the back
Oh, honestly, mate, I am...
with a butler.
Give me an arrive and drive package every day of the week. I can just turn up, helmet, race suit, minimal talent, away I go.
Speaking of helmet, race suit, and minimal talent, hi Dan. Dan Bogard up on the bank.
He's here helping Connor out in MS because Howard's already left for Campolos this morning. So
He's going to love that.
Well,
I've just said that.
You can tell him all next week because he's racing at Campolos.
Good.
That's why he's here early doors. So,
Excellent. I'm sure we'll have a chat with him during the race at some point.
Look,
There we go. Look, nod and a thumbs up. Yeah, he's coming in to have a chat with us. Good.
Isle of Man's favourite Dan. Bearing in mind they're all called Dan, so that's quite a feat.
We're having many an Alan Partridge reference today, aren't we? I was tempted to go after we'd said, "Ooh, Alan." We had Alex Lynn earlier, right? And I was saying, "Ooh, Lynn." So already the timer has expired here in Senior Rotax Heat 2. Oliver O'Donovan very comfortable at the front of this one. 14 seconds as they came over the line. Back to our only other runner now that Holly Swan has pulled into retirement. Last lap board goes out. And barring any retirements, it is going to go the way of Oliver O'Donovan, with Paul Swan coming through in second place. And just keep an eye, just in case, because we've had issues today. I don't want to call anything too early again. But it will be Senior Pro Kart Heat 2 coming up next. There is Oliver O'Donovan on your screens, ladies and gentlemen, coming through hairpin 3 and hairpin 4 to what is going to be a very comfortable victory in Heat 2. And there he goes. Literally crawled it across the line. Could have pulled into the pit lane, but has gone for another lap. And here comes Paul Swan to take second place.
Oh.
Oh,
I think Oliver O'Donovan's just
I think he's
slowed
going to
down.
give him
Basically
a
went,
push.
look, do you reckon we could push that back? That is a service well provided, I think, maybe.
Yeah, but the only thing is I know he hasn't got a nose cone because he's been driving around on his own. But if he had a nose cone now, he's going to get a nose cone when he goes in.
Is that 5 seconds, though?
Yeah.
Oh, well, he's still won the race by like 15 seconds.
He's going to need 35 seconds, though, isn't he? So.
So Kat just pointing out that he might now get a nose cone penalty for pushing Holly Swan.
I would
back
absolutely love it.
But
more,
even
more
if
than
he
that
does, he
time
still
that
won.
Kevin
So.
Keegan loved it. If he came in now with a front fairy penalty.
You've seen the memes this week, haven't you? Of Arteta saying they've got to go to Burnley and get a point. And there we go. Right now, the grid is cleared.
Just going to watch out.
As nice as this is, sort of Senna Mansell-esque,
Yeah.
you know, being pushed back in, let's not be about the bush. That's a lovely piece of sportsmanship.
Yes, lovely.
Would have been quicker just to push her off the track across and pit lane.
Doesn't have quite the same visual.
Doesn't have quite the same visual, but
There we go.
there's Bella Franklin. Track is clear. So I better bring you a grid for Senior Pro Kart Heat 2. Zach Dawson is going to go off pole position, followed by Thomas Woolley alongside, and then it's Matthew Hauschby and Mark Tate. And then Scott Tate is going to go off P5 with Zachary Hudson and Lewis Jolly and Lewis Blench in 8th, and Max Shields and Isaac Duff round out your top 10. For some reason, we're missing 11th place. We go straight from 10th to 12th. But Nigel Richardson, then Liam Edmonds and Joseph Williamson and Zach Dean. Then it's going to be David Brown and Danny Bean. And Bradley Rowe and Oscar Waugh, Sam Neri and Ike Needham, Curtis Yule, Darcy Hall and Marty Gill-Fillan.
Starts with you.
So heading round.
Gridded up nicely, Tom.
They are.
Goes down the tail end of the field. Still
Normally-
working hard to get heating tyres.
Normally means when they're gridded up nicely this early that we'll have a false start. Ever the optimist, me.
It's nearly lunchtime. I'm not allowing it. That is Zach Dawson down to a walking pace. Don't really have to worry about the plugs oiling up in a 4-stroke, do they, Tom? In the
No.
same way they do in a rotax, so they can go as slow as they like. This is lovely.
I'm going to wait for that acceleration cone. And sort of we're away.
Mark Tate trying to get through the middle there. Then it's not what really worked out for him in the grand scheme of things. He's just got shuffled back into the middle.
Yeah,
pack.
speaking
He's
of
come out
being-
in P6, but oh no, we've got Tom Woolley round.
Sure, we had Lewis Jolly was dropping down the order a bit, but he hasn't. In fact, it was.
Him and Oscar Waugh have got a very similar sticker kit this
It
weekend.
might have been
although
Oscar Waugh, although he started further
both
down the order
single-digit
anyway. In
numbers
fact,
as
no.
well.
Oscar Waugh's made his way up through the field quite significantly, in fact.
He's going past Lewis Jolly as well. Into the right-hander of hairpin 3 there. So Dawson leads from Houshby with Zach Hudson, Scott Tate. Then it's the 51 of Lewis Blench. Mark Tate, Oscar Waugh, Isaac Duff, Lewis Jolly, Ike Needham. In front of Maximus Shields and the standout from heat number 1 for me, Liam Edmonds.
So Oscar Waugh started 19th and he's already up to 7th. That's strong.
Ike Needham with a robust defence mid-corner between hairpin 1 and 2 on Lewis Jolly. Slows them both down, and they've both been overtaken by Maximus Shields, and Jolly's also been overtaken by Liam Edmonds as well in the number 5 machine. Further forwards, that looks like Lewis Blench going down the inside. Oh, no, he's battling, and he's just been overtaken, I think, by Zach Hudson. Again, they sort themselves back out into what is still 4th and 5th behind Scott Tate. And then they're battling round the national loop. That's only going to allow Mark Tate to get closer to them both. Behind them, though, keep an eye out. The reigning champion is starting to carve his way through the order as he goes down the inside of Isaac Duff, and that allows Ike Needham into the gap as well. So they go down the back straight. Oscar Waugh is the next one to get picked off by the 43.
And Shields has passed Waugh now through South Bank corner, and now he's going to try and side his way through Mark Tate as well.
Job done. Tate and Waugh side by side. Waugh slots in behind Mark Tate. Zach Dawson is off into the distance. Remember last year when Shields got up to second and I said that the lead was unassailable, and then he reeled in the driver at the front, and that driver was Zach Dawson? I wonder if we're going to get another go at that.
Well, he's going to have to find his way through another few karts. First of all, next on the list was, is that Zachary Hudson in the Alonso helmet?
Yes, it is, and Mark Tate's going to go through as well into South Bank. So Shields up to P5.
There's a fight going on between Scott Tate and Matthew Houshby, who have just swapped positions, and Tate has now taken second place away. Contact warning for the 111 of Ike Needham as well as he makes his way through the field. He picked up 11 places on the first lap, but has only been able to find another 2 in the laps afterwards. That came right through my headphones.
Yeah, well, that's the problem was that you weren't coming through my headphones.
Oh.
That's why I had to fix it. Sorry.
Anyway, Zach Dawson breaking away at the front here. Of course, moved up to the pro class this year, did Zach Dawson.
Finished 4th last year in club, so just missed out actually on a top three. Was a little bit unlucky last season, was Zach Dawson, with one or two things. The pace has been there for a long time, hasn't it?
Oh, yeah, quick driver. Very quick driver. Zach Dawson. Scott Tate now moving away from Matthew Hauschby, and it is Shields now up to fourth, past Lewis Blench on that lap, and has already dropped Blench.
Hauschby getting increasingly bigger in Shields' vision.
Ike Needham trying to find a way past Zachary Hudson at hairpin 2, but couldn't get that one done. Just didn't go deep enough into the corner to get the move completed. We're looking at Shields, who now overtakes Hauschby for third place on the road. So that now puts pro drivers 1, 2 and 3. Hauschby leading our clubman class, with Lewis Blench in fifth leading the novice class, and Shields, even with the overtake, was half a second quicker than Zach Dawson at the front.
Shields and Tate, your next two to go at it, potentially over second place. I think we've probably got a lap before
I think
they get close enough.
Shields versus Tate is going to be a theme that we're going to have throughout the season.
And I'm all for it.
I am as well. So far, Shields has had the upper hand on that one. But in both races so far today, he's had to find a way through on Scott Tate. And Scott Tate does not make it easy to pass. He's very, very late on the brakes. He's
very accomplished driver as well.
Extremely accomplished driver. With a bulging trophy cabinet, I think it's fair to say.
Accomplished family as well. Mark's a handy driver. His brother Dan, a Rotax 177 British champion.
And has raced here with very strong results as well in Senior Pro Kart. But now Shields,
I think Tate had asked him to work with him, and Shields had gone, yeah, all right, and
passed him at the next corner.
Yeah, the standard.
No, you work with me.
Yeah. Standard racing driver behaviour.
Yeah.
Danny Bean with a contact warning.
Don't work with me, I'll work with you. Don't phone me, I'll phone you.
I think you'll find I'll call the shots around here.
Well, we said that it's going to be a theme that's going to run throughout the season.
Despite his youthful years, I get the feeling that was Shields just going, I'm the big dog and this is my yard.
Well, exactly that, yeah, putting a marker down, yeah. A scent marker, if you like.
3 minutes to go. Gap is 0.6 of a second, and Shields on the previous lap was 0.6 of a second quicker than Zach Dawson.
Contact warning has gone out for Curtis Yule. Speaking of themes. Bless him. So Shields has reeled Dawson in now. Another 0.6 faster and another fastest lap of the race for Shields.
Just a thing on Yule. He polished up really nicely last year, Tom, didn't he?
He did.
Back end last year wasn't picking up them contact warnings.
The diamond has roughed itself up again in the off season, I think it's fair to say.
Been picked up with wire wool.
So 2 minutes plus a lap to go. I think we're just waiting for the inevitable here at hairpin 1. Oh,
it's coming at 2. There
maybe
is it.
Not.
Yes, it is.
There it is. So Shields takes the lead.
Another warning out this time, Tom, for Zachary Hudson in the 81. I think he's just fallen outside of the top 10. Is that fastest lap of the race by Bradley Rowe? Or is that fastest lap of for a clubman runner?
That is the fastest lap for a clubman.
Yeah, I thought so. Club.
It's a lap record since the last lap record.
Right, yeah. Alpha timing, doing alpha timing things.
Yes. it's like what my workshop at work say. It's guaranteed to the gate. it's Yeah.
Good move there. Just caught the tail end of Isaac Duff, finding his way past Liam Edmonds into the left-hander of hairpin number 1. Takes 8th place away from the number 5. Edmonds stays in 3rd place in the club ranks, which is currently being led by Matthew Hauschby and a very fast and also impressive Lewis Blench, who is our top novice runner. Started this race in P8, has made up a few places on the opening lap and has stayed there, Tom, in P5. Looking comfortable as well as Mark Tate and Ike Needham behind.
Scott Tate was only a 10th slower than Max Shields that time around, so I'm expecting him to start making a move on Zach Dawson as well for P2 overall. We'll see them on screen shortly, I'm sure. We're looking at Matthew Hauschby and Lewis Blench for P4. There we go. Now we're looking at the fight for second. It's Zach Dawson, who was long-time race leader. Now demoted to second with Shields moving through, but now Tate is going to be right there. Was quicker again that time around, although both set personal bests, and both set personal bests that were 3/10 of a second. Sorry, Zach Dawson, apologies, set a personal best that was 3/10 faster than he'd gone before on any lap this race.
Oh, great defensive move there by Mark Tate at South Bank, Tom, as Ike Needham tried to get down the inside, just squeezed and then chopped across the front to hold on to P6.
And there's your checkered flag already. That went by very quickly. Almost got caught out there.
It's not like us.
But Max Shields takes victory in sprint number 2 from Zach Dawson. Scott Tate just ran out of time, I think, there to take second place away from Zach Dawson, but still gets P2 in the pro class. Then it was Matthew Hauschby winning the clubman class, and Lewis Branch in 5th wins the novice class. And we've got Mark Tate, Ike Needham, Isaac Duff, Liam Edmonds, and Oscar Waugh finishing off the top 10. And we will be back at 1:45. We're going to take a lunch break now, so we've got about half an hour to yeah, we're going to have a little break to re-energise ourselves, get some sustenance announcements from the cafe, and we'll probably join you in about half an hour's time, possibly with some cake chat.
Oh, absolutely, some cake chat, particularly after Junior Pro Kart Heat number 1, where Peter Webster is under very strict orders to bring lemon cake and tiffin to the commentary box, cooked by Janet during the week.
Okay, I'm sure we'll bring you that in around about half an hour's time. Please join us back then. Thank you very much.
Hello and welcome back then as Junior Pro Kart make their way out onto the grid for the third heat for juniors. Adam Roberts on pole position, Fen Wheat alongside Ted Hall and Lewis Dean in front of Dylan Slack and Edward Rye. Ashton Kennedy, Ashton Carmichael is row 4, Peter Webster and Josh Brown row 5, Reese Dodds, Andrew McCrossan row number 6, Joshua Sullivan and Charlie Henderson row 7 in front of Scarlett Whittaker Dunn, Ben Edwards, Elvis Hartley, Lennon Wright, Max Plant, false start because they are not close. Then it's going to be, Elvis Hartley and Lennon Wright, row 9, row 10, Matthew Plant and Freddie Battersby, Isaac Wellburn and Ashton Horsepool, with Harry Pennington completing the grid. And Grace Matthews as well, who wasn't on the random grids because she did not decide she was going to race. Tested yesterday and then decided she was going to race this morning. So just got added to the back of each of the grids. So that's where Grace will start. And then for the final, she'll take her position based on the points. Just flashing through there with the Alonso helmet. Edward Rye with 2 race wins. And this, Tom, is his furthest start forward in P6. So I think there's a fairly decent chance we might see that again. Pace is quick coming out of the final corner,
and they
very
need to
quick.
back it down again, and they've been completely ignored by...
Gonna have to back it up.
No, it's full start.
False start, we're going to have to false start.
The marshal, in fairness, at hairpin 4
Get them stopped on the back straight, please.
was
And then
telling
keep
them to
them
slow
at their
down.
speed.
Yeah, they're going to have to slow it down. Oh, that's bad.
Red flag.
We're going to stop this. Yeah, Callum's... We're okay.
He just turned round at the right time, did Callum there.
Good. We could have potentially helped there on the PA, and I think we did. I think he saw them coming. So, red flag, and we're going to stop them. And I think we're going to Dan Ashton the situation.
No, we're gonna Bob Pope the situation.
Yeah, where we stop all the drivers and we have a very stern word about how fast they're going.
And again, they've been the start line. The marshal at hairpin 3 was telling them to stop, and they were ignoring him for a while as well. So certainly not helping themselves, these drivers here. And thankfully, Callum, our start line marshal,
away, but absolute champ,
is okay by the looks of things. But yeah, has taken a bit of a whack.
Oh, the shouty one is moving, Tom. Bella. I thought Bella was going to do the telling
she's gone
off.
to see that Callum's okay.
Yeah.
And we're going to need to, I think, potentially get a new start line marshal for a little while.
Bella's just said, do you want to go and sit down? He's gone, no. I'm going to walk this off.
Very lucky there, but thankfully, okay.
Right. Field is coming round and they're going to get stopped at the start line here. And, Chief Marshal Chris has come down to do the talking.
Oh.
They were just powering down out of hairpin 4, Tom, when the acceleration cone is 25 metres in front of the start line.
Yeah, but they were already going too fast out of hairpin 4. I think this is because we've got some drivers on the front of the grid who aren't potentially used to this rolling start situation.
Kat's just gone out the chief timekeeper. Well, she's timekeeping, but she's chief everything.
She's just Big Boss Cat.
She's Big Boss Cat.
Big Boss Cat is, yeah. I think there's going to be some drivers with some... The backs of their legs might be a bit sore after this one.
Chinese whispers. So Kat's told Chris what she wants to tell the drivers. He's going to tell the drivers. Luckily, I think he'll tell them all rather than just expect the guy in the front to then pass it back.
What they're being told, I believe, is pay attention to the marshal at the exit of hairpin 4 and don't ignore what the marshal's telling you to do.
Go a little bit slower.
Which is no, in fairness, like in the rotax class, he was saying actually just speed up a little bit because they were going too slowly. But in this class, he was saying very much slow down, and they powered down coming out of where they went past him, and he was stood there with his arms in the air like, "What are you doing?"
He had to move out of the way.
Yeah, and then of course we had a false start. And we've had a marshal injured in the process of that as well. So,
yeah, 2 of them having a little chat at the front. Adam Roberts is the pole man. He dictates the pace, so he could overhear that because he had the visor open. You could hear him just nodding. So we are.
Yeah, if we could clear the red flags, please, on the circuit lights. Right, yeah. So we have yellow flags, please, at all posts, and we'll go again. Chris is on your call.
Chris has now taken over the start procedure from Callum while he receives some attention, and of course we do hope he's okay. He did limp away. Certainly not an ideal situation. Anyway, we are back underway on another formation lap. You've got the same problem I had last time with your headphones.
Yes, I think that might be a bit... Well, it works, and when it works really well.
So now we're on 3 red flags.
Yes. I'm not even sure that's an official red flag, but...
I said it's my fault, because we were asked during the lunch break how many red flags we'd had. David said 2, I said 3, but I couldn't name what the third one was.
It's because there wasn't one.
Because there wasn't one, but now there has been one, so it's my fault.
Tom with visions of the future.
Yes, indeed. I've Derek Acora'd it. Clinton Baptisted it.
Right, field is nicely positioned. They just need to be slow. Slow. Still slow.
There we go. Now they're being told.
That's a bit better.
But they're away and racing this time.
Start Marshall is happy with that one as they head up towards the national loop for the first time. And
I think he's happier than happy.
Everybody is through to an extent. A few people jumping over curbs, but everybody up towards hairpin 1 nicely as Ted Hall emerges out in the lead from Adam Roberts, Lewis Dean and Edward Rye. Then it's Ashton Carmichael, and then we've got changes for position further down the order, as it looked like Josh Brown going down the inside of Fen Wheat for position.
We'll get them over the line for the first time in anger. It's going to be Ted Hall breaking away from Lewis Dean now, and then Edward Rye, as you said, David, with Ashton Carmichael and Adam Roberts, Josh Brown, Joshua Sullivan, Dylan Slack, Fen Wheat, and Ashton Kennedy. The top 10. Ted Hall doing his best now to get away at the front of this one. He's seen the damage that Edward Rye can do in this position in the previous 2 heats. Rye now up to 3rd already from 6th on the grid.
Lewis Dean in 2nd place. So Edward Rye from a good distance back tries to slide the kart down the inside and didn't quite have the level of grip he was expecting and has to slot back in. There's Peter Webster has some pointy elbows, Tom. He has a contact warning.
Ted Hall flying.
Battling for 2nd here, Tom, as Edward Rye goes down the inside of Lewis Dean and takes Ashton Carmichael with him as well.
And we've said this before, but if you don't get Edward Rye very, very quickly, Edward Rye becomes very, very small in front of you all of a sudden.
I mean, he's not the biggest driver at the best of times.
Well, the kart becomes small as well as the driver.
Is that Josh Brown down the inside of Lewis Dean? Yes, it is.
Indeed it is. Carmichael makes his way through on that lap as well, so Dean down to 4th now. Of course, difficult to tell apart from when you're looking at the front of the kart, it's easy to tell Ashton Carmichael and Lewis Dean apart. When they're going away from you, very similar helmets, if not identical helmets.
There are identical helmets on the front, the back and the sides.
Yes. So when they're travelling away from you, it's quite difficult to see which one's in which order.
Yeah, the only difference between the 2 of them is
that's my excuse
head
anyway.
Inside.
It's my excuse.
Yeah,
I'm getting it in early.
That's the only difference.
Meanwhile, Ted Hall again with another 2/10 faster than Edward Rye.
Not getting away from
Ashton
Carmichael though.
Oh, Rye, you mean? Yes. Yes, Carmichael very much going with at the moment. Sullivan now right on the back of Lewis Dean.
Carmichael fastest lap of the race. Personal best for everyone in the top 5 except the leader.
We said that we thought there would be a challenge to Edward Rye throughout the day as it started to go on. We threw Hall, Carmichael, Sullivan into that mix, as well as Ashton Horspool is actually down in 14th, but he's making his way through the order quite quickly up to 14th after what seemed like a difficult start down at the back.
There is a great battle going on, Tommy, that Carmichael's Horsepool's involved in, actually.
Yes, scything his way through that field, actually.
If we could try and pick that up coming out of Hairpin 4. They're crossing the start line now, but it's basically Hartley, Pennington, and then everybody else all the way down to Andrew McCrossan. So all of our field, Tom, is really tightly packed together.
Sullivan's now made his way through to 4th place, and
lost time doing it though, didn't he?
Josh Brown has passed Lewis Dean as well, so both of them passed Lewis Dean, now dropping down to 6th.
It's the gap at the front down 0.3 of a second as Edward Rye starts taking chunks out of Ted Hall at the front. This is that gaggle
heading down the back straight,
all the way down to Andrew McCrossan from what was effectively Elvis Hartley. It's spread out a little bit more since, but it's like a roulette wheel, this positions, isn't it?
Sullivan sets a new fastest lap of the race that time around with a 46.3, 2/10 faster than Ted Hall,
who set a personal best, in fact.
He did, but
only half a tenth faster than the two in front. It's so close in Junior Pro Kart.
At that pace, Sullivan isn't going to catch Ted Hall for the victory, but might get onto the back of Rye and Carmichael here.
Could do with those two catching Hall quickly, couldn't he? And then letting them all have a little scrap. It's what you want when you're the driver chasing. You want to see, talking of chasing, that's Ben Wheat currently holding off the 64 machine of Ben Edwards, Lennon Wright, Rhys Dodds and Andrew McCrossan. This battle for P20.
But it is a battle nonetheless, and it rages. Edward Rye now with a new fastest lap of the race in P2. 3/10 quicker than Ted Hall. They are starting to catch. It was almost matched by Ashton Carmichael as well, who went with, and likewise Sullivan also in the 46.3s. You can see it on the left of your screen there. They were all significantly faster than Ted Hall. And in fact, that gap is now next to nothing. They are really closed in. Ted Hall's had a scruffy couple of laps. Edward Rye and Ashton Carmichael both in the 46.1s. That was 4/10 quicker than Ted Hall last time around. And they're there. In fact, Edward Rye is down the inside and taking the lead away off camera, but taking the lead away from Ted Hall. And I think Ashton Carmichael, there we go, we just picked them up now. I think Ashton Carmichael might be following through as well.
Carmichael pushing Hall down the back straight.
But where has that pace come from Edward Rye and Ashton Carmichael mid-race? They've suddenly found 2 to 3/10 of a second, and Ted Hall has lost it.
Is it tyre pressure? I know, well, when you said where's the pace come from Edward Rye, I was going to say many, many Wednesdays testing round here.
True, but Ted Hall all of a sudden lost 2 to 3/10 of a second, and Edward Rye and Ashton Carmichael found it, so all of a sudden there was a 4/10 disparity between the two of them. There goes Carmichael down the inside of Ted Hall and takes second place away. That allows Edward Rye a gap about 4 or 5 kart lengths. And we've seen how this one goes.
That's game over. We know what we've seen this in, well, through a whole year of Honda
I feel like I've seen this story before.
Yes. It's like when you go back to watch your favourite film over and over again and go, oh.
If you're Paul Rye, that's exactly what it is.
Yeah, I'm not, but some of them say, I'm not really bored of this. I can keep watching it. Yeah, certainly, yeah.
Joshua Sullivan actually quicker than Rye that time around, as both of them, as he caught both Carmichael and Hall.
I can tell you what happened earlier. They started pulling away ever so slightly as Rye and Carmichael went up, and then that gives the driver in fourth a bit of a, I'm not catching them. And then all of a sudden they get a little bit closer to him, and then he pulls a 46.1 out and is straight on the pace again, which was probably 2 or 3 tenths faster than what he'd done previously.
No, he was
now
doing
he's got a bit
46
of
ones, but
now he's got a bit of a target.
yellow
Waved
flags.
yellow. Not sure why. I think we had some marshals. Very slow-moving Ashton Kennedy peels off into the pit lanes. So marshals working was the reason why.
My question in this race is what's happened to Ted Hall? Because all of a sudden...
Well, pressure's up to try and get away from the front, I imagine.
But he was doing 46.8s and 46.7s, and now he's back in the 46.3s. So something is going on with Ted Hall in this race. He had a very comfortable lead, dropped back to third, still had slow laps once he popped down to third, and now all of a sudden finds half a second. Interesting. Maybe we'll get a word.
Got 2 laps to go at the end of this one.
We'll get a word from Ted, maybe. You've got the inside track on the Halls, haven't you?
Yeah, but you keep your head down if they're not. If he's not happy, we'll let him chill. Let him simmer.
Then Carmichael just went a bit wide there, coming through the national loop. That's not going to help him. But
Sullivan wasn't particularly spectacular around the national either, and he's lost ground on Hall.
Well, Ted Hall now in the 46.1s.
Bouncing, willing that cart along.
But interesting that when he was in the lead was seemingly struggling. Last lap board about to go out now. That's going to be taken by Edward Wright, who is starting to now come under some pressure from Ashton Carmichael. It might be a little bit too late, but certainly is being closed in on now. And Hall is able to go with, and likewise is Sullivan. So if it comes to blows, then we've got Josh Brown and Lewis Dean. They're fairly close together. Peter Webster's in a race of 1 at the moment in 7th. Kind of all on his own. And then we've got a big group behind that's sort of 8th down to around about 16th, which is Isaac Welburn. Oh no, it's Harry Pennington in 15th. That's the checkered flag. Going out now for Edward Rye. Clean sweep so far this weekend. We'll give him pole position for the final. Ashton Carmichael comes across the line in 2nd place with Ted Hall, then setting a personal best on the final lap of the race. And a 46.102. Joshua Sullivan in P4. Then it's Lewis Dean and Josh Brown and Peter Webster. Dylan Slack. Ashton Horspool with a great recovery drive, up 13 places in that one into the top 10 in 9th place. And then Elvis Hartley crosses the line in P10, which will give good points to Elvis Hartley for the final after an early retirement as well. So hopefully for Elvis Hartley, that might mean not going quite off the back of the grid.
I think that might just be enough for pole for Rye.
I reckon so, yes. I reckon he might have just done enough there.
Chuck's fastest lap, not last lap as well.
Let's have a look at what you could have won.
Just for good measure.
Yeah, let's have a look at how fast I could have gone. Yeah. Do you know what I like about Edward Wright? I know he's got that Alonso helmet on, but he's proper got 500cc era Valentino Rossi vibes about him. I know that sounds a bit. It probably sounds a bit silly, but for those who will remember that era of MotoGP before it was MotoGP, Rossi used to do he would kind of get in front and either disappear off into the distance, or he'd kind of wait until 3 or 4 laps from the end, then take the lead, and then on the last lap of the race, just bang in the fastest lap and just go, this is how fast I could have gone if I really tried.
Nothing like
and we've seen it,
the competition.
And that's my point, yes. And Edward Wright has got that kind of vibe. Like, right at the end, he'll just go, right, last lap board's out, 100%, let's see how fast we can go. I've done enough to win, but here's how fast I can go. Mm-hmm. And I like that. You don't, because it's your lad who's following and trying to match and overtake.
It's not even that. It's like for me, I'm like.
But okay, I like that from a commentator.
You're leading already, so don't need to overdrive it.
No. I like it. It's attitude, and I like it. Meanwhile, heading out will be our Bambinos for their final heat of the day. And I will endeavour to bring you a grid. It's going to be Logan Grassi going off pole, though. Followed by Sebastian O'Connell, who actually had a very good Heat 2. Up until... Did he have a spin in Heat 2? Am I right in thinking?
Yes, he did.
Yes, but he was going very well. Yeah, we're challenging for the lead, wasn't he?
Yes.
And then Reggie Rhodes will go off P3. Jake Wynn in P4. Theodore Lee in P5. Then we've got our Might E Bambinos. So it's Ayrton Tennant and Theo Wagner. Ayrton Tennant we've seen throughout the day go and have fantastic starts and usually ends up P2 by the time they get to the national loop. In fact, he's probably in, by the entry to the D chicane, he'll be in P2. He gets a lightning fast start in that electric kart. And then Theo Wagner we've seen as well, who will go off P7, second in the Mighty Bambinos, but he has been making extremely large strides forward in terms of lap times throughout the day, and it's one that I'm personally championing.
Absolutely.
Because you can visibly see the driver making progress. And I like that, and I think, we should be cheering that.
Yes, absolutely, Tom. Big fan.
It's not just about the race at the front, is my point.
So, 2 Mighties rolling into position then. There is the
Not sure
48.
how old young Theo Wagner is, but absolutely tiny, even in the Bambino car. He's small, isn't he?
Yeah.
It's like basically what we've got is a cart and a helmet, and then somewhere in there is a person buried in the cart.
Okay, Chris, it's with you being happy.
We're about to get going. Start line marshal Chris making his way over with the green flag, which is up. It's down, and we're away and racing, and a good start once again from Logan Grassi, and an even better start, as usual, and predicted from Ayrton Tennant, who is going to go through in P2 by the D chicane.
They do pick up incredibly quick, those Mighty Bambinos, and he slots through into second place. Behind Logan Grassi, just in front of Sebastian O'Connell.
Hey up, David.
And the most important part of the day is upon us, Tom.
We did say after lunch we would bring you #cake chat.
Quality.
We'll wait for the Bambinos to settle down a little bit because Sebastian O'Connell has retaken P2 from Ayrton Tennant.
We'll just let Peter do his usual setup of his cake stall.
Sebastian O'Connell now has made his way through into P2 in front of Ayrton Tennant, who is still holding on well. And in fact, Sebastian O'Connell is now challenging for the lead, as we saw in Heat 2. He draws alongside Logan Grassi. He's going to drive around the outside. No, slots back into place and gives Logan Grassi a bit of a push as well through the D chicane, or into the D chicane.
I think it's that lemon cake that you.
No, it's the tiffin. Is it tiffin?
Yeah, it is tiffin.
It's tiffin, but has it got some orange in there? Oh, I thought I could smell chocolate orange for a minute. I got a whiff of chocolate orange and I got all distracted.
It's delicious. I've had 1 or 2 pieces of that tiffin already this weekend.
Okay.
But only 1 piece of the lemon cake.
Well, once again, we'll just give it a lap or so just for this to settle down. But Sebastian O'Connell still mounting a challenge to Logan Grassi for the lead.
Sorry, I couldn't see 25.
David, you can wire in if you want. I'll talk us through this one.
Wire into the chocolate cake.
Wire into whatever you want, mate. And I will crack on. So I keep an eye also on.
It's all good at the moment. Logan Grassi leading, fastest lap of the race with a 59 dead almost. Is half a second quicker than Sebastian O'Connell. Peter's asking what the Bambino lap record is. It's a 57.
I can tell you who did it. I knew it was a 57.
57 point something.
It's a mid to high. It's a high 57, I believe.
But that day there was 3 of them tramming round at very similar pace, pushing each other. It was
I thought it was Chloe McGill.
Yeah, but it was set at a very similar time where she was tramming round with Austin O'Man and Colby Patterson, and they were all very fast. But it's just Chloe McGill who does hold the Bambino lap record around here. So field is starting to spread out now, Tom. Probably just about enough that you can look to your left.
Get some cake. Right. Well, as nice as the chocolate cake smells, I'm actually going to dive in for some lemon.
I'll let you pick.
No, you go first.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Ladies first. I'm going to
have that
you know
one.
what? I'm going to take 2 because I'm a chunky monkey. Thank you, Peter.
It's not like we've got a swimming pool to use for next weekend.
No, exactly.
Full body.
We'll work some off in the pool.
Cannonball. I'll be tackling a bit of that as well, Peter. Thank you very much. Give it a start.
Oh, you know what? I'll take a bit home. Thank you.
Lovely.
Very much.
Big shout out to your dad as well, Peter. I know he didn't make the cake, but hopefully he's recovering well after his surgery.
Yes, I just read in the group chat that he's getting some PT now to try and be back.
No, that's Peter. Peter's doing PT to get ready for the
Peter's doing PT.
hour.
That's what I meant.
Cool. Edward Rye has been brought to the commentary box by Peter with the intention of telling us all about his race day, but he's done enough talking on track.
Plus, he's got a mouthful of cake.
He's picked up a double tiffin. Double tiffin. Can drivers come in overweight?
What's wrong with that?
This means
in fairness, three heats and 3 victories so far on random grid.
He's earned that.
I think he's earned it, yeah.
Success ballast.
There's no arguments here.
Success ballast, like touring cars from like 4 years ago.
Do you know what?
Add some kilo.
Chuck a headset on him.
Yeah, good stuff.
I'll keep an eye on what's going on with Grassi and O'Connell as well. But come on in, Edward.
Hello.
How was the previous heat? Oh, hang on a minute, because Sebastian O'Connell has just sent it down the inside at Logan Grassi at hairpin 3 and has taken the lead away.
That was a good move, that.
It was a good move. Full send for Sebastian O'Connell. Unusual to see in Bambinos. Normally we see it down the back straight or here into the D chicane, but went full send. And a 59.000 lap time, new fastest lap of the race for Sebastian O'Connell.
Bumper to bumper.
Yes, very much bumper to bumper. Says Peter Webster. Well, you can see them on screen. They are still bumper to bumper. And Logan Grassi has not given up on this one yet as they go side by side into hairpin 2. He's going to try and get the cut back now and gets the cut back. And O'Connell, I think he lost the rear end a little bit, started to come round, and now he's going to have to do it all again. Not only is he going to have to close in, but he's going to have to re-overtake as well. Sorry, Peter, what did I miss there?
Someone just spun through the D.
Oh, who
I
span?
think it was
Getting
Theo
commentary
Wagner.
help here from Theo Wagner. Oh, okay. Well, Theo Wagner comfortably in the 103s now as well, running 5th in this race. So having another good one, and Sebastian O'Connell is starting to close in on the back of Logan Grassi again. Even with that loss of time that he had at hairpin 2, still managed to put in a 1 minute, 0.4 second lap. So absolutely flying. Edward,
Well,
now that that's calmed down a bit.
went all right. Just Ted Hall got a gap, just asked Ashton Carmichael to work with, managed to close it in, and just went from there.
Okay. Happy then so far?
Very happy.
3, yeah, I thought you might be. 3 wins from 3 heats. Making it look easy. 21st to victory as well in Heat 1.
It's never easy. though.
No, it's never easy, is it? But no, I mean, what are you putting it down to? I nearly asked what you had for breakfast this morning when you went 21st to 1st in Heat 1. What did you have for breakfast?
Weetabix.
Weetabix, is that right? Okay, breakfast of champions, there we go. So yeah, good. Look, I mean, I've said it before, but you probably...
Fastest lap, 58.7.
There goes Peter Webster bringing me the news of the new fastest lap. In fact, that's a new... that's the fastest lap we've seen all day, because that's the first lap that's gone sub 59 for Sebastian O'Connor as he now closes back in on Logan Grassi. Just getting through this next couple of corners to see whether O'Connell's going to mount a challenge. It doesn't look like it at the minute. So what I was going to say is, Edward, with the greatest amount of respect to you, you're not the biggest driver in the class by any means, are you? I mean, you're going up against like Reece Cranston, who looks like a grown-up already.
Yeah.
What's, how are you bulking up? What's your regime to handle these karts that are so much heavier than what you've dealt with before?
Well, you see, a Honda Cadet is much different to these. The only similarity is the engines. But just wait for the grip to come in. You just have to predict it, really, and I've been lucky with that. Just get it down the inside and hope it works.
Right, okay. So that's it. Just send it, and because I've noticed you do a lot of overtakes at hairpin 1.
Yeah.
And I've noticed as well that so far people have been fairly compliant in that you kind of just put a nose down the inside and they sort of see you coming and give you that little bit of room. Is that what you're putting it down to? You just go in sending it down the inside wherever you can, or is there other strategy to it? Are you thinking mid-race, where can I overtake this? Are you trying to work it out, or is it just like, as soon as I see it, bang, I'm in?
Right. I'd always plan who's in front of me and how I could catch them. I'd wait a lap, see how much I close in, and then from there, I'd try to figure out where I could get them. Mm-hmm. And if I'm close enough, I'll just go down the inside and hope it works.
So there is a working out of the, you're doing the formula in your head of where you can be quicker.
And the last lap begins.
So we're on to the last lap of Bambino as well now, as Logan Grassi still leads, but for how much longer? Because, not very long, because O'Connell takes the lead and then gets caught out by lap traffic. And that's allowed Logan Grassi back through. So all that work once again by O'Connell has just been undone. Been a bit unlucky there, but looking good for a final as Logan Grassi has really come under pressure this heat. He's going to lead us down the back straight is Grassi. We'll get them through the last few corners and then we will have a final quick roundup with Edward Rye. But Logan Grassi goes wide and then O'Connell goes round again. We saw that before at hairpin 3. That's going to allow Ayrton Tennant through as well. So Ayrton Tennant is going to take victory in Might E Bambino. There goes Logan Grassi to take the checkered flag and win Coma C50 Bambino. Then we are going to have Ayrton Tennant coming over the line, takes second overall, but wins the Might E class. And then we've got Sebastian O'Connor in third, who I think has just been a little bit unlucky in this race, but will look good for the final. Reggie Rhodes and Jake Wynn still fighting it out for P4. They are still in hairpin 3. We'll try and pick them up. Just lost pictures here in the commentary box for a moment. There we go. They're just coming over the line now. We're going to get Reggie Rhodes and Jake Wynn. Oh, and it's going to be tight as well. It's going to go the way of Reggie Rhodes with Jake Wynn just pulling alongside through the final couple of corners, but couldn't quite get past. And it's going to be Theodore Lee and Theo Wagner, who ended up dropping back a little bit towards the end of that race. There. So, Edward, any other plans for this season? Is it just Junior Pro Karts at Teesside, or are we doing anything else?
So far, just Junior Pro Karts at Teesside. Too young to do BPEC and also not heavy enough. Mm-hmm. So that's, nice. You'd
need like 50 kilos of lead?
Yeah, probably. I think just Teesside and hope we could just win the championship. I've got fingers crossed, and looking from today, maybe we can get it.
Eyes on the prize.
Cranston. Yeah, just need to bear in mind Reece Cranston not being here.
Yeah, going to be a drop score for Reece, obviously not turning up for this one. Already heading out to Spain for next weekend's activities, which we've already covered extensively so far today. But anyway, thank you very much for joining us in the commentary box, Edward.
No
and thank
problem.
you, Peter, as well, as always, for being with us. Thank you for the cake, which is delicious. Thank you very much to Janet, your mum, who makes these and does an excellent job of it. So that's hashtag cake chat, hashtag rye chat.
Do love a cake.
Hashtag fiscal wizard chat.
Gonna need a grip. fairly quickly, though, Tom, because the next race is already heading out onto circuit.
It's all right, got a grid up already. So your
prepared.
Honda Cadet and Micro Max grid is going to go like this. Oscar Somerset is going to go off pole position. Joshua Adote in P2. Then it's Alfie Keeling and Aston Wilson. Oliver Bullock and Reggie Cook. Sam Vout and Calais Tennant. Abel Hutton and Oscar Wills. Zach Zieber and Jacob McDonald. Then it'll be Harlan Pritchard, Edward Charlton. Phoebe Rogers and Harry Scrafton. Alex Hotima and Thomas Chalk, we think and hope will be out there, as well as then our Micromax grid of Archie Mostyn, Tyler Grufferty and Riley Whitaker Jenkins. And good news is our 3 Micromax are out there, so Tyler Grufferty is back out there. And the green flag is up and down, and we're away and racing in Hondas as they make their way around the national loop for the first time. It is going to be Oscar Somerset leading the way.
From Alfie Keeling and Oliver Bullock, as Joshua Adote gets squeezed out wide on the opening lap. He's already back down the inside and back up into 3rd place. But as we mentioned earlier on, that run off the outside is a tough one. Talking of runs off the outside, it's been a favourable one, though, for Tyler Grufferty. He goes round the outside of Archie Mostyn and leads us away in the Micromax class. And we'll head off down the back straight in the lead in the number 30 machine, being pursued by Mostyn in the 17. Out of the final corner and up towards the timing line for the first time. Adote is back up into 2nd place. It's going to give him a little bit longer than what he's had in all the other races to try and close in on Oscar Somerset. Somerset, Adote, Keeling, Bullock, Reggie Cook with another good showing. Tom is up into 5th place. Sam Vout, Aston Wilson has fallen down the order. He was on the outside of the 2nd row. Often harder to go off than outside of the front row is that one. And he finds himself down in 7th in front of Calais Tennant, Oscar Wills, Zach Sieber in P10. Hutton, Hotima, Pritchard, McDonald, Edward Charlton, who came to see us during the lunch break and would like to pass on his thanks to the marshals and the medical team that attended to him after his race 1 trip into the tyre wall. 0.3 of a second, the gap, Tom. It's down 0.2 from Oscar Somerset to Joshua Adote at the front of this race. Somerset on a 6-race winning streak at the start of this season, trying to maintain that 100% record here at Teesside. The longest run that we've ever had here at Teesside, Tom, of consecutive victories is 20.
Okay.
Back in 2022. Honda Cadet.
Potter.
Yes, it was.
I didn't have to think about that. I was just pausing for dramatic effect.
Driver that broke the streak?
Sullivan?
Collinson.
Ooh.
Yeah. The boy wasn't quite there at the time. Scored his first win at the end of that season, but...
23 was...
his championship year,
yes.
Wasn't it?
That long ago already. Tyler Grufferty with the fastest lap of the race in P19 in the Micromax, of course, but pulling away from Archie Mostyn in that class now by 1.6 seconds when they came across the line. That's 19th overall, but obviously leading the Micromax class. Oscar Somerset has very much been reeled in now by Joshua Adote, who lost places at the start, has managed to get back up there now. And I said earlier on that I think if he could start off towards the front, that he might be a threat. And very much proving that at the moment. So he is very much threatening Oscar Somerset for the lead of this race. Alfie Keeling now starting to drop back into 3rd place. Oliver Bullock, who's looked very comfortable running towards the front this weekend. think it was an excellent qualifying session for Bullock and has managed to pretty much maintain that pace so far on race day. And then we've got Reggie Cook as well, who's another one who's started to find some pace here this weekend, and he's up to 5th place.
There's a train of 10 karts going down the back straight for 7th place, with Sam Vout heading Calais Tennant round South Bank, that we will likely pick up shortly as they head round hairpin 3. I think we'll let the train go, and there we are, picking up this train of karts that goes all the way to Jacob McDonald, who currently occupies P16. So 7th to 16th, all in a line as they come up and over the timing line.
They are still in a relative straight line, if you know what I mean. They're in an order. They're in a line astern, but I think this might just be the usual mid-race lull that we see in Honda cadets before someone lights the blue touch paper and then it all kicks off. And we end up with a firework display.
Yeah, they just like to figure each other out, don't they, for a little while.
Well, that's what Edward Rye was saying, but he passes people so quick. I mean, he must be working it out really, really quickly.
At one corner.
I meant to say that to him. He said, "Oh no, I'll sit behind him for a lap and I'll work it out." I'm like, "Do you?"
You're lying to me. So a train of karts still being led by Sam Vout, who is holding firm in 7th place, front of Calais Tennant, Oscar Wills, Abel Hutton's in the mix as well as Alex Hatima and Edward Charlton go side by side. Charlton on the outside will drive all the way round the outside of Alex Hatima, as will Thomas Chalk, I think, by the look of things, only number 15, trying to come back through the field after that retirement in the first race. And I thought he was going to try a straight line move to hairpin 4.
So as you were, there's a few with heads bobbling about as they come through the final section of the track. Wonder whether a few necks are going as well. Been a long weekend here. I'm sure there's been a lot of testing throughout Thursday and Friday for these drivers. It's a physical track, as we say a lot here. It doesn't look that demanding on the body. It's essentially 280-degree corners, some wiggles, and 2 hairpins. But it definitely takes its toll. Surprisingly physical, and I think that's what people underestimate about this track, is how demanding it is on the body. Long right-handers through the national loop there, and then again through South Bank corner. Really does put a strain on the neck. Oscar Somerset is starting to come under pressure once again at the front of this one from Joshua Adote, and this one, while it seems to have settled down for the most part in this battle here, that's Sam Vout on back. I think we might need to be starting to look towards the front of this one as we get to the business end with 2 minutes to go plus a lap. Oscar Somerset and Joshua Adote are nose to tail heading into hairpin 1, and likewise behind we've got Oliver Bullock, Alfie Keeling, Reggie Cook and Aston Wilson. They're all nose to tail as well. Then there is a big gap back to the train, still headed by Sam Vout in 7th place. We're still looking at here. That in behind is Oscar Wills, and it's Calais Tennant, Abel Hutton, Zach Zeba. Just going through there are your leaders, and then this is the group that's fighting over 3rd place. There's Somerset and Adote, still nose to tail and still can't find a way through for Adote. Very soon they're going to be catching Riley Whittaker Jenkins as well to put a lap on that Micromax machine. Hopefully Whittaker Jenkins has seen them coming and has a good look behind actually, and sees them coming. I'm sure will just blend out of the throttle coming through South Bank, and does. Very good awareness from Whittaker Jenkins. Excellent, in fact.
Very wide round South Bank, just opens the door, allows the leading duo to go through. There'll be 2 laps to go at the end of this one, Tom. There's a very inviting gap there on the inside that Oscar Somerset feels confident enough to leave down the inside. Adote knows that even if he wins this heat with Somerset in second place, Somerset's still starting the final in pole position, so whilst he may well want to go for it, and I'm sure he will as a racing driver, it's not going to benefit him in the overall picture of things.
Still waiting for this one to kick off. Can't be waiting that long. I think the last lap board's going to go out this time around. Big nod from Chris. Thanks for that. So yes, last lap board out this time. Oscar Somerset, the first one to take it. Joshua Adote still right there, and they have moved well clear now of this battle for third place, which is still headed by Oliver Bullock with Alfie Keeling, Reggie Cook and Aston Wilson in behind. Then the bigger group behind, still headed by Sam Vout, and it's still as you were in that as well. So now the last lap board is out. Half a lap to go. Has Joshua Adote got anything that he can use against Oscar Somerset in these final 2 corners, 3 and 4? He's threatened the lead all race long, but Oscar Somerset has managed to have the answer to all of the questions for Joshua Adote, and Oscar Somerset takes victory in heat number 3. Joshua Adote comes over the line in P2 with Oliver Bullock in 3rd. Alfie Keeling takes 4th place with Reggie Cook in 5th and Aston Wilson 6th. Then it's Sam Vout. Tyler Grufferty makes his way all the way up to 8th place in the end, with Oscar Wills and Calais Tennant 9th and 10th. Then it was Zach Zieber, Edward Charlton, Abel Hutton and Thomas Chalk. Alex Hotemer came over the line in 15th, Harlan Pritchard 16th, Jacob McDonald 17th, Harry Scrafton 18th, and then we have Archie Mostyn and Riley Whittaker Jenkins. Tyler Grufferty, of course, in that Micromax managed to make his way all the way through. Not only half a lap of distance he closed, but he made his way through half the field of Honda cadets as well.
Good effort as well there from Grufferty. Normally it's Mostyn taking his kart through the field in front of him, so really good effort from Tyler Grufferty.
Damn, that's good cake.
It's good, isn't it?
Very good cake.
I always find you can judge lemon cake by how much you can, the sugar just attacks your mouth when you put it in.
Good cake.
That's good as well, by the way.
I'm saving that. I might have that on the way home.
That journey home.
Yes. Road cake.
It'll be brushing off your t-shirt cake
Yeah,
after
yes,
you're
yes.
done.
Like when you get picked up in the taxi from the pub and you need some road beers.
Oh, yeah.
Need road cake.
So final few runners making their way off and up and over the Way Bridge.
His foot's bruised, he's got an ice pack, and he's had some paracetamol, so he's just rested it. Adrian's asking about yeah, we can send him round, please.
So coming out next will be R200 heat number 3. Tom Nichols going off pole position in this one, followed by JJ Allen, and then it's George Wilson and Max Platts, Alex Morley and Marley Simpson. Tom Nichols by virtue of taking victory in heat number 2. We'll not mention it again, it's what happened before, but
That's with you, Chris, are you happy?
So 6 runners making their way round then.
Quite quickly as well at the moment. I think they're going to need to back it down. Plenty of time for them to back it down, of course. And indeed they do. Nice and smart.
positioned.
Beautiful.
Up towards the timing line they come then into the acceleration zone, and we're away and racing as Alan this time again is going to try and go all the way around the outside, and does on Tom Nichols, and JJ Allen will lead us through the chicanes for the first time. So Nichols slots into second place. Thought about a
he
nibble
did
into
have a
2, didn't he?
think about
But
it.
I imagine under strict instructions not to do that so early.
Oh, you were saying?
Oh yeah, I know nothing.
As Nichols now takes the lead. And we've got a reverse of what we had for the best part of Heat 2. Nichols now leads the way from Allen, and they are already gapping George Wilson, Alex Morley, Max Platts and Marley Simpson, although they are in a group of 4 still together. They are all as they were through hairpin 1, though Alex Morley looked pretty racy through there, really closed in on the back of George Wilson. There was a big gap coming through the wiggles, but by the time they exited hairpin 2, right on the tail of George Wilson. Then, as they come out of hairpin 2, drops back once again. So maybe a slight gearing difference in R200.
Nichols with a gap of around a kart length then to JJ Allen. Personal best for everybody except Nichols, though Nichols' fastest lap was lap 2.
Just nearly.
Same as everybody else, although
I was just going to say, I just sneezed and nearly blew out my last brain cells trying to keep it quiet.
it wouldn't have to work hard, would it?
There were very few brain cells in there to
That's what I
begin
mean.
with, but yes, it definitely blew a few. I could feel it.
Wilson, Morley and Platt still all fairly close together for 3rd place as well. You catch them there in the background coming through. Max Platt, who finished that first race in 3rd place, but then was underweight, so went all the way to the back. Hasn't quite come through. When he has been in that 3rd place earlier on, he was gone in the distance, wasn't he, Tom? And was comfortable in that 3rd.
Yes, very
Hasn't been
much
able
so.
to find a way past Wilson and Morley in this race, having started 4th. So we'll have got past Morley in the previous race, but then Morley off the inside berth has made a good start and slots himself comfortably into the middle of this trio.
Well, they're very close now, and in fact, it looks like Platts is moving to the inside. Surprised Morley there, who ended up going wide, and that's going to allow Platts to come through without too much of a fight in the end. JJ Allen with a new fastest lap of the race of a 45.889. Almost a second quicker than those 3 that we are now looking at for 3rd place. Still headed by George Wilson. As we said before, it's not snowing. It's not snowing. That's seeds.
Whatever it is, it looks like...
You can't really see it on that camera, can you?
No, but whatever it is, it looks like somebody's fed Sean the sheep to a combined harvester.
Poor Sean. I think someone needs to feed Peppa Pig to a combine harvester.
And make sandwiches.
Yes, they will be delicious. maybe put some pepper on it.
Nichols and Allen still in the same order. Saw them flash through the screen a moment ago as we remain with this trio of karts.
Every parent in the country is not a fan of Peppa Pig. Bluey, on the other hand, everybody loves. Anyone that if you don't like Bluey, we can't be friends.
Is your child not old now, moving on from Bluey?
Oh yeah, well moved on
Yeah.
from Bluey, but
You still watch it.
No, it's class, yeah. If there's new episodes, I'm first in line.
Alan at the minute does seem the faster of these two at the front, Tom, but Nichols parking the kart well, and he's had a semi-defensive line into hairpin 1 lap on lap to make sure that that move doesn't happen. And,
new fastest lap from JJ Allen, closing in once again on the back of Tom Nichols to make the gap almost zero.
PB as well, 2 thousandths between them.
Yes, that's what I was going to point out. It was the fastest lap by 2 thousandths of a second.
It's Nichols semi-defensive into 3 as well that is stopping JJ Allen getting the run. He's alongside as they come up towards the timing line, but he's on the outside and it's long and it's not going to happen.
I think that was one of those where he just got the momentum, so he just went a bit wider and knew he wasn't going to get the overtake done, but still kept up the momentum. Didn't need to lift, is what I'm trying to say. Just took the corner a little bit wider and kept it pinned. Tight through hairpin 1, though, was JJ Allen. Got a big amount of grip on that concrete strip that's on the inside. That really railed him up onto the rear bumper of Nichols as they push each other down the down the back straight and into South Bank corner. Allen again opting to use a wider line just to carry momentum rather than go down the inside.
Still 4 minutes to go as well, so plenty of time. Fastest lap from Allen.
I like the gamesmanship between these two. I know it's like, it seems fairly boring that these two are just miles away at the front and not overtaking each other. But there's proper gamesmanship going on here. They like, I think both of them are near enough flat out. They're certainly at 98, 99% of pace. But I still think they've got a little bit in reserve if they need it.
Max Platz is up to 3rd place, but at the same time has a contact warning.
And George Wilson down 2. So Max Platz and Alex Morley have passed George Wilson that lap. He's still in touch as George Wilson. But yes, contact warning for Max Platz. Like I say, it's psychological warfare out there between these two. It's not just on the track racing. There's mind games at play, and I like it. I really do like it.
Really is good, isn't it?
You're watching it and you're like, oh, is he going to do it? Is he going to do it? No, he's just sitting behind. Why is he sitting behind? Because he thinks something, and we as commentators, it's our job to try and work out what he's thinking.
It's like grandmasters of chess at the moment, just trying to plan a few moves ahead.
Yeah, exactly that. They are trying to plan moves ahead, yes.
Platz now, he's got clear, has got the pace to go, Tom, and is moving away in 3rd place. Looks comfortable, personal best.
I thought you were going to mention Kung Fu Masters then. I was about to start doing, Master Sifu.
Allen gets a good run out of 2, and Nichols sees it coming, or even feels it coming as he gets a tap into the rear bumper by JJ Allen. No harm, but in that is the slipstream down the back straight.
They'll pull out again, side by side, but again, it's just that momentum difference where they swap lines through hairpins 3 and 4. And Allen just carries the momentum out of hairpin 4. And he knows it's not enough to get past fully, but just keeps it pinned and just steers wide. Just uses a wider line, longest distance, and slots back in. We've got 1 minute and 10 seconds to go, plus a lap.
Well, the best
what's JJ Allen got left in the tank? And when does he decide to use it?
Or when do you call the checkered flag so it's over anyway?
Yeah, thanks for that.
It's all right.
Just back that truck up.
Not that they can hear it
No.
on track, so we take no responsibility.
No,
whatsoever.
they race to the flag. And
they're just very, very tight to the line, aren't they? They've crossed the line there with about
45 seconds to go,
Yeah.
and it's a 45.9 second lap. So we will see whether they get another lap in or not. I think that's probably what caught me out.
rest of the field have spread out as George Wilson is now back in front of Alex Morley on that previous lap. So he runs in 4th place now. Nichols and Allen out of hairpin 4, 10 seconds on the clock, up towards the timing line with 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. 2 laps to go for Tom Nichols and JJ Allen.
And it's actually, there's a gap appearing as well, briefly.
It only takes one defensive line to ruin that, though, doesn't it? Nichols goes tight and Allen stays.
I think this is probably the biggest gap we've seen between them for the whole
day.
race.
Yeah, whole day.
Yeah, probably for the whole day. You're right, David. It's certainly closing in now. Once again is JJ Allen, but it went out briefly. Uses that momentum once again and closes back in, but he's only really half the gap. Not close enough for a move just yet, and the last lap board has been taken. So if JJ Allen's got anything left for Tom Nichols, now is the time.
Nichols parked it well at hairpin 1, taking the 74 kart down the middle of the track to prevent Allen from going to the inside. Now it's Nichols' turn to come all the way down to the inside as he defends off JJ Allen around South Bank, but that may well put him a little bit wider. No, tight to the inside, hugs the white line. JJ Allen's going to require a switchback. She may well get if he can draw alongside. Indeed he does, but Tom Nichols has that one scouted, and Nichols comes through to win his 3rd heat of the day in Honda R200. JJ Allen in 2nd place. Max Platz in 3rd from George Wilson and Alex Morley.
And that gap went out. Those 3 spread out fairly significantly towards the end of that race. I think that was probably helped because Max Platz suddenly was putting in lap times that were only 0.3 of a second off what the leaders were doing. And Alex Morley was around about 2 seconds off that, certainly on the final lap. So that went out, and then Marley Simpson came over the line in P6 as well.
Platz, though, will likely start the final, Tom, from last place. Obviously, no points will have been amassed for that DSQ earlier on. So they're on screen. Nichols by 1/4 of a second from JJ Allen. Max Platz, George Wilson, Alex Morley and Marley Simpson completing your Honda R200 into grid. Next up, it's time for Junior Rotax Heat number 3. Random grids. We'll see Adam Causa on the front row pole berth. Alongside him, the 33 of Max Hall. Joseph Cheetham and Jack Freeman on the 2nd row, with Joey Swan and Mark Laredo Gomez on row 3. Morgan Cooney and Henry Armitage. Isabella Stanzelman Wilson, Ronnie Harrer in front of Alex Lynn and Jacob Carnes. Logan Pebbody and Ted Hall, Jake Gruffity, Jaden Stonehouse and Layla Berryman, if we have a full complement of runners after the Heat 2 issues we saw earlier on, Tom, that took out a number of drivers, including Gruffity, Stonehouse. Logan Pebbody was in the pit lane as well. We had Mark Laredo Gomez involved. Joey Swan finished the race but was part of the incident earlier on in that race before the red flag came out.
Right, we're good to go.
So here we go for Junior Rotax Heat number 3. Why are we so far back on our stream?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, I know why.
You went back to look at something earlier and then
Yes,
just pressed
I did.
play.
Yes.
So, have we got everybody? Gruffity's back out. Stonehouse is out. No Mark Laredo Gomez by the look of things, but we do have Logan Pebbody by the look of it. So it looks like we've got a good chunk of our drivers, Tom, that we were missing from the previous race. We are going to need to get this backed up round hairpin 4 fairly quickly. The tail of the field still looking to form up.
Quick.
Going to need to do it. We might have just about got there, Tom.
Nope, they're going round again.
No, we haven't. And
because they went too early. They ignored the marshal, who's on the final corner. Once again, we saw it earlier with the junior pro karters. Now the junior rotax drivers doing the same.
Yeah, powered down a little bit too early for the liking of our start line marshal, our replacement start line marshal. Substitute marshal Chris.
Well, I've just had an update from Rosie and Kat about Callum, who actually seems to be okay. He's got a bruised foot. But big props to his reflexes and calmness.
Yes,
where he
very
nearly got run over.
Ice pack on the foot, and I hope they give him a nice lolly. That always makes the kids feel better. So I assume it works for start line marshals too.
We are away this time.
Up towards the national loop, and we've got 2 off. Isabella Stansmore Wilson and Jacob Carnes coming together as it takes away somewhat of a superb start for Jack Freeman as he sweeps all the way round the outside of the 2 on the front row that went to the inside to try and defend off everything else, and just sweeps all the way round the outside as they create the gap.
Is that Morgan Cooney in P2?
No, because that's got an MS suit. That's Max Hall off second place.
Okay.
With Adam Causer, Joseph Cheetham, Alex Lynn, and then Ted Hall, who's come all the way from P14. Has he? I think he has. Ted Hall from P14, riding high after the victory in heat number 2, has made a good start, and he's down the inside as well of Joseph Cheetham, and Jake Gruffety has gone with him as well, and then Gruffety picks off Hall, who jumps out of the way at hairpin number 1, saw Gruffety coming and moved out of the to the side, although in quite dramatic fashion, but Hall has also picked up a warning for a lap 1 indiscretion.
Yes, a couple of those. Layla Berryman as well. Picked up a contact warning as well. So, Freeman, Hall, Causer, Lynn. Then it's Jake Gruffety up to 5th place. Took 2 people on that lap. Ted Hall has stayed in 6th place. Layla Berryman, 7th. Joseph Cheetham and Ronnie Harrow both lost positions on that lap in 8th and 9th. And then Logan Pebbody is up to 10th now.
Alex Lynn going down the inside of Adam Causer into hairpin number 1, opens the gap, and that puts Jake Gruffety through past them both and allows Ted Hall through as well on Adam Causer. And then Hall's going to go down the inside of Lynn. That door closed firmly by Alex Lynn, who I'm not entirely sure he knew Ted Hall was there anyway. Ted Hall was fair distance back and picks up his second
that's going to get very close
of the race, does Ted Hall.
That was Max Hall and Jake Gruffety. Jake Gruffety trying to lever his way through at the national loop into 2nd place.
Hall looks over the shoulder. That's an invite to get overtaken.
And does.
And that's accepted.
And Alex Lynn looking like he's trying to move through now into P2 as well. P3. Max Hall fighting with Alex Lynn. Nearly cost a position to Alex Lynn with Ted Hall trying to overtake as well. And then we've got Layla Berryman and Adam Causer in tow as well. We've got a technical defect out for Henry Armitage, who was already in P16.
We'll have a quick look out of the window. Looks like a chain guard, I would say, Tom, and confirmation from out on track that it is indeed a chain guard for Henry Armitage, and the number 16 will return to the pit lane slightly earlier than what he had been
that was
for.
Wide. Alex Lynn did not want to be overtaken there by Max Hall and pushed him so wide it's actually given Ted Hall the way through. Fully opened the door for Ted Hall. He was, thank you very much. I'll just go through then, shall I? That was Alex Lynn showing Max Hall the edge of the track. Layla Berryman going through on Max Hall as well.
Warning for the 8 and the 66. That'll be for two separate incidents because Morgan Cooney is a little bit further back. There he is in the on his own. Behind, has he been battling with somebody mid race? Haven't seen him near anybody for the last couple of laps, Tom. So either that was earlier on or.
So Jack Freeman still continues to lead the way, and he is the best part of 3 seconds down the road now. Once he's got clear air.
I forgot he was in this race.
Well, once he's had clear air, there's been nobody to touch him so far. Not in this race, anyway. And lap times now being matched. Jack Freeman's lap times are now being matched by those behind. But
doesn't matter, though, does it,
It doesn't
Tom?
matter when you're 3 seconds up the road. And it's still going out again. He's still quicker than those behind. For the most part. Ted Hall and Alex Lynn were fractions quicker, but that's going to be nowhere near enough. The damage is already done as Jack Freeman has gone full Vettel here. And is disappearing at the front of this one. So barring any mechanicals, Jack Freeman could well be taking victory here in heat number 3, but it's going to be fighting over 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th place.
Everyone's sort of spread out now back towards Adam Causer and Morgan Cooney, who are nose to tail over 7th and 8th respectively. They are. Everybody else has got 10 kart lengths between them, with the exception of the leader, who has the full length of the South Bank corner between himself and Jake Grufferty in second. Good showing, though, from Grufferty. He's gone 14th to second, 15th to second, Hall 14th to third. Lynn outside the top 10 originally at the start as well is up into 4th place, and Layla Berryman 17th on the grid at the start, albeit 16th because we are missing Mark Laredo Gomez, but still impressive nonetheless to go to P5. Still 3.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, some big movers.
Hall was 2/10 quicker, Tom, than Grufferty, and also was that Berryman was a fraction quicker than Lynn, but not 2/10. I think there's still a race on here for second place.
Freeman's still managing to hold that gap at the front to just under 3 seconds. It's not moving. If it is moving, it's moving by hundredths and thousands rather than tenths.
I like hundreds and thousands.
I like hundreds and thousands as well, particularly on top of school cake.
It's a fine cake.
It's one of the best cakes. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, after her early spin as well, is up to P11. And who did she go around with? Jacob Carnes, was it? He's up to P9
Yes.
as well. So Jacob Carnes putting in a new personal best lap that time around as well. We've got contact warning going out for Stansmore-Wilson as well.
Just got past Ronnie Harrer. I think we can put 2 and 2 together and successfully get to 4 there, Tom.
So Carnes and Stansmore-Wilson, recovery drive underway for them, but they have cracked the top 10 now. So Freeman well clear still. Doesn't look like anybody's got an answer for him. In fact, he was a 10th quicker than anybody else out there that time around. Ted Hall starting to close in, though, on the back of Jake Grufferty. This one's been a bit of a slow burn in terms of closing in, but he's just edging closer. All the time is Ted Hall. Jake Grufferty with a nervous look.
Hall now with that radiator flap adjustment, albeit we normally see that down the back straight where they're going in a straight line. Hall decided to do it in the middle of the dog leg where they're going anywhere but straight. But that engine clearly up to temperature and needing to be controlled. So Hall asking a bit more from the HRS power.
Gruffity going defensive. Oh, slid wide there. I thought Hall was going to slide up the inside, but no. They are as you were.
Gruffity there was preoccupied in defending Hall, that South Bank's arrival took him a little bit by surprise.
New fastest lap of the race, Jacob Carnes, up to 8th place and 0.2 faster than the leader. In fact, a full quarter of a second faster than the leader.
He's right on the back of Max Hall and Morgan Cooney.
Pushing on now, I think it's safe to say.
Cooney going wide, Tom, by himself at hairpin 2, and Carnes is going to take 2 places as the Teesside Academy trio vie for position, and Max Hall holds on to being in the middle of that train, and Cooney falls down. So Hall overtaken, but will remain in front of Morgan Cooney, and Cooney adjudged to have squeezed him a little bit and picks up a warning, and then Hall gets one as well. We did see some tyre smoke down the back straight off that duo of karts. So
yes, apart from the contact warning, in fact, no, he didn't even pick up a contact warning, did he? It was Max Hall, but Jacob Carnes on a great recovery drive.
He was fine. He did.
Yeah.
He allowed the other two to drive into each other and just went through the gap that they created, really, as Joey Swan retires on the outside of the chicane. And I think his chain's come off as well, like Holly did earlier, because there's something in the middle of the chicane.
Yes.
And I think that's the second chain that could well have departed.
Oh, and it's just been run over by Jack Freeman.
They're flattening the chain.
Yeah.
So waved
looks
yellows,
like it's been naturally knocked out of the way by Jack Freeman, in fairness. Yeah,
provided as a
now
service.
It's not on the racing line. But anyway, Jack Freeman is halfway round his final lap. And already through hairpin 3 and 4. And Jack Freeman is about to come over the line and take victory in Junior Rotax. Jack Freeman, excellent drive, takes victory here in heat number 3. Jake Gruffity will come over the line in P2, just in front of Ted Hall. Alex Lynn in 5th. Alex Lynn in 4th. Layla Berryman in 5th. Jacob Carnes comes across the line in P6 and took the fastest lap of the race. Max Hall in 7th. Morgan Cooney 8th. Adam Coors in 9th, and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson rounds out your top 10. And that is Junior Rotax. All of your heats for that one done and dusted and in the bag. Now we're going to have the seniors will go off next, of which we hope there's going to be 3. It was Holly Swan only lost a chain, didn't we, in the previous heat? So expecting that to be a fairly simple fix, and for us to have 3 senior Rotax drivers out, or 3 senior Rotax karts out for our next heat, and then it will be senior pro kart, and then we're on to our finals.
Joey Swan there, walking back in.
Must be warm in that jacket.
There was 1 or 2 spots of rain earlier. Not enough to put rain jacket on.
No. Just a little bit in the air. I don't think it was like, not raining, just a bit of
there was 1 or 2
moisture
spots
in the air.
On the tyre wall, I'm told.
Right.
But, yeah, at the same time, the Honda cadets were plugging in personal bests, so.
Yes. So we're not worried about it too much.
Not at all.
No.
All the Honda cadets out later on full wet.
We'll just see how many of our senior Rotax drivers make it out. 1, 2, 3. I can count me. Oliver O'Donovan's going to go off pole position from Holly Swan and then Paul Swan. And we saw a very comfortable victory in the end from Oliver O'Donovan in Heat 2. think it was 17 seconds. He was ahead of Paul Swan.
Holly Swan, though, was leading Tom at the time the chain came off.
Yes, which is why I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of heat we're going to have. It's certainly in the early stages of this one. I'm going to back it down. We went offline astern in the last one.
Well, we certainly
For
did
an unknown reason.
Well, we did by the time we got to the start line. It may well not have been the case. There might have been a gap, and Holly Swan might have well just got across and ducked into it. But no, we are away in racing, and that's a side-by-side start, that's for sure, up towards the national loop. And O'Donovan leads then from Swan and Paul Swan.
Swan and Swan.
From Swan and Swan. It's easy doing random grids when there's three. Everybody gets a first, everybody gets a second, everybody gets a third, isn't it?
Very true. Very true. Maybe we should do that in more of our classes. No, don't do that,
it's the
really.
easiest of...
The more, the merrier.
Oh, absolutely. Get them all here.
All of your senior rotaxes.
Over the timing line then at the end of lap number 1. Oliver O'Donovan from Holly Swan and Paul Swan. 1, 2, 3.
You can count as well.
Mate, honestly, I'm smarter than I look.
Can you do up to 5? I'm not quite there yet.
I can go all the way to 10 before I run out of fingers.
No way.
Fingers on
Before you run out of fingers. Why are we so stupid?
I believe it's what the people want.
It's what the people want.
Well, again, we're just giving people a preview ahead of next weekend.
Yeah, settle in, strap in and hold tight, folks, because you're going to have 12 hours of this, followed by another, 4, 5 hours?
The following day, yeah. Well, for the non-UK 24s, it's just Tom and I just for 12 hours straight, just going madder and madder throughout as we just...
That's if I haven't poisoned everybody with the barbecue.
Yes. Whereas then for the British, we do bring 2 extras in and go through the night, though, for the British. It's a lot easier to cover on home turf rather than getting everybody all the way out. But very much looking forward to commentating at a new circuit.
Yes, I've never been there. I know, Kat, you've been to Campilos a few times, haven't you?
I've been once.
Been once. Paul been there a few times?
Paul's been there, yeah, Paul's been there twice, I think.
Right. No, I've never been there before.
Bella and Gracie have driven around it.
Race round it.
Well, no, they just did the ride drive.
Okay. So Bella and Gracie have driven there. Gracie's racing with, I meant to say that, in your non-team team. The one that your lad's in.
Yes.
You've roped in a ringer. Let's not beat about the bush.
Well...
We have to bully Gracie a little bit. She said under no circumstances she's doing the British 24-hour race.
Right. So she's doing Campilos instead.
But she's doing all the others. She won't do the British because she said she never wants to drive around again. I think that she should have to drive around.
Well,
seems fair.
Well, she's been roped in as a ringer into, what's the team name?
That's the Teesside Academy.
Teesside Academy?
Yeah, the number 28.
Okay.
Well, we needed some experience, bearing in mind that we've got Ted Hall at 12.
Run the people through the team.
Ted Hall, Joshua Sullivan, Jacob Carnes, and the experienced Gracie Mitchell.
Yes. So we've got, what did you say, Ted Hall's 12?
Ted's 12, Joshua's 13, Jacob 14 at most.
Right.
I haven't seen the birth certificate on that one.
And
Gracie's 19. I only know that because I think her mum posted a birthday cake on Facebook about a month ago.
Right, okay. But actually technically a Pro-Am driver.
Well, she's racing Porsches this year.
Yes. Has she got an FIA licence?
I have no idea. She's raced in Europe last year, didn't she, in the Iberian Supercar
I'll need to ask her. She's up at the top end of the circuit. She can hear us, I'm sure, on the PA. I wonder whether she got an FIA bronze.
Oh. You don't need that for Campilos.
No, I know that.
Right, so did we learn
So yeah, that would be good to see. Anyway,
just a nice bit of experience for the drivers. Got to play it down.
keep your eye on the socials as well, because I'll be there with spatula in hand on the barbecue.
We're gonna have a good time out there, Tom, aren't we? With the team from Teesside. And to be fair, by the time we finish at Campillos, Tom, it's only 10 or 11 weeks till we go to Le Mans. I'm going to work. The notes for Le Mans have already started with my traditional opening for Le Mans, where there's a team that do Le Mans and the British every year, and they signify the start of note season as they're the ones that I contact first. It's become a tradition that Core Blimey Racing get the luxury of providing me with their driver list before anybody else.
Well, I spoke to Lewis Jolly, and he's saying he was coming out to Spain.
Do you know who's racing in Spain with him? The guy who's retired 50
No,
times.
is he in?
Yeah.
Oh, I knew it! I told you he was going to be there.
He's unretired for the 50th time as a favour, apparently. He's coming to Le Mans, but isn't racing. He's helping.
And he's not actually racing.
No, he's racing Campillos.
Right.
But he's coming out to help at... so...
Ian.
Yeah. So the retired, unretired Ian Nielsen will be back for the 50th time after retirement.
He's had more retirements than Tyson Fury. More retirements than George Foreman. He retired a lot, didn't he?
Oh well, I look forward to the Ian Nielsen grill. Do you know I found out earlier that and I don't know where I got it. I think I just made the assumption, because he's here a lot, and he comes to watch. That I thought Lewis Jolly was local.
Right.
Turns out he lives in Kettering.
What?
Yeah. I was
He
as
literally
surprised
lived
as
down
you.
the corner from me.
Yeah, but
I did not know that.
But he'll drive up just to watch the sprints, and I thought he just had nothing to do on a Sunday, so just came 10 minutes to watch.
I just got 2.5 hours up the road. Yeah,
he said to me this morning, he went, he said, I've left all my kit here because I didn't want to take it to the hotel. I went, well, why do you need a hotel when you live local? He went, why do you think I live local? I went, oh, because you're always here.
Yeah, and you drive for Teesside Tigers.
Yeah, and he went, no. He says, I live near Borrowick, down in the Lincolnshire area, Lincolnshire, Cambridge-ish.
What? Kettering's Northamptonshire.
No, but Rob lives near Peterborough. So
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah.
Cambridgeshire.
And then Cambridge is, ish. So Cambridge
Well, I
postcode.
did not know that about Lewis.
Yeah,
I
know.
thought, like you, he was local.
Thank you.
I'm sure we'll have a chat with him during the 24-hour, and we can compare notes to our old local area. My old local area.
Ask him what his postcode is.
No. He'll tell me that I used to live in the posh bit. That's what he'll be moaning about.
Did you used to live in the posh bit?
I did, yeah. Not of Kettering. There isn't a posh bit of Kettering. That's my point. But used to live in a village next to, pretty much. There's a little crowbar of separation between where I was and Kettering. Separated by the A14, and that was enough.
The A14,
kept the ruffians away.
The definition of posh. Yeah, so that was a bit of a surprise this morning.
Yeah.
So Paul
Surprise
Swan
to me
on
as
camera.
well. I'm sure we'll have a chat with the Tigers. Who else is in the Tigers team?
Oh, Paul Swan peels off into the pit lane.
Oh, not Paul Swan,
No.
but Paul Swan peels off into the pit lane.
Yes. Who else is in the Tigers team? Let me check. He sent me the driver lineups for all 24 hours because Teesside Tigers are taking part in all of the 24 hours. Lewis Blench is in the team, as is Jonathan Allen, who we know from Pro Kart here a couple of seasons ago, and raced in the British 24-hour last year, albeit I don't think it was for Teesside Tigers last year. It was another team I think he was in last year, but he's with the Tigers for all for 24 hours. They'll be joined by Josh Polfriman for Le Mans. He'll be in the Ian Nielsen seat.
By one of the drivers, he said you're talking about him.
Sorry?
He said you're talking about him.
Who?
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't remember.
Whoever's outside. Oh, it's John. There's Jonathan Allen. He's outside. He's watching.
Thought I heard you talking about me.
We were just discussing who was in the Teesside Tigers team for the
I've been promoted this year.
promoted. Who did you race with last year?
Andy Leicester.
Yeah, because it wasn't Tigers last year, was it? It was were you in the 34 last year?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. Oh.
I do remember a lot of things, just not where Lewis Jolly lived. So he never told me. I just thought.
He's around here somewhere. Like, he actually doesn't
No,
know
he
as well as me.
he doesn't.
Yeah,
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 exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, it's all.
Yeah, I think he lives in them trees over there, a bit like Stig of the Dump. Final lap board is out then here for this senior rotax race as we build towards the final heat, which will be senior pro kart. And then we head towards our finals here then, Tom, at Teesside. So Oliver O'Donovan making his way round the final corner. And takes the checkered flag and goes through the chicane. And he eased off the throttle so quickly, I thought he was just going to go through the D and then just shoot straight into the pit lane after the D, but he's decided he'd like a cool down lap.
Well, he did this before, didn't he? But he was pushing.
He was pushing
Holly
Holly
Swan round. Gone round for a celebration. Right, let's get you a grid for the final heat
Already there for you, Tom.
of the day. It's going to be Marty Gilfillan going off pole position with Nigel Richardson in second place. Darcy Hall alongside in third, and Curtis Yule. I'm missing fourth place again. Well, I wasn't missing fourth place. There's definitely somebody missing off the grid, and it's messing the numbers up a little bit.
Nigel Richardson, it just is not showing for some reason.
No, Nigel Richardson's there in P2.
Earlier he wasn't there. Oh, you know when you said someone's missing, it was place 12, it was Nigel Richardson, he wasn't there.
Well, I'm missing whoever's in P4 this time. Is Curtis Yule in P4 on yours?
I don't mind, 1 second. I need to switch screens.
Just so I can make the grid accurate.
Curtis is in 4th, Isaac Duff's in 5th.
Right, okay, so I'll just adjust the numbers. Right, okay, so Marty Gilfillan will go off pole position, Nigel Richardson in second with Darcy Hall third and Curtis Yule in fourth place. Then it's going to be Isaac Duff and Ike Needham. Maximus Shields and Sam Neri. Lewis Blench will finish off the top 10. Then we have Oscar Waugh and Lewis Jolly and Bradley Rowe. Zachary Hudson and Danny Bean, the top 15. Then it's going to be Scott Tate and David Brown. Mark Tate and Zach Dean, Matthew Hauschby in 20th. And then it's going to be Joseph Williamson, Thomas Woolley, Liam Edmonds and Zach Dawson. So a lot of tyre warming going on as they head down the back straight, and they are going to need to get themselves into an order fairly soon. So they're quite spread out. Very cold tyres for Zach Dawson as he went down the back straight sideways, I think it's safe to say. It was about 45 degrees the whole way down. But it is going to be Marty Gilfillan and Nigel Richardson that are leading us away.
Oh, look how slow she's going. Best start of the day. That's what you needed. You needed a woman to...
Here we go. In a nice order, the green flag is up. It's down and we're away and racing, and a good start for Gilfillan. Will hold on to the lead through turn number 1, although not for very long, because that is Isaac Duff moving through to the lead.
Followed by Maximus Shields as Darcy Hall goes down the inside of Marty Gilfillan, and then Ike Needham down the inside of Darcy Hall into 2.
And Max Shields down the inside of Isaac Duff and taking the lead.
So Shields and Duff at the front.
Bit of arm waving further down. I think that was Curtis Yule actually with a bit of arm waving down the back straight. Shields and Duff already breaking away now.
Yeah, Needham's going as well. It's the field still side by side. Lewis Blench is going to be high and wide on the outside, but keeps his foot in, and that forces Danny Bean to come off the throttle, and they all slot back in just in front of Bradley Rowe and Scott Tate. And it is Jolly, Neri, Mark Tate just behind them.
Biggest mover on lap 1, Oscar War, up 7 places, up to 4th.
Yeah, leading Darcy Hall at the moment, defending Hall to the inside, and they ran side by side all the way up towards South Bank. Slotting back in, Curtis Yule just behind them now, Danny Bean. So Bradley Rowe goes down the inside and squeezes Marty Gilfillan out on the outside. So we've got a warning for the 777 of Darcy Hall, and wide goes Curtis Yule, and he's looking back to the left-hand side at the engine, and the question is why you no go.
Oh, yeah.
No, that's it. If you look to the other side, it's that engine.
No go bar up on one of them, definitely.
Well, it's game over.
Don't stop there.
I think it's run out of puff. But
that cart's good. Yeah,
it's going to need to be moved off very quickly.
Curtis Yule arguing with the marshal, which I would advise is not a great idea in the middle of hairpin number 1.
Slap bang in the middle of hairpin 1 as well. Yeah, not
wise call that was not.
No, but fortunately track is clear before our leaders start to come back through again. Max Shields still leading the way. Isaac Duff and Ike Needham then still in close company with each other. Oscar War up to P4 still. Made that move early on, didn't he, on lap 1. Danny Bean now in 5th. Bradley Rowe in 6th. Scott Tate 7th. Lewis Jolly 8th. Lewis Blench 9th. And Darcy Hall in 10th. But they're all in a big group that's now headed by Scott Tate, and that's 7th all the way down then to 22nd now because we've lost Curtis Yule. So Scott Tate all the way down to Nigel Richardson, one train.
Yeah, clean train, isn't it? That trio in front from War, Bean and Bradley Rowe.
That's David Brown has just pulled into the pits to retire, so we've actually got 21 out there now from the 23 that started. Looks like Max Shields is moving away at the front of this one. Fairly comfortable for the O-plated 43. Or 43 plated O-plate. And then it's Isaac Duff and Ike Needham, and they're looking fairly comfortable in 2nd and 3rd as well at the moment. Though I think Needham is very slowly reeling in Duff.
Yeah, less than a tenth of a second a lap, but at the moment he's going to be benefiting shortly from some slipstream. Behind
this
battle trio
for 4th,
with 3 Tom.
Yeah, is the one that I think is worthy of a watch. This is War, Bean and Rowe.
I just used the line, a trio of 3, which is exactly what a trio should be.
Yes, a trio of 3. But yeah, that's the group there, just flashing through hairpin 4. There they go. Oscar War coming under increasing pressure now from Danny Bean, and Bradley Rowe is right with them as well. Bradley Rowe leading the clubman class. Doesn't need to get involved with Bean and War because he's very clear of Mark Tate in 11th place. Very clear, well clear.
Got enough cushion as Danny Bean goes down the inside. Bradley Rowe goes into the same gap on Oscar War as well. As they go down the back straight, War's just going to get hung out here as tries to squeeze across on Danny Bean and then finds that Bean's not going to let him have that, and then Bradley Rowe will also be on the inside of him. Although War's going to try and go all the way around the outside, straight line to 4.
I thought that was nice from Bradley Rowe, but then Oscar War just leaving him back out the
Danny
way.
Bean
now they're 3 wide.
Didn't it yet? And then slots back in there. And Scott Tate is the one that takes
thank you very much.
advantage.
Coming through.
Oscar War gets a
Contact warning for levering out of the way.
Not particularly surprised on that. I think
No.
it's a fair call.
But Scott Tate was miles back from this trio at the start of that previous lap. And has now dispatched Danny Bean.
Took the opportunity well. Basically picked the right side to push there. And now he's going to
chops to the inside of
the
Oscar
right
War.
side of Oscar War.
Yep. And I don't think Oscar War is going to fight that too much, or is he?
You are wrong.
I am wrong. Yes, he's chosen war.
Although Tate's going to go.
Chosen violence. Yeah. War by name, war by nature.
Yeah, he's going to get introduced to the rumble strip though by the experienced Scott Tate and.
Welcome to Pro Kart, Oscar
sorry.
War.
Yeah,
well, welcome back.
Yeah, lost some places there. There's Oscar War. Lewis Blench taking advantage, and that was Scott Tate's way of really saying, look, I've done a nice overtake on you there. Halfway round, you've decided to come back at me. I've put my hand up and gone, look, come on, I can go forward and I can take you with me. And then he's chucked him out on the curb and gone, that's what happens when you don't play by my rules.
My ball, my rules. Let's see Scott Tate on the back of Danny Bean there, who goes very wide coming out of hairpin 4.
Tate's going to try and go round him.
Bradley Rowe's got a bit of a gap now at the front of this group. So Needham is now on the tail of Duff for second place, but I think it's this fight that we need to still be staying with. There goes Tate down the inside of Danny Bean, takes the position away, and following through is Lewis Blench as well, who's come back through. Has Lewis Blench.
Bean's coming straight back at him, though, at 3, and puts the move on. And then Bean, I thought he was going to have a straight line job down the inside of Tate into 4. He thought about it. And they all slot into position.
Darcy Hall showing well as well. Dropped down quite a bit off the start. Dropped down, I think, into about 10th or 11th place. But now finding our way back up to 9th place. Zach Dawson has come through from right at the back of the grid to be just inside the top 10. They go 3 wide in this group behind, just coming onto the back straight now.
Yeah. And I think
4 wide even, potentially.
Well, I think the 2 on the left were occupied. Oh, round goes Zach Dean, I think. Is that up into the wall on the outside?
Yeah, big hit into the barrier, backwards into the barrier. Should be okay.
Yeah, I think the problem he's got there is the grass is long at the moment and the floor tray is low.
Yeah, went through the gravel as well, so that will have slowed him down.
Yeah, I think he's fine. I just think that he can't. The cart won't move because it's just beached basically. Pardon the pun of going through the gravel.
So
he did go into the tyre wall, but he went in.
He got asked by the marshal if he was okay. Big
nod.
He
went in rear bumper first. It's not wasn't a big impact by the time he got up there, and was collateral really in the others in front of him's coming together. He didn't really have anywhere to go. Was down the inside and just one of those. Well, I say racing incident, but there was 4 of them, Tom. And
I said Zach Dawson was coming through.
So I'm sure that will get radioed in.
Just past Darcy Hall. Zach Dawson is now up to P9 and on the front. In the middle of this train now, as Needham and Duff go side by side for P2, just through the front of the camera there, front of the camera shot. Ike Needham.
That is a black flag for Sam Neri, and I get the feeling it's for that up there, Tom. And I'm still not entirely sure it was actually on Zach Dean at the time. I think Dean still was collateral, but I think it's on somebody else. But Sam Neri with a black flag radioed in. The clerk, to be fair, is down there. He is the closest person to it.
We've picked up your fight for second place, and a fight it is, as the last lap board is out, and these 2 are going at it, hammer and tongs. We mentioned Foreman earlier on. Well, this is Foreman and Ali in terms of the fight that we're seeing.
Duff and Needham, and Duff just slid through as they came through the dogleg to hold on to that second place.
It started getting a bit tasty between these 2, so I think this is the one that we're going to need to watch until the end of the race now, because Needham tried to put a bit of a stamp down on Duff, and Duff said absolutely no way. Now he's left the door open as Duff, and Needham, needing no further invitation, comes straight through, goes defensive at hairpin 3, and Duff is going to try and carry the momentum around 3 and 4. And is he going to get it? Max Shields crosses the line and takes the victory. Needham on the inside through the final corner is just going to hold on to second place from Isaac Duff. Bradley Rowe comes over the line in P4 and takes victory in the clubman class. Scott Tate in 5th, Danny Bean 6th. Lewis Blench 7th takes victory in the novice class and a personal best lap on the final lap of the race. Then we've got Oscar Waugh in 8th and Zach Dawson with a great drive from the very back of the grid up to P9. Darcy Hall in 10th, Mark Tate, Liam Edmonds, Matthew Houshby, Sam Neri and Joseph Williamson, the top 15 drivers.
Well, Isaac Duff there, Tom, did all the hard work for half a lap to hold Ike Needham back and then just went, here you go. Big gap down the inside into South
That's
Bank.
why I was really surprised that he just left the gap, didn't he?
Yeah.
He didn't even half move across.
He defended into hairpin 1, he defended 2. I wonder if the Sam Neri black flag wasn't anything to do with that up there. I don't know if that was the David Brown incident that caused the retirement. I was hoping for a bit of a nod, but Kat appears to be busy doing timing things.
Yes. But, yes.
Because I don't think Neri and Dean were together at that time.
I think that looks like it might be driven back.
Yeah, I just think he went up there and then just the grass is a bit long and it's a little bit beached.
I mean, it did. I mean, it was a hard enough impact that it's broken the sign that was attached to the tyre barrier. It's not going to be driven back. It's going to be pushed back, I think.
Oh, just get one motor on the go.
That's Curtis You're making his way back across the track now as well.
The chains come off it.
That'll be why no bar.
It's hanging on the floor, so it doesn't. Yeah,
It'd have been revving like crazy as well, so
Yeah.
that'll have been sounding a bit odd.
I wonder if he's still disappointed they didn't let him fix it in the middle of oncoming karting traffic. Now the chain is dragging along the floor.
I've just seen Connor Lucas walking up the bank, and I like his shorts that he's got on. He's like, I've got a pair of them, but they're Nike ones, but he's got proper Lucas ones. They look well comfy, them. Ooh. See if he can get me a pair for Spain.
Oh no, Zach Dean is driving it home.
I got it going now.
I reckon one motor. That's all you need, isn't it? Just bring it back on the one. Save fuel. It's expensive these days.
It certainly is. Well, everyone's race day fuel expenses have gone up by 25%.
Oh no.
At least.
I don't think the Americans have got it quite right. They kick off, start a war, put the petrol prices up, and then send a rocket to the moon the week after. That's probably cost them another £500,000 to do.
Oh, and the rest?
Yeah, just in fuel.
$500 million.
Yeah, but just in fuel.
Oh yeah. Well, the fuel comes free.
Yeah.
You know that, don't you?
It comes free.
It's only oxygen, isn't it?
I'm fairly sure there's more to it than firing a rocket up in the air from the space center.
Oxygen.
There's fire and stuff at the bottom. You have seen it before.
Yeah, but it's liquid.
They don't just get to, them air ones, where they get a kid to stamp on it and the little rocket goes up.
Well, that's basically what it is. It's liquid oxygen.
They haven't got 500 people jumping on a big pillow to send the rocket in the air. There's fuel and fire and explosions and stuff.
All right, Flower. Wind the neck in. The fuel comes free. It's the astronauts and the bits and the people that make it that cost the money.
No, it's 5 seconds, Bella.
I wonder who sponsors, like Shell. Shell with all the fuels. Right, the first final of round number 2 is upon us.
To no one's surprise.
Now, Edward Rye, defending 100% record so far today, rolls off pole position. Behind him, or alongside him, Ashton Carmichael on the front row for a final for the first time, I believe. Ted Hall and Joshua Sullivan on row number 2. Matthew Plant and Ashton Horsepool are on row 3 with Peter Webster and Lewis Dean. Josh Brown and Harry Pennington Dylan Slack and Charlie Henderson. Adam Roberts with Elvis Hartley in front of Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn and Grace Matthews. Isaac Welburn, Lennon Wright, Freddie Battersby and Ben Edwards with Andrew McCross and Ashton Kennedy. Rhys Dodds and Fen Wheat complete your junior pro kart grid.
So I'm looking forward to this one very much. It's some real class in terms of driver skill at the front of this race. Young drivers, high skill. Here we go. We are away and racing, and Edward Wright is going to lead us through turn one. We've got a couple off at the far side of the circuit. That is the 52 of Lewis Dean, and I missed who the other number was.
I'll catch it in a minute. Peter Webster, the fiscal
Peter
wizard.
Peter Webster, that's unfortunate. Dropping right down the order, but work to do and a recovery drive for both of them, I'm sure. Edward Wright leads the way from Ashton Carmichael. And then it's going to be Ted Hall and Joshua Sullivan. So it's as you were over the line. In fact, it's not Joshua Sullivan.
No, it's Matthew Plant. Sullivan went wide at the start and dropped behind Josh Brown. He managed to get one back. Contact warning for the 52.
That was...
Is that Lewis Dean?
Yes.
Yes, for the opening lap. Sullivan has got past Plant through the D chicane and the national loop. And we are back in roughly grid order, are we? Yes, we are.
Certainly for the first four.
First five. Yeah, first five are in grid order. Good start by Josh Brown, Tom. He's up from 9th into P6.
Yes. Biggest mover so far is Isaac Welburn.
Well, look, there's quickly, Tom. There's Hall down the inside of Carmichael, and that's going to give Edward Rye another 3 or 4 kart lengths, and that could be, again, we've seen it before, haven't we? Could be game over.
Could be. They need to work together, and they need to get past Edward Wright quickly if they're going to mount any kind of challenge.
Stay with him for a start would be a nice thing. He's been dominant, hasn't he, so far today?
And Webster and Dean now recovering. They're on the back of the field and have started to make their way through the lower order of runners. It's Fen Wheat, Rhys Dodds, Ashton Kennedy, Andrew McCross, that they're going to start to make their way through. Rye still leads, and the gap about the same as it was before, but Carmichael with a new fastest lap of the race, but only 200ths faster than Edward Rye.
Good move by Elvis Hartley down the inside of Harry Pennington.
Ooh, and there goes Dean and Webster. They've now demoted, I think that was Andrew McCross. No, it wasn't Kennedy. It was Ashton Kennedy, Andrew McCross, and the next one on their target list. But they are working together, those two now, seemingly pushing each other along to close the gap on those in front. Made their way through 3 already. Keep an eye on their progress, of course. So Edward Rye still leading the way. The gap's coming down, though. He's not got it all his own way so far.
No, fastest lap of the race by Sullivan, but you wouldn't guess it because he's 3 or 4 kart lengths off the back of the trio in front. They're bringing Matthew Plant along for the ride as well, Tom.
He's got a triple slipstream, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's got a gap to Josh Brown, and behind them, Elvis Hartley is looking very racy, Tom.
Yes, indeed.
He's coming through right up onto the back of Josh Brown. I wonder if he pushes Brown onto the back of these in front.
So Edward Wright still coming under increasing pressure from Ashton Carmichael, but no move as yet from Carmichael. I don't think he's quite been close enough. They've got to do something about Edward Wright. So we saw this in cadets for the best part of 2 years, where he's got the class, the patience, and the drive that when he hits the front, he will just hold it and move away. Peter Webster and Lewis Dean were nose to tail as they started to make their way through the next group.
There's a move for the lead, Tom, as Ashton Carmichael does go down the inside of Edward Wright. Slots back in.
Yeah, Webster and Dean have now been split up slightly.
Plant with the fastest lap of the race as he draws up onto the back as Hall is down the inside of Ashton Carmichael. Sullivan goes up and over some curbs as we have a change for that second place. He tried to get alongside Carmichael with the gap that was created. Couldn't quite get it done and got air.
Ted Hall ducking down under the steering wheel to try and get a slipstream off of Edward Rye, but Rye's so small that he already looks like he's ducking down in the seat.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah, he definitely doesn't. To be fair, Hall isn't massive either, is he?
No, he's not. No, but,
No.
It did make me chuckle. It's like he was ducking down in the seat, and he was still taller than Edward Rye.
Yes. Rye now personal best, and this is where
He's starting to turn the screw, isn't he?
certainly is.
Really started to turn the screw now is Edward Rye. Gap is increasing at the front, and Ted Hall imploring Ashton Carmichael down the back straight to push, and Carmichael just says, no, I'm coming through. I'm using the slipstream and I'm coming through, and Hall is not going to be happy with that. Edward Rye is going to be laughing under his helmet.
Well, he will when he watches it back, that's for sure.
Big smile, ear to ear, I'm sure, like a Cheshire cat, as everybody else fights it out now for second place. Edward Rye, fastest lap of the race as well, 46.381. 0.2 of a second quicker than Ashton Carmichael as they came over the line. Hall, once again, big send down the inside at hairpin 2. And Carmichael needs to start working with, or Hall needs to start working with Carmichael. Oh, and he turned across the front of Sullivan. He had no idea that Sullivan was there, didn't look, chopped across in front, and Sullivan was fully alongside. And that's Carmichael dropped down now to, where is he, 6th?
Yes.
Seventh.
6th or
Seventh.
7th place
Seventh,
now
he's
in
gonna
front of
come
Harry
over the line.
Pennington.
And that was one of those where he was so laser focused on what was going on in front, he wasn't aware of what was coming through behind, which was Sullivan and Plant were still there, and they had eyes on the on going into P2 as well. Now that has given Edward Rye a 1.1 second lead over the line, back to Ted Hall. Then it's Sullivan now in 3rd place, occupying the final step of the podium, but only just in front of Matthew Plant.
Plant's having a really good outing here,
He
Tom.
is, yes.
And they're gapping as well, Brown and Hartley. Hartley in the early phase of the race was charging through, and I think he wanted to work with Brown and see if they could push on. And in hindsight, he needed to get in front and drag Brown with him up towards the back of the train of 5 that has now become a train of 4.
They are. Oh, hang on. We've got a hand up here for
Ashton Kennedy.
Yeah, coming in to retire. Couldn't see anything wrong with it.
It was on the back straight.
But yes, come into retirement now. Edward Rye, the gap at the front of this one, 3.5 minutes to go plus a lap.
Hall with
1
the fastest
second.
lap. Hall with the fastest lap of the race, though, Tom, is exactly a tenth the difference between the two of them.
Well, at that
Rye
rate-
set the fastest lap of the race, then Hall decided that he was going to have a bit of it. Sullivan with a personal best, Plant with a personal best, Brown with a personal best. Elvis Hartley didn't quite fancy it, but he has overtaken Josh Brown, so all is not lost.
Recovery driving Lewis Dean and Peter Webster. Peter Webster now in front of Lewis Dean, 17th and 18th. Grace Matthews picking up contact warning, as is Fen Wheat on that lap around. Ted Hall did put in the fastest lap of on the previous lap, but still another 2/10 quicker than Edward Rye that time around. The gap now down to 0.8 of a second.
26 and the 125 with some contact warnings.
Oh yeah, no, I've had those out. Yeah, that's
yeah.
Fen Wheat and
Grace Matthews.
And Grace Matthews, yes, did those. But the gap came down a couple of tenths on the previous lap to the leader. Elvis Hartley and Josh Brown swapped places as well on the previous lap.
They're gonna need some here, Tom, aren't they? I'm trying to work out what we're at. 47. We've got 4 laps to go. It's not beyond the
0.7 of a second
realms of possibility.
Yeah, 0.7 of a second the gap. So Hall and Sullivan both quicker than Rye that time around, with Sullivan actually 0.3 of a second faster than Rye.
It's got a sniff here as Hall and Sullivan.
Wondering whether a little bit of fatigue may be kicking in for Rye.
Well, it's Teddy you want to feel sorry for. He does 2 cars.
True. Very true. So maybe not. Maybe I'm clutching at straws. But
the 2
Rye
behind
is still holding on to the
two
lead.
behind want Edward Rye to be feeling tired.
Yes, very much so. Another 0.5, so the gap 0.6 now. It's 1 minute plus a lap still to go, so we're going to get another 2.5 laps here. And Shields is right there with Ted Hall now.
Shields isn't.
Not Shields, Sullivan, sorry.
Shields is up there on the bank watching. Scarlett Whittaker Dunn round at hairpin number 1 as she tags the brakes and
I've gone full Murray Walker today, haven't I?
Yeah, well, Abel Hutton was racing in this class
Well, I know,
earlier,
this is what I
wasn't
mean. I've gone full Murray.
2 laps to go then at the end of this one as they come
I
through.
think that's come down again.
Sullivan and Hall.
It has. It's under 0.5 second.
Yeah, on a push job at the moment. Let's see whether that carries on.
We will get 2 more laps here.
They're going to get to a point here, aren't they, Tom, where they are going to benefit as well from Rye's slipstream.
Yes, I think they already are, in fairness.
Rye looks over the shoulder, and it's the first time I've seen him do that all day. However, when they go on to that last lap, it's whether they feel that they can still catch him or whether the battle is on for second place.
Well, at the minute, I think they've got to focus on catching him.
And
they are.
A chance, yes.
That's visually, they are closer.
It was
0.5 second. At
4/10. I think that could be 3 this time round. It is a fraction over as they come up and round the national loop for the final time.
The last lap board is out. Matthew Plant now detached from this front 3, but an excellent showing for what will most likely be 4th place.
Down the back straight, Rye with a look over the shoulder. I think he thinks he's comfortable as Hall doesn't defend Sullivan round South Bank and will defend though into hairpin 3. The race for the lead is over, and as they head up towards hairpin 4, Hall's on the inside again. Will Sullivan get the switch back? But for the first time since September 2024, it's not Cranston, it's not Sullivan, it's a Rye on the top step of a junior pro kart podium. Edward Rye, Ted Hall, Joshua Sullivan, your top 3 as Edward Rye formally arrives as a championship contender here in Junior Pro Kart. Matthew Plant finishes P4. Hartley and Brown, Carmichael Horspool, Pennington and Charlie Henderson in P5 with Adam Roberts, Grace Matthews, Dylan Slack, Isaac Welburn and Peter Webster in front of Lewis Dean, Freddie Battersby, Scarlett Whittaker Dunn and Ben Edwards with Andrew McCross and Lennon Wright, and then Rhys Dodds and Fen Wheat. They're still battling to the line. They finish in 22nd and 23rd, respectively. Ashton Kennedy retired at half race distance.
brings to an end our first final of the day. And coming up next will be our Bambinos and Mighties.
Where is spun out on South?
I kind of like the pro karts going first, you know. Kind of wets the whistle nicely for the
Yeah.
for the rest of the finals. It gets us going.
Yeah. All because Ted Hall wanted to do 2 classes. They had to split pro kart and rotax a little bit.
Yeah. In the words of Will Ferrell, no one knows what it means, but it gets the people going. No?
Oh no, gets the people going.
It gets the people
it's
going.
It's provocative, Tom.
No one knows what it means, but it gets the people going. Anyways, moving on. What are you scanning for, David? Right, so we're going to get our Bambinos heading round in just a moment to get our second final of the day. If you don't want to know the scores in the football, don't look. If you're a Leeds United fan, definitely don't look.
That's always the same though, isn't it?
No. Yeah, Cat. Yes, fair comment. I might just go and have a little cry in the commentary box at the back. Still, there's a whole second half to go. So Logan Grassi is heading around to pole position from Sebastian O'Connell. They had a great fight in Heat 2 and Heat 3, actually, but O'Connell ended up being a little bit unlucky in both of those. We'll see if he can manage to rectify those mistakes for the final. Then we've got Reggie Rhodes in P3 with Jake Quinn in 4th. Theodore Lee will go off P5, and then we're going to have our 2 mighty Bambinos of Ayrton Tennant and Theo Wagner. And Theo Wagner actually got a great start in the last heat as well, so managed to make his way through a few places before dropping back towards the end. But again, we look forward to seeing his progress. Almost ready to get underway here for Bambinos. Of course, the helpers with the drivers, just giving them a few little words just to calm the nerves.
Little Theodore Lee having a little wave to whoever it is up on the bank.
Hiya!
Hiya. I'm about to go racing.
Yay, go-karting. Logan Grassi revving the nuts out of his Coma C50. The green flag is up. It's down and we're away and racing. And O'Connell gets a good start, but as expected, Ayrton Tennant with another flyer, but not as quick as he's had before because O'Connell holds on to P2 this time. Ayrton Tennant moves through to P3. Theo Wagner actually got a good start as well, and I think he's up to 5th. Possibly, yes. I think he is up to 5th. So Logan Grassi moving away at the front of this one so far. We saw this in the last couple of heats though, but O'Connell has managed to mount a challenge both times. We did look for Reggie Rhodes coming through as well. But that didn't materialise into much in Heat 3. We'll very much keep our eye on this, though.
So, Grassi and O'Connell off at the front. Good start by Reggie Rhodes this time, Tom. He's managed to stay in that third place.
Well, that's what I was hoping.
Yeah.
I thought he had good pace in parts of Heat 3. And it was whether he could start to make his way through towards the front too. He's certainly got past Ayrton Tennant now.
Sebastian O'Connell, down that back straight, Tom, seems to be drawing up onto the back of Logan Grassi. So here we've got a Coma and a Mighty on camera, Reggie Rhodes and Ayrton Tennant in third and fourth, respectively.
Logan Grassi set a fastest lap of the race last time around, but that is eclipsed now by Sebastian O'Connell, who is a 58.8. It's only the second time today that we've had a sub 59 second lap, but a 58.8 is very quick, and he was half a second quicker nearly than Logan Grassi that time around.
It's very quick in the first half of the race, and I say that because of the age of the Bambino driver. It almost takes sort of 3 or 4 minutes for them to sort of engage race mode to an extent. So normally you see them times coming in the second half of the race rather than right at the start in the first 2 or 3 minutes.
I think O'Connell is looking to make a move here on Logan Grassi. He's reeled him in now for the lead of this race.
So Grassi will lead us over the timing line. The gap was 0.4 last time. It'll be similar this time, and indeed is. But as they both go sub 1 minute again in the low 59 zeros.
I think if O'Connell can keep all 4 wheels pointing in the right direction,
Which
has been a struggle for him.
Which has been, that has been a struggle for him. The pace
to do it for a full length of a race. But if he can keep all 4 wheels pointing in the right direction, I think we could be on for a potential victory for Sebastian O'Connell. Logan Grassi, of course, is going to do his utmost to deny that. But they go through South Bank Corner, and Sebastian O'Connell takes a rather unorthodox entry, very tight entry into hairpin 3. I think he could almost benefit from probably like a day of coaching or something, like Bambino specific coaching. I know we have driver coaches that we have here at the track, like sort of Gracie, Sarah Moore comes up and does some sessions as well. Who else does coaching here?
Not quite sure. They just need millions and millions of laps. That's all the Bambinos need.
But someone who's got experience in Bambinos and is a little bit older, I think could impart some knowledge onto Sebastian O'Connell, and I think he'd be a real force to be reckoned with. Logan Grassi, of course, not needing that advice at the moment. He's fairly comfortable at the front. O'Connell has dropped back ever so slightly. He was 4/10 slower that lap. I think it's going to be a bit more than that again. Yeah, half a second that time around. Logan Grassi just banging in 59.2 after 59.2. O'Connell in the 59.7s for the last couple of laps. So that gap's gone out. Reggie Rhodes, Ayrton Tennant and Jake Wynn all putting in personal bests. But to put it in perspective, that last lap from Sebastian O'Connell is 0.9 of a second off his best lap of the race. So not sure why all of a sudden it's gone a bit scruffy.
Now that kart in front is always nice to have, particularly in Bambino, isn't it? Just follow the line, match the braking point, and maintain the pace. So be really good for them. There's a lovely little battle going on just out onto the back straight between what I believe is Theo Wagner and Theodore Lee up towards South Bank. They've had a little swap round on the last lap there. You can just about see them in the background coming through, and we'll pick them up there.
The battle of the Theos.
So, yes. Well, Theo down the inside of Theodore.
He had left the Theo door open.
Yes, he did.
Here all week, people.
You taking the drum and cymbal to
Quite
Campos
literally
with you?
here all week.
Yeah, yeah.
Here next week as well.
Taking the drum and cymbal with you to Spain?
Probably.
In the hand luggage?
Definitely taking the American football, which I found the other day in the office.
Oh,
at home,
the
in the
Le
man
Mans
cave.
American football
Yes.
that you were supposed to bring last year but didn't.
Yeah, because I couldn't find it, and now I found it. So, Logan Grassi has now extended that gap out to 1.5 seconds with 1 minute to go plus a lap. So we're probably going to get another 2 laps in here. Or 3 laps even. We shall see when they come over the line, whether they pick up the last lap board this time. That was the battle we were talking about. The battle of the Theos and Theodores. Oh, in fact, no, that's not. That's Reggie Rhodes and Ayrton Tennant.
It is, yes. Move to the battle for third place. An interesting battle because it involves 2 karts with different powertrains.
Yes.
One
I like the way that you used powertrains there rather than engines.
Well, because it's not an engine on the MIT one.
Correct. It's a motor.
It's a motor.
Is it a brushed motor or a brushless motor?
I don't know. I'll ask Stinson when I see him next. The guy who makes the MITs.
Mm-hmm. Ask him if it's brushed or brushless.
Well, let's
And if it's got a brush, then we can start making Trigger's broom comments, can't we?
We can.
Fingers crossed for brushed. brush motors.
I'll ask him if you can just do me do me a little video of without anything on, so I can see all the insides of it. Would be nice. So time will have elapsed to 0, which means the next time our leader, Logan Grassi, who is currently, Tom, making his way round hairpin 4 as we speak. And you'll see him in the back. There he is. We're on this camera now, coming through. Up towards the timing line.
Here he comes. Last lap board. Logan Grassi. Comfortable lead now. Out to 3 seconds to Sebastian O'Connell, who's now lapping in the 1 minute point 4 bracket from the 58.8 he was doing earlier in the race. So big drop off in lap time there for Sebastian O'Connell. Perhaps fatigue coming into that one. It's been most likely a long weekend for Sebastian O'Connell, because very young driver, so we'll forgive him that. And he is still very much learning his craft.
There is Theo Wagner in the 23, Tom, making his way round South Bank. And it looks like he's going to finish this one on the lead lap. As it stands, out of hairpin 4, although Logan Grassi is coming at him at a fair rate of knots. And
he is.
He will finish on the lead lap. Good lad.
Good news.
Logan Grassi takes the victory. Tries to celebrate with the hands off the wheel and then immediately puts them back on.
Nope.
Steering wheel. Nope. Oh, there's a corner coming. I mean, I like photographer Rob, but I don't want to go and see him in the middle of a track. So, out of the final corner comes Reggie Rhodes and Ayrton Tennant. Rhodes is going to come across the line for P3. Tennant in P4 overall. Then it's going to be Jake Wynn. And then it's going to be Theodore Lee coming out of hairpin 4. And once he's crossed the finish line, I'm just going to give a big shout out to somebody in a moment. So there is Theodore Lee. Tom, what is my big bugbear in Bambinos?
When they almost finish a lap down and then get overtaken on the last lap by the leader of the race.
Whilst they're still racing. Credit to Logan Grassi for holding back
And
there and
Sebastian
allowing
O'Connell.
Theo Wagner to complete the race on the lead lap in P number 7. So a big shout out to Logan Grassi and to Sebastian O'Connell for hanging back there.
Not
And
just for victory in the race
yeah,
and second place, but also race smarts.
Really, really smart between them two. They've obviously listened previously, Tom, to
your rants,
to many streams where. I think it's very important. The driver.
Look, I agree with you entirely, David. I jest, but
They haven't seen the checkered flag. They're still racing. They have as much right as anybody else to go round and see that checkered flag. So. Superb shout out there to Logan and Sebastian for just hanging back. And
what the leader has to assume is that there's now a yellow flag. After
correct.
the checkered flag, there should be no overtaking.
Yeah, correct. Really, really good.
Yes.
So, Grassi, O'Connell, Rhodes, your top 3 are all on comas. And then Ayrton Tennant on his Might E finishes P4. Jake Wynn, Theodore Lee and Theo Wagner complete your Bambino grid.
So coming up next will be Honda Cadets. They will also be joined by the Micromax class, of which there are 3. Archie Mostyn will go off pole position in that one with Riley Whittaker-Jenkins and Tyler Gruffety. In Honda Cadet, we're going to have Oscar Somerset leading the way from Joshua Adote. Then it's Alfie Keeling and Aston Wilson, Oliver Bullock and Sam Vout, Reggie Cook and Calais Tennant, Abel Hutton and Zach Zieber, Oscar Wills and Jacob McDonald and Alex Hotimer, Harlan Pritchard, Thomas Chalk, Phoebe Rogers, Harry Scrafton and Edward Charlton, the 18 Honda Cadets. So here we go. About to get underway. Everybody getting themselves into a nice order in the right spot as well, although I said that too early, didn't I?
I'm not convinced we're racing first time round.
No.
Tom, they've all come together.
It was going well. It was going too well.
And then we had 3 of them come together down at Hairpin 4. And
yes, all back underway, thankfully. And they will get themselves into an order again. And the Micromax, of course, because of that, will have to go around again as well.
May well put the Micros a little bit closer to the Hondas than where they were had the start been, because they only have to have 3 of them form up, so it's easier for them, isn't it? So, yeah, we've got driver going round the outside to retake position. Done nicely and in time. That's Jacob McDonald slotting in. So, field coming round hairpin 4. They just need to anchor down a little bit here. They are coming in hot at the moment. That's a really good job by Somerset on the pole berth. Green drops and we're away and racing. We head up towards the National for the first time. Alfie Keeling on the inside has gone down the inside of Joshua Adote. Job done for Keeling. Up into second place. Adote slots back in third. Somerset with 2 or 3 kart lengths as Micro go racing. They are cleanly up towards the first corner. Archie Mostyn leading the way. Riley Whittaker-Jenkins into second place in front of Tyler Gruffety. Back to Honda as Somerset leads us down the back straight towards the South Bank corner for the first time.
Yeah, Somerset looking comfortable at the front of this one, so far at least anyway. As, Joshua Adote has dropped back a couple of kart lengths, but Alfie Keeling right there as well. We've got Aston Wilson showing... he's going. In fact, no, Aston Wilson's dropped way down the order. It's Reggie Cook, who's now up to 4th, with Abel Hutton 5th, Sam Vout, Calais Tennant, Oliver Bullock, Zach Schieber, and Oscar Wills. The top 10, Aston Wilson dropped all the way down to P11.
tough opening lap for Wilson as Thomas Chalk goes down the inside in the background and moves his way past Alex Atima. Dote then Tom back up into that second place now, having lost it at the start to Alfie Keeling, was incredibly compliant in just pushing around Oscar Somerset. I wonder whether he learnt anything in the first race that he managed to follow Somerset, which was Heat 3. See whether he can use any of that this time round.
It's fairly equidistant between certainly the front four at the moment. Not much of a challenge going on. We've got yellow flags out at hairpin.
Oh, yes, that is a slow-moving Calais Tennant, I think. Down the back straight in the 52 machine. It looks like whether he went tight and up and over the curb and bogged down, or whether he got tipped into a little half spin and had to get going, but that takes him down the order. He was running well, actually, up in P7, sandwiched between Sam Vout and Oliver Bullock.
And Joshua Dote coming under pressure because Alfie Keeling put in a new fastest lap of the race that time around, 0.3 of a second quicker than Adote.
47.8 for Keeling is a good time. Got to find a way past though, or push Adote up onto the back of Oscar Somerset.
There's Reggie Cook still in fourth place. I think Reggie Cook's had a very good day, regardless of where the finish ends up being. But it's certainly a day to be proud of for Reggie Cook. So far, anyway.
It's been a really good performance, hasn't it? Came
Yes.
into it bit under the radar. Heat 1, Heat 2 arrived towards the front and has been there ever since.
Yes.
For Reggie Cook.
And Oliver Bullock has taken sixth place away from Sam Vout on that lap. Calais Tennant recovering now back up to 13th, just overtook Thomas Chalk for 13th. Chalk now down in 14th. Keeling still putting Adote under pressure, and the surprise in this one is that Adote isn't closer to Somerset based on the form that we've seen from Adote through the day. Looks like Somerset has got this one fairly comfortable at the moment. Personal best lap times going for many down the order.
4 from 4 from the day is the target, but that'll be 8 from 8 so far then. If the next 8 minutes or so go to plan for Oscar Somerset in that 144 machine.
Which is it's fairly dominant, isn't it?
Well, you can't do much better, can you?
No, not really, no.
No.
8 races, 8 victories. Yeah.
So
Could be worse.
steady return for your work, isn't it?
Could be worse.
Still time yet.
Plenty of time. 7 minutes plus a lap.
Let's see how it goes. Gap was 0.9 of a second. Out to nearly 1.1 now. Joshua Adote falling away. And I do get the feeling now that he may well be holding up Alfie Keeling here, and Keeling is going to, if he wants aspirations of winning, he's going to have to go. At least he's got to find out whether he's quick enough on his own to do anything about Oscar Somerset. In the end, it's one of them, if you get stuck behind a car on the road, you can't go any faster, and that seems to be the thing at the moment. He's pushing Joshua Adote down that back straight, but they're not closing in on Oscar Somerset. Fastest lap of the race as well by Somerset on the previous lap. They can only work together for so long, Tom, before they're going to run out of time to do anything about the runaway leader.
You can almost see Adote going defensive as well. So it looks like, although they were only a 1/10.5 slower that time around, new fastest lap as well for Oscar Somerset. He was 0.04 of a second better than his previous fastest lap. So consistent as well for Somerset. So not only has he got the lead, got a gap, made it comfortable, he's now consistent as well. Is there anything the boy can't do?
I'm going to go with a backflip. I don't know if he can do a backflip. If he can, I want to see it the next round.
Can he lick his elbow?
That's the celebration I want to see. Over the line, stop safely on the back straight, do a backflip back in the kart. Please don't do that. You'll really get told off.
Yes, he will. But if you want to drive over the line trying to lick your elbow, that would be good.
See, there was a guy at Rye House a few years ago in that Enduro they do, who to celebrate the win just stood up in the kart seat.
Right.
He just basically crossed the line and stood up. And I was thinking, nothing a clothesline wouldn't have sorted out.
A low-hanging gantry.
Oh.
Archie Mostyn in the Micromax has now set the fastest lap of the race.
I'm trying to figure out.
And Archie Mostyn is 5.6 seconds clear of Tyler Grufferty, who made his way through to about 8th place in this Honda Cadet field in the last race. So not sure what's gone on with Tyler Grufferty.
Mostyn at the minute, though, is on the back of a train of Hondas that goes from Zach Sieber in 10th down to Harry Scrafton, I think, in 18th. So Somerset, Adote and Keeling are your top three, with the gap going out further and further at the front here. Tom Oscar Somerset 1.7 seconds clear. This is that battle I was talking about with Sieber in that bright yellow kart being pursued by what I believe to be Thomas Chalk in the number 15. After the retirement earlier on, saw him well down the order for this final. Through. There's Sam Vout, Oscar Wills, Aston Wilson, 8th, 9th, 10th. Oh, sorry, 7th, 8th and 9th.
So we've got this big train here just moving through the camera shot, which is Zach Sieber, headed it goes all the way down to Harris Crafton, as you just said. And they are going at it. So they go side by side into South Bank Corner. Sieber still leading this one.
This lot are having a lot of fun.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. Sieber is side by side.
Thomas Chalk round the outside.
Nice move, Thomas Chalk. And Thomas Chalk is up 5 places as well in this race.
Talking about having a lot of fun, Thomas Chalk's having slightly more fun than those at the moment. Great overtake there round the outside of Zach Sieber. Then it's Jacob McDonald, Alex Atima side by side. That's Archie Mostyn coming through in the micro down the inside of Edward Charlton. Charlton will do well there, just duck in. Good job. Calais Tennant after that spin earlier on, or whatever it was at hairpin 2 that slowed him down, is now coming into contact with Edward Charlton as they go round hairpin 3 and head towards hairpin 4. The two of them just took different lines in, and then as they crossed over to get to where they wanted to, just found themselves on the same piece of tarmac there, didn't they, Tom?
They certainly did. Sieber now coming under pressure from Jacob McDonald. That's for P11 now, and Thomas Chalk starting to move clear.
Warning for the 52 of Tennant for the contact with Charlton.
I think that's Archie Mostyn in the Micromax who's now starting to mix it with this group. Just there, that purpley blue one
it is,
moving through.
Mostyn
it is.
in the white and blue cart going round the outside of
that was going to get close with
Jacob McDonald.
Zach Sieber.
So race leader just coming up to a little bit of traffic and finds his way past.
Do you know what we didn't do
Riley Whittaker Jenkins
when Zach Sieber's mum came in?
The last round?
Yes.
No.
Ask how you say Zebra. I think it's Sheba, like Zeba.
Neither of us.
Zeba.
Neither of us would have got there, would we?
No.
The unnecessary use of a C.
That's Mostyn has now moved through, though, and he will be up to P11 on the road. Of course, still very much in control of the Micromax field with Tyler Gruffity all the way down in 19th. Riley Whittaker Jenkins in 21st overall.
Come through nicely there as Archie Mostyn. Tom, hasn't he? One driver at a time, nice and cleanly.
Yes.
And actually, it's kept the Hondas fairly tightly packed together there from Zach Ziva all the way down to Calais Tennant recovering in the 52. The only thing that fragmented that was the Tennant and Charlton coming together.
I know how we figure it out. It's Zeba as in zebra, not zebra as in zebra.
Yeah, even you mucked that up.
Yeah, but it's Zeba as in zebra.
2 laps to go as Oscar Somerset crossed the line with 1 second on the clock. It's a contact warning for Oscar Wills. He's radioed in.
So Oscar Somerset could have done himself a favour there by slowing down by 1 second, still having a 2-second gap behind him.
Like they do at Le Mans.
Yes.
Slow it down for
Just make it a walking pace.
half a lap or something. Now, this battle for second place is going to hot up a little bit as Alfie Keeling has half a nose down the inside of Joshua Adote. Leaders off at the front.
Yeah, dominant from Oscar Somerset, I think it's fair to say.
And Keeling not that close out of hairpin 4. They will see the last lap board now.
So there we go, Oscar Somerset heading round already. Just half a lap to go to take victory here in Honda Cadet. And it's going to be second place is going to be fought over between Joshua Adote and Alfie Keeling. There they are on screen now. Has Alfie Keeling got any kind of questions to ask Joshua Adote?
Out of the final corner though. Another perfect weekend for Oscar Somerset. He's drove off into the sunset. It's a win for the 144 from Joshua Adote and Alfie Keeling. That's your podium in front of Reggie Cook and Oliver Bullock, who gets past Abel Hutton on the final lap. Hutton pulls straight off into pit lane. Aston Wilson recovers to 7th after early troubles in this final. Oscar Wills. Archie Mostyn takes the victory in micro 9th overall, having come through from the tail end of the field. The top 10 in Honda completed by Thomas Chalk and Sam Vout in front of Zach Ziba, Alex Hatima, Phoebe Rogers and Jacob McDonald, Harlan Pritchard and Calais Tennant, with Harry Scrafton in front of your second micro, Tyler Gruffity. Edward Charlton brings his kart home after that spin earlier on in P20 overall, 18th in Honda. The final runner, Riley Whittaker Jenkins in the 51, comes home in P21.
Do we know where Oscar Somerset is from?
He's not from Somerset.
Is he not?
No.
Not from Wells or something?
I don't believe so.
Wait.
What, is it
So they tour down there, innit?
Everyone's packing round here.
they go up at the end of a sentence?
They do.
So don't know why that is?
Yeah. Everyone's packing round here. Everyone and their mums. Who's everyone?
Farmers.
Everyone.
Farmers' mums. Got 12 hours of this next week to look forward to, folks, followed by another 4 hours the next day.
We'll just read film quotes for the entire.
I reckon we should have a challenge, see how many we could get in during the stream.
I had somebody about a year ago, Tom, say, "Oh, can you just try and get a random word in?" I went, "Go on, give me a random word," and he just randomly pulled sardine out. Mm-hmm. Race 1, packed together like sardines. Job done. Easy.
Easy.
He didn't. Yeah, it wasn't even trying that. Must be better.
I've seen a little. They've had the Buckmore 24-hour on this weekend.
Yes,
and I've seen Kieran has been doing a few little challenges and stuff in the paddock.
I've seen.
Don't think that's a bad idea.
I was just keeping an eye out on who was there. I think they've had. I think Mather's been doing some interviewing.
Yes.
And then I think they've just pretty much had. I think they have a fairly open commentary box policy. I know Adam Reed's been there. Youssef's been there, although I don't know if he's driving or whether he's just been on comms, but a bit of both.
No, he's been on comms.
Okay. In the game of counting to 6, Tom, we're only going to have to count to 5.
Okay.
Because we're missing someone.
Is it Marley Simpson?
It is Alex Morley, I think, in the 36, Tom. It is Alex Morley missing.
Okay.
No Alex Morley.
So Tom Nichols, JJ Allen, George Wilson, Marley Simpson, Max Platts, they will be your 5 Honda R200s, and we are about to get going for that one. No, we're going round again.
Good start by Marley Simpson, though.
Yeah, I mean, he was 3 wide.
All the way around the outside, but that's why we're going to do the thing. He went a little bit too soon. We're going to have another go at it.
But yeah, so they were doing a few random challenges and stuff during the 24. Like, can you draw the track blindfolded and
everyone's doing
stuff like that.
Everybody's doing that one.
I reckon we could do far better than that.
The Gracie did that at PF last weekend on a CKC stream. She had Charlie from Martin Jackson Racing do it blindfolded.
Right.
Around PF, so.
I reckon since we're in Spain, we could get like a piñata or something like that. Maybe do like live piñata bashing. See who wins.
That won't end well.
Something like that. Bullfighting. And we're going this time around, and it is Nichols who's going to hold the inside line. Oh, and Alan just sweeps right round the outside.
It's not just me.
Right around the outside.
Great move there by JJ Allen. All the way around the outside. Not for the first time today. This time it was Tom who got to get it in at the start. So Allen leads then from Nichols with George Wilson in 3rd place. Max Platts moving through.
Ooh, I thought
take
Nichols was
4th
going to go
place.
through the back of JJ Allen there at hairpin 4. Did manage to avoid each other, but it's the reverse of Heat 3, which was the reverse of Heat 2. It's Allen now leading the way. These two seem to take it in turns, leading an entire race, and then it's all changed at the end. Usually. But, George Wilson in 3rd place. Still has Max Platts for company. Marley Simpson just dropping off the back a little bit in P5. George Wilson actually coming under a lot of pressure from Max Platts. There we go, just dropping back onto them. Good camera work there. To just drop back onto these two. Personal best that time around for Tom Nichols, but I mean there's thousandths between them, isn't there? Because they are still nose to tail as they were. Max Platts has just had the gap to George Wilson increase slightly, and then close it back up actually through hairpin 2 and drew alongside for a brief moment.
I was about to say you wouldn't guess down the back straight. So they were nose to tail. Very differing lines around South Bank though. Wilson's kart looks a little bit more planted to the inside at the moment at least. Platts is looking a little bit squirrel on the rear end.
It looks like he's got a loose is fast kind of kart, does Max Platts. George Wilson very much with everything in line, as you said, David, and they are still in line, as are JJ Allen and Tom Nichols. But, I mean, that's to be expected. That's what we've seen throughout the day. These two are just comfortable not to fight it out until the end.
It's been the case, hasn't it? They've effectively had 2 or 3 lap races every time, haven't they?
Yes.
Pushed away, assessed the situation throughout. Nichols did go early in 1, but had enough to hold off JJ Allen throughout the remainder of the race, and Alan didn't quite get close enough after that to reel him in. Still no movement over third place either. George Wilson and Max Platz again. Platz in the previous race had the pace to, as soon as he got past, to drive off into the distance. Just toiled getting past, didn't he? In that previous race. Again, he's in the slipstream here down the back straight. I don't think he's close enough at South Bank to pop out.
No, just actually just
the
got
gap.
out dragged a little bit,
Yeah.
even though he was in the slipstream. Just got out dragged slightly. New fastest lap for JJ Allen that time around, but it was matched to the 1,000th of a second by Tom Nichols. Again, Nichols slightly quicker this time, but again, you wouldn't even know it because they're still nose to tail.
Up towards hairpin 1, there you go. This is your battle for third place, the final step on the podium. Both drivers with personal bests last time round. And
This is the one that we're going to focus on, and what we'll do is, if anything kicks off between Nichols and Allen, we'll cut back to them. But I
Platz
think
again, he came to the inside very early out of hairpin 2. You've got to get some drive to not at least use some slipstream to then pop out at South Bank.
I think what he's doing there, where he's going through hairpin 3, and see, this is what's happened, right? So he's going through hairpin 3, and he's chopping to the inside of hairpin 3, which then puts him on the outside of hairpin 4, gives him a cut back to the inside of the exit of hairpin 4. But what he needs to do is, through hairpin 3, go wide, put him on the inside of hairpin 4, carry that momentum that he's carrying through hairpin 3, and that will put him on the inside of George Wilson for third place.
Oh,
That makes sense. Are you with me?
I agree, because he's trying to
What
get the switch back out of 4, and it puts him on the outside. And
Yeah,
Wilson then just...
He's kind of switch backing through 3, which then does a switch back through 4. But what he needs to do is not do the switch back through 3.
Yeah, I know. I'm
Just hold it around the outside and then drive to beat him to the apex, beat Wilson to the apex.
You know your onions, Tom. I fully agree with that assessment.
That's I think the way that Platz is going to get through past Wilson. He's got to catch him first though, because that gap opened up when he made that crossover move. Dropped back a couple of kart lengths, but used the slipstream wisely, and he was dragging himself back up there. So definitely got pace as Max Platz. JJ Allen, new fastest lap of the race. They've gone sub 46 second.
This is your battle for third. It's took Platz a couple of laps to close back up on George Wilson, but as they come up and over the timing line, there'll not be much more between them than there is between the leaders. Leaders at 1/10 of a second. Gap between third and fourth is 0.2 of a second, so not a lot between either of them. Personal best for Nichols as he heads into the low, very low 46s. Allen's still the only driver in the 45s after that lap earlier on. And still 5.5 minutes of this race remaining.
Now Platz has got a run. He's got good momentum now. He needs to try. There we go. Look, so he moves to the outside of 3. Now he just, instead of doing that, where he holds it tight and ends up with Wilson on the left, he needs to put Wilson on the right. Allen and Nichols still exactly as they were.
Just a matter of time for those two, isn't it? Just every time round, just keep an eye out on the clock, try and figure out how much longer it's going to be, whether it's 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps before they make the decision. Allen to go defensive, Nichols to go on the offensive.
It's just the patience thing at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah.
Patience. But we saw this in Heat 3 where Nichols ended up being a little bit too patient in the end. I'm just having a little dip into the live chat comments.
So leaders down the back straight. This is your battle for third still, and can Max Platz get a better run this time? He's not close enough up towards South Bank, though. Talking about being close enough, off camera, change for the lead. Tom Nichols slides a 74 down the inside of the 10 of JJ Allen into hairpin number 3. They'll run side by side up and over the timing line. 3.5 minutes on the clock. Plenty to go here as Nichols and Allen swap round for the first time since the start of this race, when Allen whipped all the way round the outside of Tom Nichols to take the lead at the start.
Well, we've seen this before from Nichols, where he's gone a little bit earlier than the final couple of laps. And JJ Allen ended up having an answer for him. See whether this is the right time for Nichols. He's certainly not dropping Allen, is he, at the moment? And Wilson and Platz, they're still as they were as well. Oh, it's very close still between Nichols and Allen. Allen actually pushing along now, Tom Nichols.
0.06 of a second between them on lap times. Personal best for Nichols, although to be fair, I don't think he had a lot of choice. As JJ Allen set the fastest lap of the race by
suddenly found another 100 revs.
Yeah, by just pushing him over the timing line. They're actually going to be side by side down the back straight up towards the South Bank corner, and I thought Allen might have had enough to keep that kart down the inside there, but Nichols found more at the end of the straight this time.
In the if there were fighter pilots, we would be saying fights on.
Oh, absolutely. Dogfight, here we go.
Yeah, fight is on.
2 minutes on the clock. That's 4 laps of racing still here. And looking at that one, Tom, Nichols had a bit more at the end of the straight, but Allen got out the corner very well. And I do wonder whether Nichols has kept himself in the slipstream well enough early doors to give himself a chance now. And maybe Nichols has gone more top end on gearing, which means he's geared lower, which gives him more. Allen should close up, I think, initially, or at least stay with. He should be closing there on the slipstream, but by the end of the straight, Nichols is starting to pull a little bit of a gap there. So it was 4 laps now. It's going to be 3 at the end of this one. Allen is very good round 3 and 4 and just toes up onto the back of Tom Nichols once again. Still no change for third place as it stands, although I thought we were going to see something as George Wilson came out of hairpin 4 slightly sideways, although he has held on to third place.
Yeah, he has, and I'm just looking at whether Allen's got anything in response. He's come out very close now onto the back straight to Tom Nichols, who feels the need to go defensive, and Allen, we saw this before, gives him a big knock into the back there of Tom Nichols midway through South Bank corner. That's going to unsettle Nichols. But still manages to hold firm.
2 to go then. 30 seconds on the clock as they go under the timing gantry over the start line. Still no change for third. That battle that we followed for a long period of time between Wilson and Platz still has Wilson and Platz as they were, as again Allen into the rear bumper of Nichols. No malice in that one at all. It was just mid part of the corner between hairpin 1 and 2, and it's the same as they run round South Bank.
Oh, I thought Allen was going to go down the inside there. Nichols went defensive but didn't fully cover the inside, and I thought Allen had the momentum there. He now does this chop back out of hairpin 4, which is very rare that we see that work. Last lap board out.
0.2 of a second as they go over the timing line is the biggest gap that Nichols has had since getting through, and it was a bigger gap than what Allen's had at any point in this race as well. Up towards hairpin 1, Nichols doesn't realise that though, and is tighter into the corner, and that will allow JJ Allen to get up onto his rear bumper, but immediately Nichols begins the migration towards the right-hand side of the circuit and the inside of South Bank. That may well spit him out wide though, but he has been really good at hugging that white line throughout the race, up towards hairpin 3 and 4. Nichols is tight. Allen's going to need the switch back. Will they draw side by side? Yes, they will. Contact between the two of them as they try to come through. Tom Nichols rides it out, and Tom Nichols takes the victory from JJ Allen, and George Wilson has held on race long to take third place from Max Platz, and then the race completed by Marley Simpson in the number 25 machine coming home in P3. So 3 more finals to go. Thank you to everybody that's got in touch throughout the day in the live chat. We really do appreciate it. Try and read out a few more before the end of the day. So Nichols brings the race-winning 74 machine into the pit lane. So George Wilson gets some plaudits from family as he heads into the pit lane to get to have a quick chat with our scrutineer as well, I imagine, having finished that one inside the top 3. So Nichols, Allen, Wilson, Platz and Simpson are your top 3. So Junior Rotax, here's the next one up with the final grid for you shortly. So, Ted Hall will be on pole position in the number 43 machine. He'll be joined on the front row by the 66 of Alex Lynn. There is Ted Hall waiting patiently for the marshal to give us the green flag. Then it's going to be Jack Freeman and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson on the second row. Jacob Carnes and Morgan Cooney on row 3. Row 4 will see Layla Berryman and Adam Causa in front of Max Hall and Ronnie Harrer. Joey Swan will start 11th. Joseph Cheetham alongside Jaden Stonehouse and Logan Peverdy. Henry Armitage, Jake Grufferty, who's had a retirement and a disqualification, sees him go off P8-16. That was retirement for the incident at South Bank, DQ for being underweight in heat number 1. He goes off the outside of row number 8. And back out this time is the 80 of Mark Laredo Gomez after he missed the previous race. Trying to get his kart fixed after the heat 2 incident. So field making their way round, already starting to form up 2 by 2 as they make their way round hairpin number 3. Hall trying to get maximum heat in his tyres. Both he and Alex Lynn bring the kart through. Marshall telling them to slow down. If they go any slower at the moment, they'll have to get out and walk as they bring the karts towards the timing line. Power down from Hall, and we're away and racing up towards the national loop for the first time, and Hall will hold track position. Freeman is through down the inside as well. Lynn's been shuffled back to 4th place. Lynn almost tipped into a spin. He goes and trims some daisies. Jacob Carnes up into 3rd from Berryman, then Lynn. We've got Mark Laredo Gomez facing along in the middle of chicanes. He rejoins. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson down into 6th place off the outside of the front row. She is being pressured now by Morgan Cooney in P7. Then we've got 8th. Oh, we've got a spin in mid-corner. That looks like Max Hall going round up South Bank. And then almost goes onto the grass as he starts looking up to the heavens for some help.
Yes, Ted Hall leads us over the line from Jack Freeman, Jacob Carnes, Layla Berryman, Alex Lynn, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, Morgan Cooney, Adam Causa, Jake Grufferty and Joey Swan, the top 10.
Carnes is down the inside of... Mark Laredo Gomez peels off into the pit lane. Oh, that's Alex Lynn.
Wilson.
No, that's Alex Lynn.
Oh, it is Alex Lynn, you're right, yeah.
Into Layla Berryman.
And then into Carnes, was that? I think it was down the back straight.
Adam Causa.
Adam Causa.
Yeah, Carnes is up in... He's in second.
Yes. Similar helmets, though.
Certainly from 150 metres away.
Yes, it
out
is.
of the window.
So it's Hall from Carnes now, who overtook Freeman on the previous lap. I'll put my teeth
Also,
in.
they're both in Tony-coloured karts, though.
Yes.
What we shall forgive Tom.
I have gone full Murray Walker this weekend.
Oh, Carnes is down the inside of Hall. Hall's going to get...
Ooh! He got a whack in the back from Jack Freeman there coming out of hairpin 2.
Again, Freeman didn't really have...
No, he didn't know.
Anywhere to go
there
there,
wasn't
did
much
he?
he could do, no.
But yeah, Hall down into second. Carnes leading at the front. Freeman and Gruffity up to P5, Tom, and the fastest lap of the race as well, with a 41.7 from P16 at the start of the race. And
a full half a second faster than anybody else out there. That's some action.
Yeah, again, I wonder if he's gone a little bit high on pressures to get through traffic and then hope that they all sort of are still together like this at the...
Well, he's going straight through on the inside of Stansmore Wilson.
If not, he's just got his tyres up to temp really early doors. And if that's the case, there's not going to be a lot that those in front can do. If he's still got a lot left in the tank, Tom.
We're up to P4 now. Jacob Carnes now leading the way. Ted Hall actually dropping back a little bit. Very much into the clutches of Jack Freeman, who now moves through at hairpin 2 into P2.
Hall was looking for a switch back. Freeman's telling Hall to work with him, and Hall's going to find Jake Gruffity down the inside of him into the gap that was created. Hall then trying to return the move immediately on Gruffity at hairpin 3.
There's nothing more frustrating than that as a racing driver when you think you're going to be putting a move on somebody. You pull out of line and you actually end up being overtaken instead. And it's happened a few times now to Ted Hall. And I've been there, and it's super frustrating because you're quick and you've got the pace, and just somebody else takes the opportunity and you go down instead of up.
It's keeping the field quite close together, though. I'd say everybody at the minute down to Adam Causer still in with a bit of a shout here.
Yeah, Layla Berryman looking very racy on the back of Stansmore Wilson. They come over the line this time. Carnes was quick, but not as quick as Freeman, who was 0.3 of a second quicker. It started to reel Carnes back in now.
So Stansmore Wilson and Berryman, teammates, albeit in different classes, one in Junior Rotax, one in Junior Rotax Primo in the National Championship, hence why they've got karts of the same sticker kit, the TSK-Motorsport colours.
What's Primo mean? More expensive?
No, it is first year juniors, so it's basically a specialist novice class.
I was jesting.
It's all right. And even if you knew the answer to the question, some people at home might not.
Might not, exactly. Sounds like it's more expensive.
We are here to impart knowledge and humour.
Junior Rotax with an extra 20 grand on for the budget.
Humour.
Yes.
So it's race weekend in Junior Rotax, 20 grand, isn't it?
Ooh, there goes Freeman down the inside for the lead.
Carnes comes straight back at him. They'll run side by side up towards South Bank, and Jacob Carnes holds on. And for a final, Tom, that at round one we were literally whipping it like a horse, trying to get something going,
like poking it with a stick, like do something.
Exactly, and the horse did not respond, did it? This is completely different. We've got a 4-kart battle for the lead, a 4-kart battle over 5th down to 8th, with Stansmore Wilson all the way down to Morgan Cooney in 8th place. So everything for everybody to play for. Oh, Alex Lynn has found Layla Berryman again.
I like the way you put that. Just tickle me. Meanwhile, at the front, Carnes is still holding on from Freeman and Gruffity. Ted Hall being dropped ever so slightly, half a kart length. I'm sure he'll make that up once they get up to speed in the slipstream. We've got contact warning has gone out for the 66er for Alex Lynn, who has now made his way past Stansmore Wilson and Berryman on that lap. Meanwhile, at the front, I thought Jack Freeman was going to have a look on the inside at hairpin 2.
And he's going to have a look down the inside at South Bank now, Tom. He's gone through. There, they come into camera shot as Jack Freeman does make his way through and into the lead. So Freeman leads from Jacob Carnes. Gruffuty's a little bit further back, but he's got Ted Hall right behind him again now, pushing along. Then there's a second train, which Adam Causer is drawing up onto the back of, Tom. So that 4 could well be a 5 soon. Hall has got past Carnes. Carnes has gone 2nd to 4th, Tom. I was looking out the window. What?
No, he's gone 1st to 4th, hasn't he?
Carnes has gone with 2nd, and now he's 4th. There he is at the back, and I missed why.
As did I. Freeman leads though from Gruffuty, Hall, and now Carnes. Alex Lynn heading that group behind. That's Stansmore, Wilson, Berryman, Cooney, and Causer has now joined that group as well. So now we've got a group of 5.
Gruffuty down the inside of Jack Freeman to take the lead, and then immediately defends up towards South Bank.
Freeman was, I thought he was going to try and chop across there, but he found a Jake Gruffuty-sized kart in front of him.
Ted Hall in that 3rd place has been steady, holding that 4th place for a while, staying in the toe of those in front until things opened up for him. I bet his arms are hurting now, Tom.
Yes, I bet they are. Yeah, he's had a hard day of graft as Ted Hall, but come away with it with a trophy or two. I'm sure that we'll be very happy with that indeed. Jake Gruffuty still holding on to the lead. This front 4 are being closed in now by Alex Lynn, who has dropped Berryman, Stansmore, Wilson, Cooney, and Causer. So they're a group of 4 once again, but Alex Lynn has made his way through that field. He's going to try and make this a group of 5, particularly if Jake Gruffuty starts defending. 2.5 minutes to go, plus a lap.
He needs them in front to do something, doesn't he? And right on cue, Freeman has a bit of a look down the inside on Gruffuty. Alex Lynn with that personal best on the previous lap, nearly a 10th faster than those in front. I wonder if we're going to get something similar this time round. In fact, he's a fraction slower. He looked to be a little bit closer, but is actually a tad slower.
Yeah, not feeling the need to go fully defensive yet, isn't Jake Gruffuty. Freeman got a good run down the back straight though. And Gruffuty did turn in a little bit earlier there just to try and seed that progress that Freeman had. Ted Hall and Jacob Carnes. And now that they've stopped fighting, they're starting to move away again from Alex Lynn.
Freeman got such an overspeed out of hairpin 4 that had to draw alongside Gruffuty just to stop contact into his rear. Didn't really slow either of them down, but and now Gruffuty's gone very, very defensive there, Tom. Straight lines it towards hairpin 2, and that's backed all of them up, and now this is going to be, you mentioned in R200 a dogfight, this is going to be a dogfight.
Yep, fight's on, and there goes Jacob Carnes straight away on Ted Hall, moving through into 3rd place. I think it's going to bring Alex Lynn into play as well.
Certainly is, because Hall's balked himself there, going into an ever-reducing gap, and he's going to have to work hard now, and indeed, Alex Lynn is as close to Ted Hall as Ted Hall is to Jacob Carnes.
Yeah, he's going to be benefiting from the slipstream as well. To tow him up to the back of this group as well is Alex Lynn. So now we've got a group of 5. Don't count out Berryman and Stansmore Wilson either if this carries on. Cooney and Causa are still there as well. There's a good distance between 1st and 9th, but if Jake Grufferty feels the need to start driving ultra defensive, it's going to become a group of 9.
2 laps to go, and we've certainly seen bigger gaps than this get backed up, haven't we, Tom, in the dying stages of a race?
We certainly have. Particularly in cadets, but not so much in rotax, but stranger things have happened. Two laps to go then. The timer has elapsed, and well, it'll be 1.5 laps now.
Round South Bank for Jake Grufferty, with Jack Freeman right behind him and right on cue, Tom, for this final lap. They've all come back together once again. So Grufferty, Freeman, Carnes and Hall, with Alex Lynn watching, waiting, hoping that something in front of him is going to open up to throw him a chance of a podium here at round 2. Out onto the back straight. Grufferty's got enough that he's not going to have to defend, I don't think, but gets his head down behind the steering wheel, asking everything he can out of that kart as Freeman trimming some daisies on the inside as he tries to get down the inside. He's not going to be quite close enough, I don't think, as they all head up and out of the final corner. Grufferty's going to go from the back to the front and take the victory here at round number 2 from a very impressive Jack Freeman on debut. Jacob Carnes, Ted Hall, Alex Lynn, Layla Berryman, Isabella Stansmore Wilson, Morgan Cooney, Adam Causa, and your top 10 in juniors completed by Jaden Stonehouse. He finishes in front of Joey Swan, Ronnie Harrer, Max Hall, Logan Peabody and Henry Armitage, your final runner to see the checkered flag, with Mark Laredo Gomez retiring on lap 1.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say, David, I agree with you entirely that it was an impressive performance from Jack Freeman. Yeah, Drake Grufferty fighting his way right the way through the order to take victory as well. A great drive there, and you could see the disappointment from Ted Hall as he exited hairpin 4 on the final lap in 4th place and just rolled his head back like, oh man, I tried everything and just couldn't quite get that final step of the podium, which went to Jacob Carnes, who, again, another one who showed well for it. I think all 3 of those drivers have very much earned their trophies today. They have performed very well. And our last finisher just rolling into the pit lane. So that brings to an end junior Rotax. We're going to have senior Rotax out next, and then we will have our senior Pro Kart final. And that will conclude our day here already. Seems to have gone very quickly today.
It seems to have gone quickly, but it's still 5:05.
Is it? Crikey. I suppose I should know that because the football's just finished.
How did that go?
Not well. London curse continues. I'll just leave it at that. I'll watch the highlights when I get home. I thought
I don't think there'll be any.
both of the highlights.
No, don't be many. There won't be many from your side.
No, there probably won't be. No.
Did it end 1-0? 1-0. The highlights being the kickoff and the full-time whistle.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
So Oliver O'Donovan will lead us out with Holly Swan and Paul Swan for company.
Oh, well, I'm sure everybody that went down to Wembley had a nice day out.
Oh, it's a lovely drive.
Had London Marathon as well on today,
Yeah.
so you had could have watched that. Oh, hang on, is that Paul Swan with a very smoky? No, it seems all right now. It looked very smoky though going down the back straight. So Oliver O'Donovan from Holly Swan from Paul Swan. They're going to be your 3 senior Rotax drivers. We're about to get underway. Green flag is up. Green flag is down, and we're away and racing.
Swan managing to get across in front of Paul Swan at the start and go to the inside. So Holly Swan slotting in nicely behind Oliver O'Donovan on this opening lap. O'Donovan leads us then down the back straight for the first time from Holly Swan and Paul Swan.
Do the Swans race anywhere else?
Occasionally, I've seen Holly Swan and Joey at other tracks. Paul generally just
I thought
around here.
Yes, I understood that with Paul. Yes, I wondered whether Holly and Joey raced elsewhere in any other series.
I've seen them do one or two different events, but not with any form of regularity. So, but Holly Swan sticking with Oliver O'Donovan here.
Yes, good to see. We'll see whether Holly Swan can start to mount a challenge onto Oliver O'Donovan for the lead of senior rotax, and if it does start to spread out as it did in heats 2 and 3, then we'll do our final preview, I think, for the 24-hour series that's upcoming. But we will just see what Holly Swan has got for Oliver O'Donovan. And the answer is 0.02 of a second difference in terms of lap time last time around.
41.590 to 41.592 between the two of them.
That's pretty close.
You're not going to get much closer than that, are you, between two karts? Particularly ones that aren't actually pushing each other over the line. So
it's faster than you can think that, you know.
So, to be fair, so it was a couple of seconds for me.
Couple of weeks. Get my thinking time in days with a calendar. Right, so Swan was quicker that time around as well. In fact, 0.4 of a second. 0.04 of a second, that's what I meant. So, equally matched so far.
I think O'Donovan's a bit quicker this time, though. That gap went out round the D chicane and the national loop, didn't it?
I like that. Holly Swan now getting the back end out into hairpin 4. Still able to use a slipstream from Oliver O'Donovan to keep in touch. O'Donovan then sets a new fastest lap of the race. Swan going the other way and was 2:10 slower than her previous best. So a little bit of a scruffy lap for Holly Swan at a time when O'Donovan pumps in that best lap. Isn't going to do her cause any good. Starting to drop off a little bit now, actually. So we'll keep an eye on this one, obviously, and if it starts to come back together, we will come back to the live commentary on the action. But yes, final preview for the 24-hour race coming up next weekend. Of course, it will be on this channel, so TSK-Motorsport Media. Or are we on TSK-Media nowadays? TSK-Motorsport Media, that's what I thought. I knew I was right first time.
Yeah, but I think if you at it on sort of WhatsApp, it's at TSK-Media. So I don't think you're wrong in either sense there, Tom.
Okay, thanks very much.
We'll share the link heavily on the WhatsApp and the socials in the coming week, Tom. Ahead of the event, which will start, of course, at 11 o'clock UK time for the UK viewers, Tom.
Yes.
And then, which will be 12 o'clock over in Campillos. It was the same for Le Mans as well. And
well, keep your eye on the socials as well, because we'll be, as David said, we'll be doing some heavy previews. But I think we'll probably be doing some bits Thursday and Friday at the track. We're going to try and do a sort of live kind of podcast.
David's renamed it a bobcast.
A bobcast.
well, because Bob might be involved.
Okay.
It'll be a bobcast.
So I'm going to do a bobcast. with, during the day, probably Friday.
Probably Friday morning.
Yes. But keep your eyes open for that one. That'll be interesting. It'll be, instead of doing a paddock show type deal that we normally do, where we have a walk around and chat to people, we're going to do a bobcast instead. Which, where rather than us walk around, we'll have people walking around come to us.
Yeah. You over here talk.
We hadn't quite reached peak lazy before, but I reckon we could achieve it this weekend.
Proper like hook a duck. Yeah, we'll go. I think we'll go
It's
back.
like Mortal Kombat.
Yeah,
Get over here.
Get over here. I think we'll definitely go back to the paddock walk round Le Mans. Though I do like that one. Everybody's compact together.
Yes, it does. And the same, likewise with the British, where we do the one over the back, where everybody's all in one kind of area, aren't they? So it makes it pretty easy.
Until somebody gives, I think, was it Megan, like you're a megaphone.
Cleared everybody off.
Can everybody please clear the grid? It's like, well, it's not really a grid walk, is it, if there's nobody here to talk to? Yeah,
and then wrongly gave me the megaphone.
It was Morgan. And then gave you the megaphone.
Yes, that was a mistake, wasn't it?
Yes, you showed your maturity. So O'Donovan, Holly Swan, Paul Swan. Holly Swan couldn't maintain the early race charge, and Oliver O'Donovan has a gap at the front of this.
He's just getting quicker and quicker and quicker.
Yeah, that car really set up towards the end of this race, and can tell he's off down the back straight. The gap is 1.8 seconds when they last went over, but if that's not 2.5, I don't know what it is, Tom, because that's clear now.
What's have we got any other interesting people coming over? Do we think? You say there's a few YouTubers coming over, isn't there?
I don't know. No idea. Don't know. Am I a big YouTuber? Oh, yes. Yes, that three driver team for your personal favourite, Bradley Philpott, running with KBR.
KBR coming over, yeah. So they obviously did very well in the British 24-hour last year.
They've done hires at Le Mans, owners at British last year, and they're going to run as a 3-driver outfit with James King, Ashley King, and Brad running as a team of 3.
Have we not got? I thought we got another couple of YouTubers. Maybe not. Maybe I'm thinking of somebody else.
I've got, I think, 4 or 5 followers.
Have you?
On YouTube, yeah.
That's more than I've got, by 4 or 5.
I don't provide any content. I use it so I can comment on live streams under my.
I think I've got some Wreckfest videos on there.
Yeah, under David Sullivan commentary, so I just have a name on there.
Oh no, I've got a Grand Theft Auto video on there as well.
Oh, lovely.
Live that was streamed.
Like new Grand Theft Auto,
like
really
GTA
old.
5,
Oh,
yeah. So there's a GTA 5 video on there, and there's a Wreckfest video on there, and I think that's about it. Weirdly, there's loads of me on YouTube, but none of it's on my channel. The same with you, isn't it?
Oh, very much so. You were at Croft a few weeks back, weren't you?
Weekend before last, yeah. Yeah, 750. Great event. And sunshine for some of it as well, which was a nice bonus.
Which was nice.
Yeah, it's good. Some very high calibre of driver there as well. We had some BTCC drivers, present and ex, rocked up to do a bit of pre-season driving in various different formats.
They just enjoy racing, don't they? It doesn't matter really what they race.
Do you know who else I interviewed? One certain Mr. Pete O'Connor as well.
Did you? What was he doing there?
He was doing Clios.
Was he?
And did very well.
Did he?
He did. Only off the podium in 1 out of the 3 races.
Oh, good effort.
Yeah, excellent work from Mr. O'Connor. And it was nice to catch up with him as well, brief as it was.
Who else? Paul O'Neill there?
Paul O'Neill, had a nice sit-down interview with him. Ricky Collard as well.
Oh, lovely.
Yes.
Just
It's
returned.
like a jockey, Ricky Collard.
Yeah, just
tiny.
Just returned to. He's gone back to BTCC now from doing British GT, hasn't he?
Correct. Yes. But he kind of like the Scott Tate kind of like
Yeah.
what's the best way to put it? Like a jockey, but like a boxer.
Yeah.
Built tough, but
Small and stocky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
boxer stature.
yeah.
Yeah, more than jockey.
Yeah.
I think that's
That's drivers that they'll drive a race. They'll drive anything really, won't they?
If it's got 4 wheels and a steering wheel, they'll jump behind it. Yeah.
Well, I remember back in my 1 year of circuit racing days, timer down to 0 for Oliver O'Donovan, at the 2CV 24-hour, Gareth Howell turned up, who was British touring car driver, son of the man whose corner is that Paddock Bend is now named after.
Yes.
And it took him, I think, 2 laps to get him within a tenth of the reigning champion, having never driven one of them cars before.
Yeah.
And they are an intricate bit of kit for something that is, not that expensive in the grand scheme of things. But
Well, it's similar to how the C1s are now, isn't it?
Well,
in
yeah,
terms of that
you've got to
kind
bear
of
in mind
championship.
that in them cars, obviously the wheels are narrow. First gear is down the bottom, then seconds up the top. Oliver O'Donovan out of the final corner to take the victory, waving already, sees the checkered flag, gets his photograph from Rob Borrowick as he comes up and over the timing line. O'Donovan from Holly Swan and Paul Swan then, your senior rotax grid.
Which moves us on to our final race of the day. Our senior pro car final. And I'm not saying that the class system works or anything here, but we've got 5 pro drivers in the top 5 places.
Well.
We've got 8 pro drivers in total, and they occupy the top 12 places.
Well, it's almost
Doesn't the seeding system work well, David?
almost like it works, isn't it, Tom?
Yes. So, Max Shields, to no one's surprise, is going to go off pole position with Scott Tate, the aforementioned Scott Tate, alongside in P2. Then we're going to have Zach Dawson, who's had a good day, I think it's safe to say, so far, for Zach Dawson, although I'll probably just put the jinx on it now. Isaac Duff will go off P4 alongside Zach Dawson. Then it's going to be Oscar Waugh in 5th, and Liam Edmonds will be the first of our non-pro drivers in 6th place, and he leads the clubman class. Then we've got 7th place Lewis Blench, who is the leader of the novice class. Then we have Ike Needham and Bradley Rowe. Danny Bean will finish the top 10. Matthew Hauschby and David Brown. Then it's going to be Mark Tate and Curtis Yule. Darcy Hall and Lewis Jolly. Zachary Hudson and Joseph Williamson. Thomas Woolley and Marty Gilfillan. Then it's going to be Zach Dean, Nigel Richardson and Sam Neri. And we are about to get going already down the back straight. Everybody at 45 degrees. Because these tyres are very cold at the start, despite the temperature out there. They do a lot of warming up. Need to work on the fronts a bit more, chaps, I think. There you go. Scott Tate doing the right thing, look.
Yeah, Shields gets some slowed down early.
Because believe it or not, even though you're only on this rolling up lap, you can already overheat the rears.
Oh, yeah, it's easier to overheat the rear.
Yeah, and then you're done instantly before the race has even started.
It's the fronts that need the work.
Yes, which is why I was saying, they need to do a bit more on the front. You can see Shields still just stepping the rear out. Ooh, very slow.
It's 5:20. Come on.
Start, go.
Come on.
Let's get going.
Come on.
Whew, that is slow and steady. Do you know what we need in the background? We need the 2001 A Space Odyssey, like the start of Le Mans.
You'll have to put it on repeat to the time they come over the line. Shields is away as we head up towards the national loop. It's put Tate on the inside, although Tate then
he got bounced out
wide, and he's going to be 3 wide as he comes through. He's gone all the way back. He's getting shuffled here. Back to what will be 6th place by the look of things, 7th. Behind Liam Edmonds. The whole inside row just pushing wide. With Dawson, Duff got all the way onto the inside as well, which got him through. But Shields is
going to have a look behind and wonder what happened to everybody else.
Yeah. So he's clear. Dawson in 2nd place then, having started in 3rd. Duff in third, having started fourth. Then it's Oscar Warreich Needham. Our highest non-pro runner P6 is Liam Edmonds, Scott Tate, Matthew Hauschby, Danny Bean, and then your leader in novice is the 51 of Lewis Blench. You started in 7th, has dropped to 10th, but is still leading that novice class. David Brown going down the inside. He'd have started well down the order, did he, Tom, after the
12th,
retirement earlier
and he's just
on.
cracked the top 10.
So Brown in the 55, moving through and up a place. Everybody into a fairly decent order now as they battle further down the order. You can just see they're slotting back into single file. Goes Zachary Hudson, I think, in the 81 machine, just in front of Darcy Hall. Over P15 as Scott Tate.
Well,
now.
I was just about to say, actually, Scott Tate doesn't seem to have made any progress since he dropped down to 7th place. And then as I was thinking it, he then launched it up the inside and of Liam Edmonds and takes the position back.
So good move there by Tate. Needs to start working his way through this field because he's got everybody in the same class as him in front. He's going to be taking any silverware home at the end of this one.
Ooh, it's Dawson and Duff kicking the rear end of the car out as they went into hairpin 1. Oh, as we've got, who is that around facing backwards?
Joseph Williamson.
And we've also got the 17
Tom Woolley.
of Thomas Woolley off on the inside.
It's on the outside of the dog leg.
Yes.
Waved yellow, so there'll be no overtaking at 4, all the way up to the effectively the acceleration cones where the next green light is. Driver's just being told to move across ever so slightly as Woolley gets up and out of the cart and walks to safety.
So Dawson and Duff are still line astern for P2. Ike Needham showing well in 4th. And then we've got Oscar War and then Scott Tate still in 6th place.
Still waved yellow as marshals continue to work, Tom. As they head up to the marshal's post at hairpin 3. All the drivers obeying the instructions. Now we go green again fully, I think. Yes, we do. This Tom Woolley's cart is now safely out of the way. Marshall's working efficiently as always.
I'll tell you whose car is well out of the way, and that's Max Shields. He is leading this one by 2 seconds. Now, it's the fight for second, unfortunately. In terms of excitement from the commentary box, anyway, that's what I meant to say. It's
Yeah, no, absolutely, Tom. He's
it's not unfortunate for Max Shields, is it? He's miles in front.
no, well, he's since the start of last season, he's won all but one final here, and the final he didn't win was because he retired from it when the left side engine decided it wasn't playing ball anymore.
New fastest lap of the race for Max Shields. Liam Edmonds still leading the clubman class from Matthew Hauschby, who is 11th. Liam Edmonds in 7th and Matthew Hauschby 11th. Lewis Blench still leading the novice class in P10 from Darcy Hall, who is in 15th overall. So just an update on your class as we've got a bit of a mid-race lull as everybody tries to work each other out and figure out where they're going to be quicker or slower. Scott Tate has been a bit of a surprise in this one. I thought he would have made his way through the field a little bit quicker than he has done when he got knocked down the order early on in the race.
Contact warning for Bradley Rowe in the UK plate. currently just in front of Curtis Yule behind Matthew Hauschby, so that puts him in P12. All for class, that as well.
There goes Tate. Ooh. A little bit late, but got the move completed on Oscar War, and that now moves Tate up to P5 and has brought that group all back together. So that's War, Tate. Tate, then War, Edmonds, Bean, Brown.
Yeah, I think Tate did largely that on purpose into that corner. Just went down the inside of 3 and then just drove straight at 4 and backed them all up. And now has gained that 2 or 3 kart lengths, and he's going to leave them to squabble, I think.
He's nothing if not experienced in this class, is he?
No, just a little bit of out of practice to an extent here at Teesside. 2 sprint rounds and that 4-hour enduro in what was generally damp conditions after the first 40 to 50 minutes of that race anyway.
Oh, there goes Oscar War with a block pass. Tate's going to try and drive around the outside and hold on to position. Keep track position.
Yeah, War just wasn't robust enough there, was he? Tate, earlier on when Tate put him out onto that rumble strip.
Yeah, I wondered whether there was going to be... I was kind of holding my breath.
Well, in the end, he's picked up a warning for it. You might as well stick him on the curb and make sure it's fully justified. I'm not saying, Tate did it to him earlier. He'd have been well within his rights to go and, put him out onto the rumble strip on the outside in the same way.
Instead,
there goes Liam Edmonds with a really good move down the inside of Oscar War, and maybe backing them all up together works nicely for Tate because, look, they're all squabbling, and Scott Tate's going to have half a second to a second on them by the time they
David Brown needs to pick somebody to push. And he chooses Oscar War, fills the gap that War was in, and that has demoted Liam Edmonds. Instead of going up a place, he's lost a place as Edmonds, and that was smart driving from David Brown. Just picked who he wanted to push through, elected for Oscar War, and took the position away.
Yeah, doesn't need to get taken out of anything here, though, does he? He's the leading club runner at the moment, is Liam Edmonds, and hasn't won a club race. That is a smart move, though.
That's Liam Edmonds doing the same.
Oscar War goes to the inside, and David Brown's on the outside, and that allows Liam Edmonds again. Like I say, he's become a really accomplished driver in the last 6 months as Liam Edmonds.
Well, he did exactly what David Brown did to him on the previous lap, just in a different part of the track, but it was the same move. Just elected to push Oscar War through and then retook the position. And now that's started to break that group apart slightly.
Yeah, we've had a change for the final step on the club class podium as Bradley Rowe and Matthew Hauschby are arguing over position, and that's only going to give Mark Tate more of an opportunity. They're discussing with each other as to who was at fault the last time, and Mark Tate just drives straight past Matthew Hauschby, mid-argument between Hauschby and Rowe. And it wouldn't surprise me if Tate gets past Rowe as well in a minute down the inside into hairpin 4. Thought he was going through.
I'll leave you to sort this out between yourselves.
All right, I'm experienced. I'm going to teach you both a lesson. I thought it was straight down the inside of 4 would have been equality.
The only alternative is that he's parked himself in the middle to stop them arguing.
Yeah.
Shut up, kids.
2 kids arguing as he holds both their foreheads apart.
He's done the full lemmings, hasn't he? Put his arms out. Nope.
Battle for 3rd place now see Ike Needham closing in, Tom, on Dawson and Duff. You can see them there in front. There they go. There's this train behind with Tate now clear of War, Edmonds, Brown, Blench, Yule. All a bit clear there, aren't we, as they make their way through.
And just going to wait for them coming over the line. Oh, and yes, indeed, Mark Tate has holding position as his Pierre Luigi Collina.
In between
the two.
Oh, it's for 2nd place. Dawson and Duff are swapping round, and that's going to give Ike Needham an opportunity.
Is it?
He's going to be on the inside of Duff. He's getting 3rd. I think he was hoping to get 2nd.
He still is.
Now he's going to try and get 2nd down the inside of Dawson. I think Duff's coming out of this in second place, if I'm honest.
Well, he pushed Dawson through, now we're 3 wide.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Right, throw a hat over them. Which one's coming out in the front of this one?
It's going to be Needham from Dawson and Duff, although I wouldn't have been surprised if they were in any order, Tom.
You've seen that game of cups, haven't you, where they put the ball underneath it and switch them all around?
Pick what? Waved yellow, I think that's Zach Dean on the back straight. Kart is safe, but the driver just needs to be moved to safety, and indeed is. He makes his way over. He's out of the race.
Double retirement for Zach Dean, unfortunately.
Yeah.
That's 2 heats.
Kart's just going to probably need a little bit more movement towards that outside wall, and then once it is, we'll be clear. But by then, the last lap board will be out for Max Shields.
Dawson, I'm surprised he didn't end up going up the back of Ike Needham. He just went into the back of him. With such a speed difference, he was lucky there, was Dawson.
So waved yellows at hairpin 1, Tom. So that's 1 and 2.
That's because we've got a marshal on the track moving the car fully to safety.
Gone for overtaking opportunities, but they go green before South Bank again, so it's all about getting a good run.
Time has expired, so Max Shields heading through hairpin 3 will take the last lap board this time around.
Yeah, because Chris was there with it ready. I thought he was going to go on the last lap, because Scott Tate's right up on the back of this now, Tom. That 4 in the background. There's your leader. Let's stay with this battle as Dawson is back down the inside. And thought that was going to be a little bit tighter than what it was, Tom.
Well, Scott Tate has very much come to play in this group, hasn't he? And Isaac Duff has just taken Needham as well.
Round the national loop. Needham's coming back down the inside of Duff.
Yeah, forced his way through there.
Dawson, I think, has got second now.
Might be home and dry.
Yeah, this is a battle for third between... Well, they're going to go 3 wide. Tate was nearly there.
Well, he pushed Needham through, didn't he?
Yeah, he certainly did. As Isaac Duff into the back of Ike Needham. We'll keep an eye out on them in the background. Shields is going to win it. Dawson's going to come through for second place. They'll run side by side up towards the timing line. It's contact between the two of them. They're all sideways.
I think Tate got it.
I think it's Duff.
No, Duff got it. I think Tate got Needham.
Tate got Needham as well, I think. As they ran very, very tight towards the line. But I think that's going to be Shields, Dawson and Duff, your top 3 in our pro class. Top 3 in club sees Liam Edmonds take victory for the first time in that class from Curtis Yule, and Mark Tate, novice, won by Lewis Blench from Darcy Hall and Zachary Hudson. They're your 9 trophy recipients from round 2.
And that brings to an end our racing for the day. It's been wonderful having you with us. Thank you all, as usual, for joining us. And thank you again to all our sponsors that make the stream possible, of which we've got a new one for this round, actually. Heroes for Homes as well. You can see that in the bottom right-hand corner. All of our sponsors, and, of course, all of our marshals, of which we hope Callum, our start line marshal, usual start line marshal, we hope he gets well soon. After receiving a bit of an injury during the course of the day.
I do hope they give him his full shift allowance rather than half.
But yes, we hope to see him next weekend, possibly. But yeah, just one final mention that we are back on stream again next weekend. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage, and you will find us here in this place all of next weekend. And keep your eye on Instagram, Facebook.
Cat's big on TikTok now.
TikTok. Yeah, I don't even know what that is. I can barely spell it. IT. Get it? Right. More of that next weekend. Hope you will join us in sunny Spain.
Good stuff. Thank you very much
for
spending your Sunday with us. Tom and I will see you very, very soon. We look forward to welcoming you back for the first of 4 Teesside 24-hour kart races this season. From southern Spain. Campillos is the host venue of the first round of that championship.
Still spaces if you fancy a weekend away.
Of course. Get your friends together.
Get in touch with Kat if you want to turn up.
Get a late break in. Good stuff. Thank you very much for joining us, and we'll catch you next weekend for the 24 hours at Campillos.
No, there's nothing on.